Good morning. We're just getting our view in chambers. Thank you. And assuming you all can hear me in the chambers, I believe we're ready for Chair Hopkins to begin.
Good morning and welcome to the July 20th Board of Supervisors meeting. Please note that Spanish translation is available in Zoom. To select translation services, please click the globe icon on the Zoom screen and select Spanish. If during any public comments, a commenter is speaking in Spanish, our English-speaking participants may go to the globe and select English to listen to the translation of the comment. I will now ask that Julie go ahead and share this message in Spanish, please.
Muy buenos días y bienvenidos a la reunión. Esta reunión será interpretada al español de manera simultánea. Para escuchar en español, por favor haga clic en el icono del globo que se encuentra al pie de la página y elija el idioma español. También puede hacer clic en el botón que dice Mute Original Audio para silenciar el audio original y escuchar solo en español. Gracias.
Thank you so much, Julie, and thank you so much to all of our translation team for ensuring that we have language access for our Board of Supervisors meetings. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And with that, we will go ahead and begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Darren, would you mind leading us? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, and with that, we are calling the meeting to order, and we will begin with the approval of the agenda. As an addendum to today's agenda, item 25A has been added to the consent calendar. Item 31A has been added to the regular calendar. Items 36A, 36B, and 36C have all been added to the closed session calendar. So I will go ahead and ask, and Darren can go ahead and hold the roll call vote on that one since we are all present in the chambers today.
Supervisor Gorin?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, we're back to work.
Send us to the back of the room, teacher.
Seeking. I thought that was the throat clear. That was the students. All right, we're looking for a roll call vote on the approval of the agenda.
Aye.
Perfect.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi?
Yes.
Supervisor Gore?
Yep.
And Chair Hopkins?
Yes. And so with that, we will go ahead and move on to the consent calendar, which is items 1 through 29. Item 13 is a joint action with the directors of the Sonoma Valley County Sanitation District. Is there anyone who would like to take any of the items independently, or are we content with the consent calendar as is? All right. With that, I would go ahead and ask if there are any members of the public who would wish to speak in person on the consent calendar. And I am looking out into the hallway and seeing none. We will go ahead and accept comments via Zoom. So I'll hand it over to you, Marcy.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. For any members of the public who would like to make a comment on the consent calendar items, which again are numbers 1 through 29, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad. And presently, there is at least one hand. So I'll ask what time we should allot.
2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and for this individual, if you can please unmute and state your name before beginning the comment. Max, I see you've unmuted. Are you able to begin?
Yes. Good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. Max Perret, Redwood Community Health Coalition. I'll just keep this brief to say thank you to all of you and members of the Department of Health Services and our public health officers during the last year. We really appreciate our partnership and look forward to continuing to work together on behalf of all of our community health centers. And thank you very much for the resolution today honoring National Health Center Week. Thank you.
Okay, and before we close public comment, I'm just looking briefly. And Chair Hopkins, there are no additional hands for comment.
Thank you very much, Marcy. And I just want to acknowledge there was a tremendous amount of staff work and a lot of really great items on consent. So just thank you to all of the staff, and a special shout out to the Office of Equity for leading the charge on the Combined Fund Drive, which is a really exciting county program. I look forward to participating in that. So with that, I would ask Darren to go ahead and lead us in a roll call vote on the consent calendar, please.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Chair Hopkins,
Yes.
and on item 13, Mayor Madeline Agramonte, absent. Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Aye. So with that, we will go ahead and move on to our first regular calendar item, which is our update on fire services agency stabilization and consolidation efforts. And I'm going to hand it over to Terry Wright, our fantastic analyst who has been working very hard on the fire services work. And then after Terry's presentation, I would like to invite my colleague who has been serving on the fire services ad hoc to make a few remarks, and we'll kick off the conversation. Over to you, Terry.
Good morning, Chair Hopkins and members of the board. I'm going to take a moment to share my screen so I can put the PowerPoint presentation up for you. So hopefully you're seeing a PowerPoint presentation before you. How's it looking, Marcy?
We'll just need to do the display settings. We're looking at your presenter view right now.
Okay, so display settings, and
I think you can do swap or do, I think either works. That looks great.
okay, excellent. Thanks so much. I always have a challenge with that starting out. So good morning, Chair Hopkins and members of the board. Terry Wright with the County Administrator's Office. This item before you seeks authority to begin negotiations and enter into preliminary agreements that fuel long-desired fire agency consolidations and or stabilize agencies to enable future consolidations. As directed by your board during budget hearings, staff has returned with a funding roadmap that makes use of an additional $3.5 million in county discretionary funding to support fire agency consolidation efforts with the ultimate goal of supporting more efficient, effective, and sustainable fire services within Sonoma County. Fire agency partnerships that are included in this funding plan work with the following key agencies. They are for CSA 40 partnerships. They are North Bay Fire, Gold Ridge Fire Protection District, the Northern Sonoma County Fire Protection District, and the Sonoma County Fire District. Our district stabilization efforts partner with Bodega Bay and the Kenwood Fire Protection Districts. So I'm going to go quickly into, as a little background, what the fire, some key provisions of the fire services project. So the fire services project has been in existence since 2014, and we first began working with the Fire Services Advisory Committee that later morphed into the Fire Services Working Group, which is the group that we currently work with. But beginning in about 2016, and this information is detailed more detailed out in the summary report, the county has been taking recommendations from both of these entities in ways that we can better support fire response and fire agency support, countywide fire district support. So here's a summary of some efforts that have been recommended by these two groups and ultimately supported by the board. We have had $1.2 million towards a red flag upstaffing program, which enables fire agencies to pre-position during red flag events so they can get there more quickly and respond in the event of a flare-up. We've annually been covering $900,000 for the cost of REDCOM dispatch fees so that fire districts do not have to pay the cost to run the REDCOM program. We also previously had what was called a recruitment and retention program that's to support agencies' efforts to recruit and retain firefighters. Another program called Assistance by Hire, which was recommended by the Fire Services Advisory Committee to help provide funding to fire agencies who had yet to be reimbursed CAL FIRE reimbursements. And then lastly, we have $100,000 for that we provide for a electrical contract that just helps fire agencies have consistency in their policies and procedures. So they're all working on the same policy platform. It's very helpful for all of them. The Fire Services Work Group, which is a work group of the Sonoma County Fire Chiefs Association, and it was constituted in this current iteration right before Measure G. And in addition to key fire chiefs identified by the Sonoma County Fire Chiefs Association, it also includes representation from labor and well as district representation. So we have a member, a board member from a district who also sits on this group. The Fire Services Work Group has made some really key recommendations for the county, and that have been happening since about 2019. And these recommendations have been ongoing since 2019, and they include the needs to consolidate CSA 40 territory, the needs to incentivize key consolidations among districts, and then, of course, to pursue not only Measure G, but they've also recommended that we pursue a new tax since Measure G did not pass. So some of the examples of key board actions that the board has taken in response to the Fire Services Work Group recommendations is we dissolved the former Fire and Emergency Services Department. And as the board is aware, we moved some of the functions over to the Permit Sonoma Department, the fire prevention and hazmat functions over the Permit Sonoma. We created a whole separate entity, a new department, not entity, a new department in the Department of Emergency Management. And then the work that was being done related to fire response was implemented now is being done through what is sort of known as the CSA 40 plan, which is a partnership with North Bay Fire to help administer our volunteer fire program. But some other work that we've also done that's been consistent with the Fire Services recommendations has been $1.6 million of ongoing support to support the consolidation of their Windsor, Rincon Valley, Bennett Valley agencies to form the Sonoma County Fire District. So we provide $1.6 million plus growth annually, and this is in perpetuity, to support the consolidation of these entities into a new agency, consolidated agency. We also have been providing $2.2 million annually since 2019 for enhanced services to key agencies that needed to enhance their services to provide proper fire services. And that programming is just recently extended through fiscal year 22-23. Similar to the Sonoma County fire effort, we were provided an additional $158,000 to Sonoma Valley to support the annexation of the Mayakamas volunteer fire company. And then, of course, we did place Measure G on the ballot in the March 2020 ballot. So the Fire Services, the following slides are going to assist with the Fire Services project recommendations that are represented in this board summary. Before I go into the specifics of the recommended action, I do think it's important to understand that the funding that the board has made available for these actions. We annually have been providing $900,000 in transient TOT tax, transient occupancy tax that has been supporting dispatch fees. In this funding plan, this $900,000 would be shifted to support the consolidation recommendations in this funding plan. And this has been recommended, as this is being offered as a result of recommendations from the Fire Services Working Group, that the funding that supports REDCOM agency fees would be transitioned to the fire tax effort. We also make available, the board through policy provides approximately $1.6 million in Measure L TOT funds that are currently being used to fund some of our obligations, but also the enhanced services contracts. Those funds would be shifted to the consolidation effort. Prop 172 is an additional funding that's being that is available through board policy. It's up to $4 million. It has recently hit, actually this is the first year that it will hit the 8% cap that is the policy of 8% of Prop 172 going to fire services. Of course, during budget hearings, we had $3.5 million that was authorized by the board. That is made up of $1.5 million of ongoing funding to support consolidations and up to $2 million to support Bodega Bay stabilization efforts. And then finally, we have available in this plan, we're making use of the CSA 40 property taxes for the agency to be partnering with our CSA 40 territories. So recommended action A authorizes the county administrators to enter into agreements with the Bodega Bay Fire District to distribute up to $1 million for 2 years to support entering into a joint powers authority with Sonoma County Fire. If a JPA is unable to be formed, then staff would negotiate a lesser amount of funding to support a balanced budget stabilization effort that would act as a bridge to the consolidation funding that will be discussed in the following slides. I also wanted to make a point of addressing a previous question or request by Supervisor Rabbit, that in the event Bodega Bay and Sonoma County Fire make use of the consolidation funding that's being made available, the funding that the board has authorized here would be, as I call it, being judiciously used in lieu of the initial consolidation funding, so that we're going to maximize the resources and make sure that Bodega Bay and the Sonoma County Fire consolidation gets the money, that the $3 million that it needs. But if they don't use the entire $2 million, we'll make sure that that money is used in lieu of the initial consolidation funding. So here's what the map would look like if we consolidate all of these agencies. And I do want to apologize for a typographical error I had in the summary reports, that it's actually 29 agencies going down to 18. The recommended action B authorizes the county administrators to enter into negotiations and execute preliminary agreements to support consolidations amongst the following agencies: Gold Ridge and CSA 40, Northern Sonoma County Fire and CSA 40, Sonoma County Fire and CSA 40, Bodega Bay and Sonoma County Fire, and of course we have the Kenwood, what I'm calling the Kenwood stabilization effort. So with these agencies, introductory term sheets were reviewed with the agencies, and finalized versions have been included as attachments to this board summary. What is key to this plan is that it's reliant upon a holistic approach to distribute what are finite resources that the county has provided. All of these partnerships are key, and it would generally be untenable to only fund a portion of this plan. So while the term sheets that we've previewed, they note that we have what I'm calling one size pie of funding that's available to us. The term sheets do say, and let the agencies know that if they have alternative suggestions of how to shall I say, slice this pie differently, then we're absolutely amenable to understanding what makes sense. They are experts and we do rely upon them very much so. But the recommended amounts before you were identified by the Fire Services Work Group in terms of sufficient funding to meet obligations in multiple conversations that we've had with the Fire Ad Hoc and the Fire Services Work Group and these agencies. These numbers were prepared with the agency's understanding and or through conversations that both Supervisor Gorin and Supervisor Gore had facilitated, separate conversations that they facilitated. So we really did our best to look at the available funding and saw that we were close in terms of the amount of funding that agency said that they needed to consolidate. Two other key provisions that are also outlined in the board item, the board summary, that are consistent with the Fire Services Working Group recommendations. And as I did mention, is that the dispatch funding that is being used to fund support all districts portion of their REDCOM fees are being used to fund this plan. And the alternative recommendation is that we would include those costs as a part of going after a new sales tax. And then, of course, these efforts, since we are trying to field consolidations, we would need LAFCO approval to do all of this. So the next steps related to this portion of the agreements attached, recommended action A and B, is to execute agreements with Bodega Bay for the stabilization effort. And then we want to understand agencies that are the partner agencies that we've identified in this roadmap, to understand their intent to participate in this holistic effort. So we want to hear from them within 30 days is what we've outlined in the board summary to understand, hey, yes, we want to participate. We want to see if we make this work. We understand that there may be future negotiations, additional negotiations to understand how to slice the pie. But we want to understand their intents to participate with us before moving forward. And then we also have to work with the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, and county council coordination to put these preliminary agreements in place, make sure the provisions are there to protect ourselves as well as our partner agencies. And then we would begin preliminary negotiations. There were also this slide quickly addresses the other two recommended actions before you, which is having to do with the new sales tax. And we're looking for formal approvals to move to coordinate with the Fire Services Working Group on this new sales tax, working with them to develop a new outreach and funding plan. The Fire Ad Hoc is asking for a broader tent of outreach to be accomplished for this effort, and that would inform the funding plan. And then we are looking to obtain the services of a consultant to help us with the education and outreach associated with that. So there was funding identified by the board to support this effort. We would begin to make use of that and likely have to do a request for proposal to get a consultant. So that would be next on the list. But would represent my presentations today. I don't know if I will just stop the sharing and open it up for any questions. And I also believe Supervisor Hopkins was looking to hear from the ad hoc. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Terry, for the excellent presentation and for all of your endless work. I know it's been a lot of late night phone calls with fire chiefs and random text messages over the weekend from them as well. So I appreciate you doing all of that work with all of our constituents. Supervisor Rabbit, would you like to share some thoughts from the fire ad hoc?
Sure. And I just want to say thank you to staff, especially Terry Wright, for doing just wonderful work and really crunching numbers time and time again, and for putting up with all the questions, comments, concerns, not only from the ad hoc, but from all of us, but all of them. And it's like herding cats to some degree, but I think we're making steady progress. And I think I've been on fire ad hoc for years, seemingly. And this exercise actually started before the fires of 17. And really, it surrounded then my first year on this board was really about Bodega Bay and trying to prop them up and keep them going. And that prompted addressing a structural issue by forming the ad hoc to figure out what we need to do going forward. So it isn't an annual ask, but really, and it's taken a while to get through that, and it's grown, which I think is the right thing to do, is truly be a holistic approach to the county to provide the best fire service that we can, recognizing the changing demographics that we have within the county, the changing patterns of where people are living and what they can do on the volunteer side. Volunteers still remain vitally important to this county. I think down in Wilmar and Gold Ridge, there's approximately 280 volunteers. That's a huge number when there's a major fire event, let alone on the daily basis of them serving their community and doing so pretty much for free. And we're getting great benefit from that. So we need to make sure that we can continue to support that going forward. Today's actions really are just delegating authority to staff to go out and negotiate. While there's been a lot of negotiations and term sheets exchanged, there's less ink on the papers today, we need more ink on the papers today going forward. We think we can get there, and I think we look forward to making sure that we can answer the concerns of those fire agencies that are out there going forward. As to the tax measure, I think that we need to make sure, I'm supportive of moving forward, but like I said, after the previous measure, we need to make sure that everyone is on board and that there is a campaign with funds that can put out a mailer. We know we did as well as we could last time and we came up short. And I believe that if we do nothing again, if we just put it back out there, that the same thing will happen again, and we don't want to repeat that mistake. So I think that we need to make sure that we have everyone driving in that same direction. At the same time, that today's actions and the negotiations that are taking place to consolidate, getting down to 18 agencies, ideally, can't isn't going to solve the entire issue. And we need to go back out and figure out what that sales tax revenue can do to augment services, to increase services, to make things more stable going forward. So they go hand in hand, and they need to really belong that way, or else we shouldn't put forward a sales tax measure. So we need to really kind of make sure that we're looking at things in that direction. I think it's smart to take the actions that we're taking today to continue this process going forward. The pot has been increased by this board and previous boards, and I think we're all grateful for that. It is difficult to find, as we all know, ongoing funds in perpetuity to be able to commit. And I think we've done a good job of, getting the 172, for instance, switched over once it capped back the pre-08 levels, and to get that into the fire service hands. The TOT dollars that we have put forward, including Measure L, have been going well. And I think we probably ended up, doubling, if not more, the original dollars that were going out there. So we continue today with this action to get folks to sit at the table to really figure out those final little details, sign letters, go through LAFCO, and have 18 great fire agencies throughout the county providing staff service. And I want to thank my colleague, Chair Hopkins, for all the work on this particular ad hoc as well.
Thank you so much for those thoughts, Supervisor Abbott. And I'll just keep it brief, but I think that when Terry said this is a holistic approach to distribute finite resources, she really hit it out of the park. This is our best effort to really meet the needs of the critical needs to support consolidation and stabilization all around Sonoma County. And it is not perfect. I think that perfect would be if we had an additional $50 million like we would have had Measure G passed last year. But given what we have, this is a really wonderful effort. And I also want to acknowledge that this is really authorizing the ongoing negotiations, right? So it's sort of blessing the amounts. And then there is still a tremendous amount of work to be done, but with Terry and with the ad hoc and with FSWAG to really see what these agreements actually look like. So, it's been an excellent effort. And I want to also acknowledge that it is data driven. Terry was very careful in terms of analyzing population and calls for service and really trying to develop an equitable model of funding these areas. I also want to acknowledge the efforts of my colleagues whom I couldn't talk about about this outside of the formal Board of Supervisors meetings, but I certainly saw work that was done from a distance with respect to meeting with their fire chiefs, because I know that the chiefs would let me know that they had met with their supervisors. And then I saw those numbers actually go right in terms of needs being addressed in North County and East County. And I believe that is largely a credit to your advocacy and your work with your constituents and your work with Terry and staff. So I also wanted to acknowledge that. Then I would open it up to all of my colleagues for any comments or questions on this item. Supervisor Gorin.
Good morning. I want to echo the thanks, especially to Terry and all the folks in the county staff for working on this, but great deal of thanks go to the Fire Services Ad Hoc for a lot of time that you have spent in the latest round, but especially David Rabbit. Yes, you've served, I think, on this forever. You're going to be on this ad hoc even when you retire, I suspect. When I was chair the first time, the fire services or the fire districts in Sonoma Valley suggested that I appoint myself to the Fire Services Ad Hoc. Sanity prevailed, and I did not. So thank you, David. And I believe maybe Mike McGuire were the first two serving the Fire Services Ad Hoc. So as the need arises and the work continues, I really want to thank all of you again for your work. And especially the good faith effort in trying to construct adequate service, a funding model, and service agreements to meet the needs for fire protection and emergency response countywide. And we know that each district's needs vary. Bodega Bay is more emergency response, and Sonoma Valley certainly is emergency response, but absolutely getting a professional firefighting force in Sonoma Valley with the number of fires that we've seen and experienced, and certainly in the North County as well. So I do have a question, and you're right, I have consulted with Kenwood. So let me ask the question about Kenwood first. They're in deficit spending, and they need funding right now to stabilize and move them out of deficit spending until they move forward, or even beyond, when they move forward with a parcel tax in the fall. And then absolutely they're committed to the sales tax measure next spring or summer. So my question is, because they are sort of bundled with a number of the districts in the North County, Bodega Bay is a little standalone, but everybody else is bundled. Are we going to negotiate separately with Kenwood and the other agencies to finalize that agreement and get agreement on our terms that we've proposed so that they could get the funding that is itemized in the board report today?
Yes, Supervisor Gorn, the way that Kenwood was positioned in this effort is they're in the swath of efforts related to consolidation. But as I've indicated, they are different in that after I spoke with the chief and Chief Balek and Chief Aker, it came to my attention that what their greater need was, while they were also interested in maybe getting additional funding to enhance their service, provide an additional body to assist with things. As I heard them describe what they're encountering, they really needed some stabilization efforts. They needed some additional funding to stabilize their budget so that they can perform. And it really occurred to me that it was probably more logical for us to stabilize them as opposed to trying to have them enhance enhanced fire bodies, excuse my language, if they're not stabilized. So So we agreed to stabilization. So in some respects, they're similar to Bodega Bay in terms of the first part of the Bodega Bay. It's just that they were not specifically discussed during budget hearing. So the plan is to chat with them and provide the available funding and move forward with. They would be part of the holistic plan that in the event there was conversations and they said, oh, I need 200,000 or, oh, I only need, 150,000, that, if somebody said, yes, we agree with you, let's do this, or yes, that's great, give us an extra, then that money would be shifted to another size of the pie. But I also wanted to just acknowledge that they are being stabilized similar to Bodega Bay.
Thanks, Terry, so much for your work specifically with Kenwood and for public information. They wanted to be part of the consolidation of Sonoma Valley that previously went through LAFCO, but their salary structure for the few paid employees that they had was so much lower than the other professional firefighters that the consolidated district of Sonoma Valley could not absorb them at that time that they went through LAFCO, a year ago or so. So this will help them. And just to remind the board, they've been ground zero for a number of fires, not just in the last couple of years, but even before that, because that Mayacamas has a tendency to sort of flame up at frequent occurrences. So I will be glad that they get the stabilization funding that they need to move that forward to actually get the chief maybe off the fire truck for a little bit of time and hire someone who can help with firefighting responsibilities. So I'm excited. Thank you so much. One more question, because I have talked with a couple of folks in the North County and other folks who indicated that some of the districts in the North County were not exactly happy with the term sheet. And so there may be revisions in the terms that we help to craft with their information. How does that move forward? How do we reconcile those differences if we can? Uh-oh, she's giving the big smile.
Well, Supervisor, it's difficult to know exactly what terms that they were not happy with, but generally speaking, of course, we would listen to all of our partners. We would contemplate, understand where maybe their concern is duplicated amongst the other partners, recognize, try to, of course, address their concerns and understand its effect upon what I'm calling, this holistic funding plan, this roadmap. And then if it's something that we could accommodate, we absolutely want to accommodate it. I mean, I had a separate meeting with partners to just make it, after the board item was, put out on the internet, that just to make it really clear that we have a finite resources, but the plan that was identified is absolutely not set in stone in terms of how it must be executed or implemented. And we really do want them to begin to work together to come up with the solution that would meet all of their needs. We want them to think holistically, though, because it is a finite resource and because these agency consolidations are so critical. All been identified for a very long time. They've all been long desired agency consolidations. And I would also add, in the case of Kenwood was also contemplated to be a part of the enhanced services effort that was done into 2019, but because of finite resources issues back then, they were dropped from the final plan. And so I just wanted to remind folks that that's why Kenwood is on the table, because they were originally identified as a fire services working group as a key consolidation need that we needed to work on. So I think that generally outlines what I would like to try to do with this effort. And of course, I would partner with the auditor's office and county councils to support. Ultimately, we want folks to be happy and we want to execute this plan. So that's how I'd answer that, Supervisor.
Thank you, Terry, so much. I stand committed to moving forward with consolidation and working hard over the next couple of years, hopefully the next 6 months, achieve that regional consolidation, because that's absolutely where we need to go. We need strong leadership. We need to increase staffing, professionalize firefighting, because I think fires will be with us for the long term. So thank you, Terry. And I'll just jump right ahead. I'm going to be supportive of the actions.
Supervisor Gore?
Yeah, thank you very much to my colleagues. A couple other things. Wow, I when I got elected, I got put on the fire services ad hoc with Efren Carrillo, and it was, I think, McGuire and Efren beforehand. I mean, we're talking about 2012, I think, going forward, so 9 years. When I was on the fire ad hoc, the primary goal was bringing together all of the districts. Chris Thomas was leading charge out of the county administrator's office, and it was getting a plan, and then that iterated into the Colangelo years, and then that iterated into where we have now. So I want to thank everybody for this. As one of the things that I'd like to say is that before that time, this board studied for different decades the issue of fire services, but really never put more money into fire services. And the goal has always been to encourage and support and incentivize consolidation and efficiency, not just more money, but more money with agreements on the ground that are rationalized, that are put forth and get things done. So, a couple things that I'm interested in. Number one is I have a few questions. Terry, we have a lot of existing allocations, annual appropriations, contracts that go out, Bodega Bay, Cloverdale, Northern Sonoma County Fire, formerly Geyserville, Kenwood, that we have re-upped the last couple years. Those, my understanding is those would be subsumed by this amount. So those would be replaced with this as an ongoing source. Is that correct?
That's correct, Supervisor.
Okay. The other side of it is that we have a lot of questions to us about not just the amount, but the how it would get appropriated, and then the what pots of money, right? So the first question I have is that, for example, for these amounts that are allocated to be ongoing. So let's start with just say North County and South County. You talked about $2 million, $1.2 million. Once we would get to an agreement, would that be then? My understanding is that would not be subject to annual board meetings where we would have to authorize that money. That would actually be an ongoing source that would go into those directly into those areas.
Yes, Supervisor, and I'll also make sure that Cheryl Bratton, if I say something incorrect, that she's me, but I want to make sure that I say this accurately. So these are preliminary agreements. These preliminary agreements are intended to get us in a place to where we will jointly pursue consolidation efforts. Because ultimately, the money would not start flowing until consolidation has happened in the form of the tax exchange or revenue exchange agreements that are done. So it's been constructed that the enhanced service contracts, all of these agencies receive some level of enhanced services except for Kenwood. And they would continue to receive that support. And it would be sort of a bridge to when we believe we could finalize LAFCO approvals and then ultimately enter to institute a revenue exchange agreements.
That's good.
It would be, but once the revenue exchange agreement, so I can give you the example of Sonoma County Fire and Sonoma Valley Fire, they're based. They just automatically happen. They don't come back to the board. The provisions of how the money is received and when is all outlined in the revenue exchange agreement.
Well, I think that's clear enough for me right now, because what I was coming in with the focus of today and looking at this item is an opportunity to say, basically, we want to authorize this amount of money that we've put on the table. We've cobbled it together with multiple sources. During the budget hearing, we discussed and one of the things I proposed was to put an additional 1.5 in ongoing money on the table to make sure that we switched from having a plan that was completely contingent upon the tax passing to more of a yes and scenario, which is our board putting significant resources on the table now and then saying, and we're going to go for the tax to go up over the edge. So I guess, the part that has yet to be truly negotiated and discussed is that, as this is an authorizing area, is that I think you guys know, is I'm going to be supportive of growing the pot rather than fighting over the pot. This is kind of the conversation we had as well, is the empirical needs of South County, of East County, West County, Central, and then of North County. Obviously, from my side with Zone 6, the ultimate goal is 100% tax transfer agreement. If we cobble that money from multiple different areas, but we're able to get a tax transfer, a tax exchange, a revenue exchange, that's the goal. That's what we're trying to get to. I actually am not just whimsically optimistic. I'm rationally optimistic based on the money we're putting forward today and the other things to get towards that. So I want to go back to the first point that Supervisor Rabbit said, which was today's action is delegating authority to staff to negotiate. And so, Terry, I think there's a lot more work to do. I don't want to take up all of our time talking about the colors of money, because on one side you have folks saying, no, we want property taxes. We don't want 172. We want TOT, but not 172. I have folks on the other side who say, is that the equivalent of saying, I want money out of your checking account, not your savings account? But the reality is that it's deeper than that, because this is integrated into LAFCO. So with that being said, I think there's a couple of us on LAFCO. Supervisor Corsi's an alternate to LAFCO, so I'm looking forward to hearing public comment and getting deeper. I'm going to have some more questions and comments, but I think that sets up kind of where I'm looking at. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. Supervisor Corsi?
Thank you. And I also want to just appreciate all the work that's gone into this by staff and by my colleagues. Clearly, this has been a big effort. There's huge complexity involved. All you have to do is look at the maps where you ran out of colors and had to use diagonal lines going one way and the other way and all the rest. I do have a few questions, though. Supervisor Gore hit on the bulk of my questions, but I want to take it down to a simpler level here for myself and for the public who have not been involved in this effort for the last 7 or 8 or 10 years. So my questions, and I don't know, Terry, if you're able to answer these on the fly, if you have the information in front of you, or if you want to work on the answer while public comment is going on. But I'd like some simplicity here about all these numbers that we're talking about. What amounts are one-time funding? What amounts are ongoing funding? What's new funding and what's existing funding? What's temporary and what's planned for the future? And on that one, I'm talking about like the $900,000 of TOT that's being moved over to support the sales tax effort. Is the intent to continue any of this general fund money into the future, or would that be supplanted by a new sales tax? So that's the outline of my financial questions. Then the other question I have is, would you define stabilization in the context that we're using it here? What exactly does that mean? And how is it related to consolidation, or are those two completely separate efforts?
Okay, so I'm going to start the last couple first. We define stabilization as an effort so that the districts can adopt a balanced budget. The adoption of the balanced budget might also include, if they've been utilizing deficit spending, some of their fund balance. The balanced budget would also include not utilizing their fund balance so that they can preserve their fund balance. And the stabilization efforts that we are looking at in the case of Bodega Bay is a finite stabilization effort that is utilizing one-time funding to take care of that. So, but the stabilization effort for Kenwood, that funding is intended to be ongoing. So they would be able to utilize that. That would just be another source of funding that they would ideally be able to use to balance their budget. Of course, budgets do increase, and that may not represent that they're able to no longer, it may subside the use of fund balance in the beginning, but it's not a promise that it's going to do that forever, because the amount is set at that amount plus growth based off of the funding source that they would receive.
Can I stop you for a minute right there?
Of course.
Now, would that mean that this would continue in perpetuity for Kenwood anyway, whether the sales tax is approved or not?
Yes, Supervisor, it's intended to be in perpetuity for any of the pillars identified in the consolidation are at this juncture intended to be in perpetuity. However, if there were circumstances in terms of future consolidations or the amount of funding that for tax exchanges, it could potentially change, but that's not the intention at this juncture. It's intended to be in perpetuity. That's how it was designed.
All right. So stabilization is essentially subsidy.
Indeed.
Thank you. What about rolling up some of these numbers into one-time, ongoing, new and existing, and actually rolling up the whole amount? I had a hard time doing that reading the staff report, and the staff report is good. I think you get close to answering my questions in section 1B, but I have a hard time because a lot of these numbers I believe are different, but are very close to each other, the pieces of this.
So let me identify, I think what becomes complicated in this is because we've had such a long history of funding for fire agencies. And so we wanted to give you and the public a sense of the support that the county has provided for the fire agencies. So the way the sources of funding that support the fire services project funds, those key sources of funding are Prop 172, Measure L TOT, and then what I call Dispatch TOT. Those sources are ongoing sources, and we utilize them for various obligations in a fire services project. Some of those obligations are one-time obligations, like the enhanced services. We've extended those contracts, but we're not in any obligation for that to be in perpetuity support of those efforts. In fact, we're the only two obligations that we have that are intended for in perpetuity obligations is the obligation with Sonoma County Fire that began as at 1.6 million, but it's grown. It's up to 1.8 million, I believe now, due to growth. And then the similar agreement with Sonoma Valley Fire for the annexation of the Mayacamas. So now that you understand the sources of funding, and there's also, of course, the what was allocated during the budget hearings. Allocated during the budget hearings is the $3.5 million. That's made up of 1.5 million of ongoing funding. So that's going to fund our efforts to enter into these revenue exchange agreements for consolidation, because the core piece of consolidation and annexation for these fire agencies is a reliable source of ongoing funding. And so that has been the challenge, is identifying ongoing sources of funding that we can use to facilitate, to incentivize these consolidations. But also authorized is the up to $2 million for Bodega Bay. That is stabilization funding, and that is just for one time. That's one-time county sources. You also asked if this funding is intended to be in perpetuity and go into the future, and would it be supplanted by the fire tax? It's the funding that's identified for consolidations is intended to go in perpetuity. We look to the fire tax to support more additional above and beyond what this is, but the amount of funding that was identified is intended to be in perpetuity on the consolidation side. I don't know if that answers all of your questions that you had.
It helps. Thank you for indulging my learning curve. And
And I'm happy to sit down with you separately, Supervisor, to spend some more time with you on this subject matter, if that's at all helpful.
thank you, Terry.
Supervisor Abbott?
Yeah, if I may, just to follow up on that, I very much appreciate your questions. I think the frustrating part for a lot of us, for me personally, has been, the county really does have that one responsibility, which is the CSA 40 district. That's what we're responsible for. It's the only thing legally that we're responsible for. Of course, we're trying to make the whole system work going forward. And there seems to be kind of it falls back into our lap, whether we want it or not. And, even though there's independently elected board members who do that because they wanted to control their own destiny, have their own budgets, provide their own service levels and whatnot. But I do appreciate your point regarding that. I do think that, the county is never going to get out of, I don't think we should ever get out of supporting the fire business, whether we support it directly and control an entity is another matter. And I think that, what we're doing now is to try to really make sure that we have the best of both worlds here in terms of making sure that independent entities that are out there are financially stable. And to your point as well, if you're going to consolidate, you need to make sure that those agencies are stable, or else no one's going to bother to want to pick them up. And that's part of the work that we're trying to do as well.
Thank you for that follow-up, Supervisor Rabbit, to Supervisor Corsi's question.
Any other questions from members of the board? Supervisor Gorin?
Thank you. Good questions by the board. I really appreciate the delineation of what funding is permanent, what funding it might be incentives to move towards collaboration and consolidation. And I think that is important to know. But I really want to iterate Supervisor Rabbit's statement or comments that it is the county's jurisdiction to look at what is important and for CSA 40. That is our responsibility. And so that is what we're attempting to do. But ultimately, we have to figure out the best solutions to either disband that and move towards consolidation or continue that on. So I know that I lean towards consolidation, but if this is not working, then we still ultimately have that responsibility.
Supervisor Corsi?
Thank you. Terry, I wanted to go back to the $900,000 of TOT that's going to be put toward the ballot measure effort. Is the intent for that to go back into dispatch in subsequent years?
So the intent with that, Supervisor, and this is per recommendations from the Fire Services Working Group, it was that we would make that a component of the new sales tax. And not only would it be funding to cover RedCom costs, just the districts, as is currently the case. They thought that it would be something that all agencies would benefit from in the tax. So right now, this $900,000 pays for the district's participation in RedCom, but it doesn't cover the cities. So the cities would be included in the new effort. And so that was a recommendation. And because we needed more money on the table, we took their recommendation to move things forward, recognizing that we, of course, are susceptible to, if the tax doesn't pass, the new sales tax doesn't pass, these agencies would have to come up with covering the cost of their red clump fees that were now being transferred to the funding plan effort.
And if the tax does pass, then what would be the future of that $900,000?
The future of that $900,000 would go towards in perpetuity consolidation funding.
All right.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay,
That would-
great.
And that would be spread around as part of the finite pool of money that's being used for this whole effort. Not
Correct.
not for any one part of the effort, but it's part of the whole that is necessary to get this done.
Correct.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gore?
Yeah, I just appreciate the conversation because this is complex. There's nothing that we could say up here that is one dimensional that works utterly and everywhere. As we've talked about going in, because there's CSA 40, but then we've also like what we're honoring, and I want to thank the colleagues for doing this. Is that we've looked at number of calls, we've looked at per capita, but we've also looked at the need to go out and pre-defeat fires, like sustained veg management money. There's, especially with the result of the sales tax, there's a completely different conversation about with respect to places like Santa Rosa and even parts of Sonoma County Fire that it's how many residents should they serve per the standard for number of citizens. Whereas on the other side, we're talking about how do we get up and really defend the eastern flank, take care of the western hills, take care of the grasslands in the south, and really do what we need to do to mitigate quickly. So I think what I really look forward to is the conversation about taking the concerns or the questions or the hopes of the districts and us and taking this authorizing and negotiating what is rational. But what I've heard so far is there's an openness for us to look at tax exchange and revenue exchange agreements that would go through LAFCO. I've heard that some of it's one-time money to stabilize toward tax. Some of these districts, potentially like North County, I would say, South County, let's just say every single one that we've seen here is going to have allocated amounts that are going to be in an expenditure plan of a sales tax that goes out too. And then ultimately, if we bundle these monies together in the correct way, then we're going to have to figure out how they all go effectively and don't come back. But my goal is to get us out of fire business in the appropriate way. I think we have great partners all around. But the fascinating thing about fire services is that could be veg management, fire response, emergency management, checking in on, and then taking care of tourists out on the coast. So with that being said, I think we have a lot of negotiation to go forward with. This is looking forward to hear from folks.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Gore. Any other questions or comments from members of the board? The last thing that I want to say is that our mission here really is sustainable, efficient, effective fire services. And I am guessing that we are going to hear from a number of fire leaders calling in for public comment today. And so before you all speak, I just want to say thank you. I have been really just heartwarmed by the leadership that has arisen out of the fire services, by the fact that folks have actually stepped up and not just thought about their own narrowly defined jurisdiction, but really about the big picture of Sonoma County. And the big picture of Sonoma County is mutual aid, which means that, if your neighboring fire district fails, that means that you're not going to get help when you need it. And so we really, really need to remember that a rising tide lifts all boats. And we really need to look at that big holistic picture. And I just want to say thank you to every single fire chief, fire board member, firefighter who has come forward in support of that big grand vision. I want to acknowledge at the same time that there are still some concerns about everyone's kind of individual territory and the place that they feel duty bound, right, to protect and to ensure that it is sustainable and effective and efficient going forward. So the last thing that I'm going to share is actually sort of a parenting story, right? I'm a parent of a toddler, and so pretty much everything goes through that lens. And, true story, the other night, toddler asks, he's 2.5 years old, asks for a glass of milk, throws a conniption because it's in the wrong glass, right? Does not like the color of glass that the milk was poured in, right? And similarly, right, if you pour the glass and it's half full, which is what you need to do, because otherwise he's going to slosh it trying to carry it over to the dining room table, right? And it's not 3/4 full, there's going to be also a fit, and so I urge us to look all beyond the color of the glass or the precise amount of the funds, right? Because because, I always tell my son as a mom, if you're still thirsty, I'll give you more glass when that glass is done, right? It doesn't have to be 3/4 full. And so I want to acknowledge and, use that anecdote to say, this is not everything. And we are committed as a county to working with the fire services in pursuit of that vision that is really going to get everyone where they need to be. And I hope that that will come in the form of a successful fire sales tax measure next year. So this is not sort of the last glass of milk, right? We're hoping that there's going to be more milk coming. And on that, I think everyone's gotten enough of milk and toddlers and cups. So I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Marcy. And thanks again, Terry, so much for all of your work, because yes, you have been, given finite resources, endless demands, and I think you have done a really wonderful job of working with all of the partners to try to do our best by every single part of the county. So with that, I guess we'll check first to see if there is anyone here in the chambers who would like to speak in public comments. Is there anyone out there in the hall that we can see? Yes? Okay, wonderful. So we will go ahead and accept public comment in the chambers to begin with. Looks like we've got a couple, so. So thanks everyone for their patience. We're just going through the screening protocol, and we do have a couple of members of the public who will speak today. And I believe that I spy through her mask Liz Martin from Bodega Bay Fire Protection District. Good morning, Liz.
Hey, good morning, everyone. It's great to see y'all.
Thanks for joining us today. Go ahead.
My pleasure. What a great day. It's been a long time getting here, as we all know. And many people have worked very hard to get Bodega Bay where we are today. With this funding, Bodega Bay will be able to become a sustainable, consolidated agency, one that can provide an improved service model to all of West County. Last Tuesday, Bodega Bay Fire Protection District and Sonoma County Fire District held a joint board meeting to discuss and accept the terms of the worksheet we received from the Board of Supervisors. It was voted on unanimously and unanimously accepted. We look forward to meeting with you soon so that we can seal the deal. Again, thank you, supervisors. We are very excited to move forward on this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, President Martin. I really appreciate that. And it looks like we have another Fire Services Board member, Paul Bernier, coming to speak as well. Thanks so much for joining us this morning, Paul.
Thank you for having me. Name is Paul Bernier, Board President of North County Fire. Our board would like to thank the BOS for taking on the pressing issue of achieving efficient, effective, and sustainable fire services throughout Sonoma County. We fully support the consolidation of the remaining CSA 40 areas with their neighboring fire districts, as well as Bodega Bay's efforts to achieve sustainability through consolidation and additional funding. However, we are unable to move forward with the proposed annexations of Fitch Mountain, Lower Dry Creek, and the geysers based on the current term sheet as presented to us. With these annexations, our fire district would have fire protection responsibilities for 25% of the entire county, with most of our region in high fire risk areas. In the past decade, close to 50% of our region has experienced wildfire. To be able to provide adequate response and prevention requires an annual funding stream for northern Sonoma County should have as a foundation the fire portion of property taxes currently paid by residents and businesses in northern Sonoma County. Without this funding, we cannot in good conscience assume the responsibility for providing fire protection for the additional areas. We look forward to working with you to make this reasonable request a reality for the benefit of the entire county.
Thank you very much, President Bernier. Appreciate your words. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak in the lobby there? Seeing none, I will go ahead and hand it over to Marcy to take public comments via Zoom.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. I do see that we're gathering a number of hands raised. So for anyone in Zoom, if you'd like to comment on this item, please raise your hand to indicate this, or press *9 on your phone keypad to raise your hand if you're a phone-in attendee. And I believe that was a continuation of the 2 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Okay, and our first commenters are Todd, Pat, then Danita. Please unmute when prompted and state your name for the record. Todd, I see you've unmuted. Do you want to go ahead?
This is Todd Everett. I'm representing Mark Farmer, Dan Grout, and Monica Munoz Torres, who are the Mill Creek Cope leaders. And as the leadership for the Mill Creek Cope District, we would like to state our full support for the consolidation of our area with the Northern Sonoma County Fire Protection District. Having lived through the Walbridge fire, which destroyed or damaged a large percentage of our community, we understand the value and importance of having a sustained fire risk management program. Our community wildfire protection plan, completed in June of 2020, outlined the priority risk reduction projects needed to make our community more able to live in harmony. These projects will require a sustained source of funding and support beyond just emergency response. And we believe the best way to achieve this is part of the Northern Sonoma County Fire District through them. We believe that the funding required to support our community already exists in the property taxes that have been designated for fire protection and prevention for our area. We ask the Board of Supervisors to support the tax exchange agreement as part of fire services consolidation efforts for our area, CSA 40, and the Northern Sonoma County Fire Protection District. We have been paying for these services for years, in particular fire prevention services, without actually receiving them. And we have worked so hard since the founding of our organization to do whatever it takes to make our community safer and more resilient. Please do not deny us the funding required to see it through. Support a tax exchange agreement. Thank you so much.
Okay, next commenter, go ahead.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Pat Abercrombie. I live on Fitch Mountain. Along with many other residents and our COPE organization, I've been very active around fire prevention in our community. Many, if not most, of those activities have directly or indirectly in Marshall, Turbeville, and the Northern Sonoma County Fire Protection District. Grant funding was needed to ensure that North and South Fitch Mountain roads were clear of encroaching vegetation. Our water system customers paid to have the 3 redwood water tanks that are integral to keeping pressure on our 43 fire hydrants cleared of overhanging trees. The Northern Sonoma County fuel crew did this work. The county wasn't able to find the funds or time to do it. That wouldn't be extraordinary, except that Fitch Mountain residents pay property taxes that are earmarked for fire services far in excess of what is spent in our community. We have to apply for grants from PG&E and other sources to get critical vegetation management accomplished because most of our property taxes go elsewhere in the county. The county says it wants to get out of the fire service. Fire district consolidations are encouraged. Every other consolidation has resulted in all fire taxes being allocated to the annexing fire district until now. Northern Sonoma County Fire District is being offered, one, less than the full amount of tax generated by the residents they are proposing to serve, and two, some of the funds are coming from TOT and Prop 172 funds that I believe will need to be appropriated by you every year. Northern Sonoma County Fire District can't hire staff, lease equipment, acquire insurance, or any kind of financing without secure and fully committed source of funds. It would not be fair to existing constituents for the board to accept a deal that would then jeopardize the district's ability to continue to fully protect them. If we need to stabilize communities like Kenwood until a long-term solution could be achieved, fund that shortfall with TOT and other funds that have to be reappropriated. Keep Northern Sonoma County Fire District stable by returning our property taxes. With all due respect, Terry Wright's answer to Supervisor Gore's question about permanency of the funding was rather
Thank you so much for your comment. That concludes the time. Our next commenters are Danita, Amanda, and then Brian. Please unmute and state your name.
Good morning. I'm Danita Proctor. I live in Fitch Mountain in Healdsburg. I am approaching you today. I have written comments, but there's no way I can even read a one-page comment within your 2-minute allegation. I want to give you a little history of this neighborhood. It's a small neighborhood, and at one time we were totally dependent on CAL FIRE for any kind of fire protection, and that left us high and dry in times when there was no budgeting for a CAL FIRE station up here. We approached, self-actuated, you might say, LAFCO. We got together and made a community service district, established a taxing structure for our homes to pay for our own fire coverage. I'm asking you today to release anything that we have paid into for fire, into taxes for fire coverage, so that we can protect ourselves with those funds. Please continue your negotiations. It was obvious, the prior speaker just said that without that taxing base, we will be at ground zero once again. Thank you, every one of you, for all the work that you have done.
Hi, please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Amanda Bryant. I'm president of the Bodega Bay Area Chamber of Commerce, and we'd like to first express immense gratitude from the business community of the Sonoma Coast for the hopeful consolidation of the Bodega Bay Fire Protection District with Sonoma County Fire District. We know that tireless effort has been put in by Chair Hopkins and Supervisor Rabbit through the ad hoc committee on this agenda item. We would like to thank you for recognizing that our coastal community is not only a community of local residents and businesses, but also one of a massive transient tourist population as well. The tourist community feeds both our coastal economy and our county economy, and this tourist community relies on the highly trained and fast responding presence of our local fire station just as much as we locals do. In fact, the vast majority of our calls and transports are for the tourist population. From a chamber perspective, this is an asset, a necessity for our coastal tourism. They are not safe, nor is our economy. If they are not safe, our economy is not safe. When over 80% of our station's ambulance transports are for this population, we need to know that there are enough staff to take care of our local community's emergencies while the tourists are being tended to. Sunday's fire demonstrates how crucial it is for us to have adequate staffing on the coast. Please vote yes on the term sheet stipulations. We'll allocate these needed funds to consolidate our fire station with county fire so that we will be solvent and sustainable, and that we, as well as the rest of the county who visits out here and the tourists, will be safe. Thank you very much for your time and your vote.
Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Brian Lubitz, and I'm on the Sonoma Coast MAC for Bodega Bay, And first of all, I wanted to thank the Fire Services Ad Hoc and Supervisors Hopkins and Rabbit for working through all this, and especially the staff, Terry and all the staff at the county who have worked on this for so long. As Supervisor Gore mentioned, this has been something that's been in Vega Bay has been an issue for the better part of a decade. I've been here since 2010, and our fire department has always been in sort of a limbo throughout that whole time period. And the county and the relationship between the county and our own fire protection district is so important. And throughout this years, we've been supportive of many tax measures out here in Bodega Bay, and we will continue to be supportive of them. I believe that our community, when the fire services tax comes up on the ballot, we will be very supportive of that. But the important thing for us is that our district has a sustainable future, so we don't have to keep doing this, so that the department doesn't lose staff because they can be hired for more money elsewhere. I believe that this arrangement, that these negotiations will hopefully lead to consolidation, and that we will not have to worry about this over and over again. So I want to thank everybody for making this work, and we look forward to a successful consolidation with the Sonoma County Fire. Thank you.
Next commenters are Suzanne, Steve, and then Carolyn. Please unmute and state your name.
I'm Suzanne Martin, a Bodega Bay resident, a board member of Waves of Compassion Foundation, and a member of SOS Bodega Bay Fire. Thank you to Chair Hopkins for her leadership on this issue, and thank you to her and to Supervisor Rabbit's excellent work on the Fire Services Ad Hoc Committee. We also applaud Terry Wright for her extreme diligence on a most difficult task. In the past week, each supervisor has heard from a few hundred people who live or visit the coast. They wrote to you in support of consolidation of the Bodega Bay Fire Protection District with the Sonoma County Fire District. We thank you for recognizing that without consolidation, our community cannot provide fire and emergency services essential to the safety of residents, many of whom are your constituents and visitors. We also provided each supervisor with a petition signed by over 700 people across the county who are going to be very grateful for your affirmative vote. BBFPD and Sonoma County have accepted the county's term sheet unanimously. BBFPD has also already completed about 80% of the LAFCO process, so the consolidation could take place by the end of the year. To work with Supervisor Hopkins' metaphor, we don't care about the color of the glass, and we're trusting you to provide the right content in the glass. Thank you, supervisors, for your time and your vote. Much appreciated.
Our next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
My name is Stephen Johnson. My home is on Fitch Mountain. I'm active in COPE and other fire planning efforts in the region. I believe that while this proposed revenue sharing agreement may temporarily fill a critical immediate need, the funding approach will ultimately undermine the larger goals set forth by this board and the FSWG, namely consolidation and passage of a fire funding measure. The current proposal puts our annexation with the Northern Sonoma County Fire District at risk. The district needs to be assured that each area they annex comes with a sufficient and predictable source of revenue. In short, they need the full return to source of our tax revenue, not be reliant on a hybrid budget deal. Regarding a new tax measure, we all know it's tough to pass them, and to do so, it must be crystal clear to the voters that any new tax provides new and additional capacity and isn't just a backfill for taxes that we already pay and are diverted elsewhere. If the approach that you approve today continues, you will have provided the anti-tax folks with all the arguments they need to kill this urgently needed measure. I applaud the efforts of the board and Ms. Wright and urge you to pass this as a one-time short-term fix and continue to work toward a more equitable and durable solution. Thank you.
Hi, please unmute and state your name.
Carolyn Connors. Hi, my name is Carolyn Connors, and I'm president of Waves of Compassion Foundation in Bodega Bay. I want to thank all the people who have worked so tirelessly on this consolidation process. In Bodega Bay, we have a highly trained team of firefighter paramedics who've been loyally serving the Sonoma coast for many years. Thank you to Supervisor Hopkins and Supervisor Rabbit for their tireless work on the ad hoc committee. Now, I want to emphasize that I have friends and family in Healdsburg, Petaluma, Santa Rosa, and other parts of the county. Although I live in Bodega Bay, my husband and I regularly spend time with our friends in each other's neighborhoods. We go to restaurants, parks, movie theaters, and shops all over Sonoma County. I would not want any of the fire departments in our friends' districts to fail, and they did not want our department to fail. Consolidation is a win-win for Bodega Bay and the rest of the county, as witnessed by the number of ambulance transports Bodega Bay makes for Sonoma County residents. Both BB Fire and Sonoma County Fire have accepted the term sheet, and I urge you to vote in favor of consolidation for Bodega Bay Fire. Thank you.
All right, our next commenters are Sarah, Mark, and then Brian. Please unmute and state your name.
Good morning, Sarah Cardona, Deputy Director at Greenbelt Alliance. Chair Hopkins and members of the board, thank you for placing this item on today's agenda. Greenbelt Alliance supports the decision to direct county staff to develop an outreach and funding plan to place a wildfire tax measure on the June 2022 ballot. This represents a unique opportunity to be strategic and forward-thinking to develop a funding mechanism that can both address short-term as well as longer-term solutions to wildfires in Sonoma County. In the short term, firefighting efforts would benefit from new structures and processes we're discussing here today that would increase fire department efficiency and capacity. At the same time, we believe that it is incumbent upon county leadership to prioritize near-term solutions that build longer, sustainable community and ecological resilience to more frequent and intense wildfires we're going to be seeing. Greenbelt Alliance urges a balanced, multi-pronged approach to wildfires in Sonoma County, in addition to response, focusing on fire prevention and preparedness, including not only home hardening and defensible space, but critical roles of green belts that can reduce overall wildfire risk, and fuel management and land stewardship that is vital for reducing the size and number of wildfires. Greenbelt Alliance stands ready and eager to be part of the process to help support and work with staff and you in shaping this measure, and urge the Board of Supervisors direct staff to undertake a robust, equitable, and far-reaching outreach process to ensure community input, involvement, and an outcome that reflects the needs and goals of all of Sonoma County stakeholders. Thank you so much for your consideration, and we look forward to working with you.
Hi, please go ahead.
Good morning, Supervisors. It's Mark Hine from the Sonoma County Fire District. As president of the Sonoma County Fire Chiefs Association, I'm certainly deeply invested in the success of all of our county's fire agencies and the services that we can provide. As chief of the Sonoma County Fire District, with your support, we have now successfully consolidated 6 fire agencies over a short 2-year period of time, with great success for all of our taxpayers and keeping sustainability for the fire agency itself. Our district and Bodega Bay have been pursuing consolidation for years now in order to significantly strengthen the EMS and fire services in West County and across the entire county as one singular agency. I'm deeply appreciative of the hard work that's gone into preparing the term sheet that came before us, in particular the efforts of Supervisor Hopkins and Rabbit on the ad hoc, and certainly Terry Wright and the magic that she's required to work in these agreements. Both district boards have approved the terms that you presented, and we're ready to go to the next steps of consolidating these 2 agencies. I'm certainly ready to bring this consolidation across the finish line. We're prepared to navigate the LAFCO process, which will only take us a short few months because we've been through this before. With Bodega Bay, we can have these 2 agencies successfully consolidated with a great enhancement of EMS and fire services across West County by the end of the calendar year. I certainly look forward to meeting with county staff soon and effectively negotiate the terms that will allow us to complete this critical consolidation in our next step of strengthening Sonoma County's fire services. Thank you.
Okay, please go ahead.
Hello, I'm Brian Ling. I'm the Executive Director of the Sonoma County Alliance and a lifelong Sonoma County resident. My comments today are relating to the proposed tax measure in today's agenda item. We have proven that over the last 4 years that we are far more effective at putting out wildfires than actually preventing them. This has been no small task. There's been a substantial organization and plan in place for these emergencies, including CAL FIRE and numerous regional agencies supporting and in combination with our own tremendous Sonoma County fire suppression assets. Event after event, we place our emergency responders on the highest and heroic pedestals, which they have so richly deserved. My request is to include a variety of stakeholders in addition to the fire department resource advocates into the development of a revenue and expenditure plan for the next ballot measure being proposed. Ballot measures pass and fail for numerous reasons. It's my strong belief that if the next sales tax measure includes a significant wildfire prevention plan, as well as providing additional support to the existing fire suppression plans, then we will have a measure that will receive vast support throughout our entire community. Marin County successfully passed a parcel tax measure to create the Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority. We can take their model and do something very similar here. We can work together, provided all voices are participating in the process, and pass a measure that both emboldens our existing fire suppression assets and starts to create our own wildfire prevention plan. The safety and health of our community depends on it. Thank you for providing the remote testimonial options today.
All right, the next commenter is a phone attendee, so please listen and press *6 to unmute when prompted.
Hello, my name is Beth Brizzoni in Bodega. So much of what I had prepared to say, others before me have said very eloquently. I would like, however, to thank the Board of Supervisors and all of the key people involved in bringing the consolidation and the process to a head here. Countless hours by our fire officials have gone into this process, and myself and everyone in the greater Bodega Bay area is grateful to see this go forward. I'm hoping that all the Board of Supervisors continue to focus on this after a positive vote, and that as a community we all come together and keep an eye on these types of measures. And I believe that just as the previous gentleman was saying, that we need to form a wildfire prevention authority so that we can monitor the all of the landscape and foliage and our roadways, make sure they're appropriate for safe firefighting. Thank you.
The next commenters are Dee, Priscilla, and then Patty. Please go ahead and state your name.
I'm Dee Swanheiser, and I interact with you wearing different hats, reflecting philosophies and views of groups like Greenbelt Alliance, Taking Action for Living Systems, and the Forest Working Group. I'm also a proud co-founder of our Ag and Open Space District. Today, I'm representing the interests of my family and the 7 forested acres in the Upper Salmon Creek watershed we live in and have for 45 years. Over 200,000 acres and thousands of homes and many businesses have burned to date, with more wildfires forecasted for our future. I ask you to try to strike a balance in developing the new initiative you are considering bringing before the electorate next year. Beyond dispute, we need vigorous and financially stable fire suppression and response capacity. And as the CLE report clearly acknowledges and recommends, an equally vigorous and financially stable fire prevention capacity at the scale it needs to be. We can look at the success of the Marin County Fire Prevention Authority. With 70% approval of their proactive state-of-the-art wildfire prevention and preparedness initiative, it now generates approximately $20 million a year. This is a reasonable target for us to consider for this current effort. We need community-wide input to solve a community-wide problem. As you direct staff to set up the processes and hire consultants, I urge you to include a comprehensive multidisciplinary input component, starting at the early stages of developing the ballot measure and expenditure plan. It is my understanding that business, agricultural, and health communities, nonprofits working with fire survivors, and philanthropic groups have high interest in contributing. We need everyone's involvement to be successful in getting the 2/3 of the electorate to approve. Thank you for your work and for listening.
Please unmute and state your name.
Patty Ginocchio, Board of Waves of Compassion Foundation and Bodega Bay CERT. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for all your hard work in listening to us and addressing the needs. Your yes vote today is critical to Bodega Bay Fire. We must consolidate to survive and provide a stable, sustainable, and dynamic agency. If you do not fund the term sheet and we do not secure the path to consolidation right now, Bodega Bay will likely fail. We will lose more of our firefighter and paramedics. During the last few weeks, including this past Sunday, a quarter mile from my home, Bodega Bay's 3-person crew had to respond to threatening fires. One person assigned to an engine is not safe. Yet we have been doing that. Bodega Bay is having trouble meeting our minimum staffing needs on a daily basis and cannot survive in this mode. Those emergencies demand the same full response as the first calls, yet Bodega Bay cannot offer it. Consolidation will fix this, but if Bodega Bay Fire does not get there quickly, they will fail. Failing could impact the life of my first grandbaby to be born in August. My daughter is very high-risk pregnancy and may need the care of Bodega Bay Fire. What would happen if there's not enough staff to care for her? Please move forward to building the strong safety net required to keep us safe. Thank you.
Okay, the next commenters are Michael, Jean, and then Schursberg. Please unmute and state your name.
Hello? Hello?
Go ahead.
Oh, fine. I just wanted to bring you up to date on this matter because I know you're concerned about it. We got, Friday night, got a message from Khrushchev.
I apologize. I'm just going to stop.
Michael, just one moment.
Yeah, hang on one second. We're having a little hard time.
Michael, are you able to hear us? We're having trouble hearing
you.
you.
Then got a message, a public one, the next morning, in which he said he would do that if we withdrew our missiles from Turkey. We then, as you know, issued a statement that we couldn't get into that deal. So we then got this message this morning. So we now have to wait to see how it unfolds, and there's a good deal of complexities to it. If the
Marcy, you have identified this as a recording of John F. Kennedy, and not believe it is. I think we can go ahead and go on to the next caller. Thank you for that history lesson, and we'll move forward with current agenda.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. Jean, please go ahead, unmute and state your name.
Good evening. In recent months, members of my administration and officials of the committee.
With your permission, Chair Hopkins,
yes, please.
Turn that individual off. Okay, moving on to our next person, and I'll just remind everyone that this is item number 30 on today's agenda. Please unmute and state your name.
This is Steve Hertzberg. I'm the Assistant Chief of the Bodega Bay Fire Protection District. I've spoken to each of you in times of challenge and peril for Bodega Bay Fire Protection District. Today, I'm pleased to speak to you in a time of great hope. We strongly support the proposal for all of the agencies that need support. All of us need strength and all of us need stability to survive. For Bodega Bay, that strength and stability will come with our consolidation with the Sonoma County Fire District. The term sheet we have both accepted will allow us to get there. At the same time, we pledge to work hard to make sure that all of our brothers and sisters in the fire service get what they need. Thanks to all who've worked so hard to get us to this point, who've shown passion, commitment, and I think most importantly, probably patience. Let us all remember that although we're talking about money, what we're really talking about is creating a safety net for all who live and visit our county. We need strong and robust responses to all agencies, be they medical or fire. We need well-funded, well-trained boots on the ground. Bodega Bay is poised to finish our consolidation, a consolidation that started years ago. Rest assured that when that happens, we will not step back. We will work hard to make sure that all of our other and sister agencies get the funding they need to be stable and strong. And for those who want to consolidate, we will help them get through the consolidation process. So we thank you all for setting this path. As you know, we've already taken the first steps down that path. One of you mentioned ink on paper. Our two boards have put that down on the paper, and the chiefs look forward to taking the next steps in negotiating with you toward our consolidation. Thank you, Supervisor Hopkins. Thank you, Supervisor Rabbit, and thank you very much, Terry. The three of you have really been in the eye of the storm, and I think that we deeply appreciate the work that you've all put in, and we look forward to creating a safer, more stable fire service for everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Next commenter, can you please unmute and state your name?
Morning, Supervisors. My name is Justin Fox, Director of Bodega Bay Professional Firefighters and Executive Member of the Professional Firefighters of Sonoma County, Local 1401. The members of the Professional Firefighters of Sonoma County would like to express our gratitude to the Board of Supervisors, and particularly the Fire EMS Ad Hoc Supervisors Rabbit and Hopkins, for their continued effort to identify solutions and funding for our member agencies. The Bodega Bay Fire Protection District and the Sonoma County Fire District have worked towards a common goal of providing an increased level of fire and EMS services to the residents of West County through exploring consolidation for many years. The funding package set forth finally solves for the issue and allows for the vision of increased service and consolidation of the two organizations. The members of the Bodega Bay Fire Protection District and the community of Bodega Bay have long been struggling to retain staff and ensure they can provide the service that is expected to the residents and visitors alike. The term sheet as proposed, the Fire Ad Hoc, is what the two organizations, as well as the members of Local 1401, have long requested as a solution to long-term sustainability and enhanced services for West County residents. From all of the members of Local 1401, we encourage the Board of Supervisors to make this official and move forward the term sheet that benefits residents Sonoma County wide. Thank you.
The next commenters are Carol, Robert, and George. Please unmute and state your name. Carol, you should be able to unmute at this moment. And Carol, I'm not seeing that you've unmuted. One more time. Reminder that folks can join our meeting by using the phone-in information on the first page of today's agenda or on the beginning of the agenda. And I'm sorry, Carol, we're not hearing you for some reason. I'm going to move on to our next commenter. If you can please unmute and state your name.
day, the United States of America was suddenly and deliberately.
Okay, I'm going to move on to our next commenter. If you can please unmute and state your name.
That is the result of His Majesty's government.
Look at this small.
And Chair Hopkins, there are no additional hands for comment.
Thank you very much, Marcy. So with that, I will bring it back to the board for deliberation and further remarks. I did want to clarify a couple of the public comments. One public commenter raised the issue of the board actually being required to appropriate things like TOT every year. And Terry, I'm hoping that you could provide some clarification on that, because it is my understanding certainly that we do not want to be in a situation where every year you have to come back and negotiate with the county to get your funding. The goal is to create a tax transfer agreement that does provide those funds into the future. So Terry, could you provide a little clarification on that one?
So yes, Supervisor Hopkins, by policy, the Board of Supervisors automatically transfers a percentage of TOT funds directly into the Fire Services Project Fund. And it's those dollars by which, and the same for Prop 172, there's a process that the magic of Brulin does to calculate what the amount of funding that comes from Prop 172, and it gets distributed into each of the pots of funding associated with Prop 172. So we have the Justice Partners as well as the Fire Partners. Those dollars by policy automatically get distributed as a part of the budget process, and then a year-end sort of true-up process, because they're associated, they're tied to actuals. So there's no annual allocation that's necessary to do that. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, absolutely. And then Terry, I also was wondering if you could comment a little bit on, we've heard various arguments regarding return to source. And I'll be candid, this is something that West County has been fighting for a long time, is that we want all of our TOT dollars back to be reinvested in the community. And I have come to share the perspective of my colleague, Supervisor Rabbit, which is we need to stop talking about colors of money and start talking about what the needs are and how we meet them on a county-wide holistic basis. So there were some comments and some questions regarding return to source property taxes. And I'm wondering if you could just provide a little bit of an overview about, for instance, why North County happens to be so rich in property taxes. And also, if you could talk a little bit about fire services funding in general and kind of, quite frankly, the inequity that exists within different districts and agencies.
Yes, Supervisor. So as outlined, that was outlined in more broadly in the board item. It did go into more detail in terms of the challenge associated with the fact that CSA 40 has what would be considered not inequitable, but just very drastic differences in terms of property tax generation in each of its areas. And the areas that were formed to form CSA 40 were actually probably, I'm going to surmise that they were contemplated to take advantage of these varying tax generation levels to harness the available dollars that are available in these areas to serve these communities that weren't supported by a fire agency, a fire district, to broadly support them. So I would have to say that, although I have not confirmed this, that it was contemplated, specifically contemplated, when the formation of CSA 40 was to make use of additional property taxes that are generated in what is called IRP 61, and make use of those property taxes and distribute them broadly to the VFCs that are historically been active in more in West and South County. In terms of why those areas generate more, I could broadly just say that it's associated with the geysers area. This territory is actually in CAL FIRE response area. Not most of this area is in CAL FIRE response area, not local service response area. But the taxes that are generated there, they're the higher amount because of there's steam taxes and other types of taxes that are generated up there. So I do believe that the intent was to spread them, just the way that TOT is generated more widely in West County and East County and those funds are serving countywide resources. I think it was the same approach for the county in the formation of CSA 40.
Thank you very much for that information, Terry. It's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the Geysers is actually the highest property taxpayer in the entire county. Is that a property tax revenue generator? Is that Cheryl?
I believe you are correct.
Thank you for that information. Just briefly, I want to say also thank you to all the members of the public who called in, and really appreciate the comments around a multidisciplinary stakeholder group. And I really look forward to launching that. And also wanted to say congratulations on the almost grandbaby to Patty Ginocchio. So with that, I would bring it back to the board for any other questions or comments or deliberations. Supervisor Gore.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hopkins and the rest of the board. I think there's a lot of clarity here, and then there's a lot of stuff that needs to be worked out, but that's where we started this. As you mentioned, I mean, every story has another story, right? The geysers, and then the fact that the fires burnt down two of the, facilities at the geysers in 2017. But here's the point, right? Is that there's a lot of stuff that still needs to be ironed out with some of the term sheets, and some of the term sheets are Loctite. But back to the beginning, as I think the ad hoc said, and that's what I want to key on is that we're authorizing ongoing negotiations, and we're putting money towards fire and fire services, and this will negotiate again into the fire tax, and then some, and then some. So, on behalf of the folks up in Zone 6 with Northern Sonoma County Fire, we've this board. Well, first of all, I want to thank them for what they've been doing for defending the eastern flank. We've put money into the pot over the last 2 to 3 years, a little bit here and there, but we've had to scrap it together. And so the goal there is to basically defend the eastern flank, the ridges from those Diablo winds, go out and pre-defeat fires. I have the utmost confidence in those individuals up there to do it. It sounds like we need to get down and look at the paperwork because on one side there's people talking about we would have to do ongoing annual appropriations, and we're saying no. And on the other side, we're talking about colors of money and how much that indicates. And we're saying there's only 2 colors of money, ongoing and one time. And then the third thing is that there's questions that have yet to be answered. Like for instance, in the Sotiomi district where I live, there's actually a tax, a surtax on top of the fire services tax. And the question really is are we going to, out of this 1.2 million, just be conduiting the existing county contract with Hillsburg Fire into those areas, or is it really an expansion of service? So I think the big thing here is that I want to see it down on paper. I'm tired of folks on all sides talking anecdotally and then assuming each other's intent and then talking about issues with trust or lack thereof trust. Ultimately, the only trust we have right now is what we put down on a piece of paper, what we take through a LAFCO, what we commit to an ongoing, how that money hits your bills appropriation-wise, and getting it done on the ground. So I'm excited to fight with Zone 6 and Sonoma County Fire, as I always have, to expand this pot into a place that we get not just the funding that's here now, but we also get up to 100%. But I will do that in conjunction with the other regions to make sure that everybody is resilient. So great to hear some folks who gave good comments today, who as of 2 weeks ago might not have given good comments. And I'm hoping that the next time we bring forward with the actual appropriations, or we see those on our consent calendar or whatever, we have ironed out those details. But once again, my mantra this year has been yes and, not either or. So looking forward to the fight together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Gore. I like that, the fight together instead of against. Other comments from members of the board? Supervisor Rabbit, would you like to jump in?
Sure. No, I appreciate that very much, and I appreciate all the comments that were made. And again, I think we're down the road. We're not at the end yet. We have a little more to go, and do appreciate that. I was just going to say on the we definitely need to have a holistic approach. You can't cherry pick the tax-rich areas and leave behind the others, because that just exasperates the inequities that already exist. The tax rates vary, as you said, for, I think Eric Rozier says there's 900 zones within this county, and the AB 8 rates and those dollars that go to fire vary within those zones, depending on pre and post Prop 13 and many other factors. Truth of the matter is, CSA 40 is, for all intents and purposes, some of the leftover areas. It would have been a district had it had a really strong tax base. It would have been swept into that previously. What's interesting in Zone 6, quite honestly, is you're right. It hasn't been swept into that because prior to 17, there were no residents there, and there were probably fewer wildfires overall. Now it's become elevated and heightened. And hey, Calpine is really the resident within that area that is producing a lot of that income. So that we do need to make sure that we continue on this holistic approach. We can't end up having, again, inequities exasperated. We can't end up with quote unquote orphans that you just can't get rid of, that we're going to be our responsibility because we're giving away all the money that would take care of that. And if we go there, we have to pull that money back and make sure that we can take care of those areas that, again, are our first responsibility going forward. So I look forward to hopefully productive conversations to continue, productive negotiations, and people signing term sheets and understanding what it is they're taking on, and making sure that we as the county, as Supervisor Gore said, I think while we're quote unquote getting out of the business, we're never getting out of supporting fire services within this county. And I think that's always going to be a given going forward. And then there, some business plans, we need to make sure that we scrutinize those business plans, because we have a history of some business plans that just failed to work and just caught up with them over time. So I look forward to continuing down this path and making sure that we can come out the other side with the stronger overall fire service community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Rabbit. Supervisor Corsi?
Yeah, once again, thank you for the work that's gone into this effort from all of you. Clearly, there's more work to be done, but I think we're moving in a positive direction today. What's clear here is haves and have-nots, and the county is developed that way. This is kind of a course correction that we're taking. Consolidation is absolutely one of my top goals in this effort. Making sure that we're all working together. That we're not a bunch of fiefdoms, some of which have the money they need, some of which don't. Let's keep going in this direction where we're working together for the common good of everybody in the county. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Gorin?
I just once again want to echo my thanks to Terry, all of our staff, all of the folks in the fire services community, and of course our fire services ad hoc. I think this is a well-reasoned approach moving forward, knowing that we need more funds to upgrade our services and better protect our areas, our constituents for emergency response and fires. But this is what we have at the moment. We have limited resources, and I appreciate all of the folks who've commented today from Bodega Bay and elsewhere on the needs of your areas. I think it's really important for us to understand what your needs are, and we will stand with you in providing the adequate resources in the future. So thanks so much, and I would support the actions going forward.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Gorin. And, I would just say that this is a step, and it's a critical step, and it's an important step. But I hope that the fire services have seen this Board of Supervisors' deep commitment to ensuring that we do have those sustainable, efficient fire services. And I can make a personal promise, even as I see the promises sort of from all of my colleagues to remain committed to this work, that I will fight not just for West County fire services, for North County and South County and East County, which ultimately protects the heart of the county, along the 101 corridor and the city of Santa Rosa. Because this truly is a situation where we're only as safe as our neighbors are, and we are only as strong as our weakest link. So I think it's really critical to shore up those areas that are struggling, and then also look to bolster services in the areas that still need to do that. And I look forward to diving into that with the fire services, with the stakeholders, with my colleague Supervisor David Rabbit, and ultimately the entire Board of Supervisors as we pursue the fire sales tax measure next year. So with that, unless there are any other questions or comments or clarifications, I'm looking to my colleagues. Supervisor Rabbit, no? Okay. Then I would entertain a motion on this one.
Yeah, I'd like to move approval of item, whichever number we are with Fire
31,
Services
32,
Advisory,
30.
including, I think it's A through D.
Second.
So we have a motion from Supervisor Rabbit, a second from Supervisor Gore. Marcy, would you mind leading us in a roll call on this item?
Supervisor Gorin,
An enthusiastic aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. Thank you so much, Terry. Thank you, Cheryl, who has also been with us in many of those meetings, and all of the staff who have worked on this. So thank you very much. I'm excited to move this forward. With that, we will be transitioning away from fire services to something that is definitely related, the Public Safety Power Shutoff Annex to the Sonoma County Operational Area Emergency Operations Plan. However, before we jump into that, I would like to take a 10-minute recess because we've been going currently at in the chamber. So we will reconvene at 10:45 to hear item 31. Thank you all.
right, thank you everyone for your patience while we took a brief break. We can please unmute the chambers, take down the slide. Our chambers view will need to unmute one more time. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. Chair Hopkins, please feel free to resume.
Thank you very much, Marcy. So with that, we'll be moving on to item 31, and I will go ahead and hand it over to Jeff Duvall, our Deputy Director for Sonoma County Department of Emergency Management.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Marcy, please let me know when you see the screen up.
Hey, that looks good.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors, County Administrator Broughton, Mr. Pittman, Jeff Duvall, Deputy Director for Sonoma County Department of Emergency Management. I'm joined here today by my colleagues from County Council, Petra Ferguson, and General Service Director Caroline Judy, along with my partners from PG&E, Melinda Rivera, and Vice President for San Francisco Bay Operations, Aaron Johnson, speak to you today about the Public Safety Power Shutoff Annex and further steps. Since 2019, when we came to your board with our first de-energization annex, we have evolved and have faced some uncertainty every as we go into de-energization events. And the impacts have been seen from these events, not only by our community and our residents and our businesses, but also by our governments here in the county and also our critical infrastructure, such as wireless broadband and cellular communications. Those also get compounded when we have emergencies, such as like we saw during 2019 with Kincaid. In 2019, when we first brought you the plan, we were working off of 2018's events, which were small and modest, and working off of planning assumptions with our partners at PG&E of the potential of what could happen for the years to come. Since then, with our community, we continue to grapple with the nature of the power shutoffs as PG&E continues to make improvements on their system. From that, we've evolved in the last 2 years in that evolving challenge and have learned immensely from events that we have had. We still need to continue to evaluate the evolving challenges and continue to plan for uncertainties that come from power shutoffs, especially during events, while we continue to prepare, plan, connect, respond, and recover from these events. This morning, we'll have our partners from PG&E brief you on PSPS program updates, and County Council brief you on regulatory and advocacy efforts. And Director Judy talked to you about the county emergency power, and finally, the changes to our PSPS annex. With that, I'd like to introduce Melinda Rivera from PG&E for our first section. Melinda.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Director Duvall, and thank you very much, members of the Board of Supervisors and the County Administrator for allowing us to provide a brief update to you this morning of PG&E's Community Wildfire Safety Program. My name is Melinda Rivera. I work in local government relations on behalf of PG&E for Sonoma County and for Lake County. I'm joined this morning by Aaron Johnson, who is the Regional Vice President for PG&E for the San Francisco Bay Area. We also have a couple of subject matter experts who are also participating, who are available to answer questions as needed. So this morning we'll give, like I said, a brief update of our Community Wildfire Safety Program and some updates on our program for public safety power shutoff events this year. Next slide, please. So California continues to experience an increase in wildfire risk and a longer wildfire season. On this slide, we are sharing one of the tools that we use when assessing wildfire risk in our community, and this is the Fire Threat Map of California. It was developed by the California Public Utilities Commission in conjunction with CAL FIRE and the U.S. Forest Service. This tool helps us to plan for potential wildfire and to focus our prevention efforts. On this slide, we can see the high fire threat map for our county. We can find this map by visiting the link at the bottom of this slide, ia.cpuc.ca.gov/fire map/. Next slide, please. What conditions can lead to a public safety power shutoff event? When deciding if power will be shut off for the safety of our communities, there are a number of factors that are reviewed. This includes low humidity levels that are generally 30% and below, forecasted high winds above 20 miles per hour and gusts above 30 to 40 miles per hour, a red flag warning as declared by the National Weather Service, the condition of dry material on the ground and low moisture content of vegetation, and any real-time observations from our crews that are working on the ground. This year, the decision-making process has also evolved to account for the presence of trees that are tall enough to strike power lines when determining if a public safety power shutoff will be necessary. Every wildfire, okay, and yeah, that's fine. We can go ahead and go to the next slide. So I will now turn the presentation over to my colleague, Erin Johnson, for the next couple of slides. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. On the Board of Supervisors, thank you again for having us. My name is Erin Johnson. I'm a Vice President now for our Bay Area region. We've recently set up a regional model across PG&E with 5 Vice Presidents focused on local work in various areas. I'm here to present, although I will be representing the Bay Area. My colleague Ron Richardson, with 25 years of operational experience at PG&E, will be representing the North Bay and the North Coast. I have also had responsibility up till now for the public safety power shutoff program. And so with that expertise and being intimately involved with the development of this program, I wanted to be here today to present on that, on these updates. Every off season, we look, as we've built out this program over the last 3 to 4 years, we are looking for ways to improve the program. A key area of focus, and one that's gotten some publicity this year, is the inclusion of overstrike potential. And so for our program, we have historically looked at the probability of outages on the system under the most extreme weather conditions. And in the previous item, I heard mention of those Diablo winds, and that's predominantly what we're looking for, Diablo winds that are present in the fall. And we're looking at where historically we've seen outages on our system. Another factor that we're trying to look at here more carefully is the density, the closeness, and the height of trees that have the potential to strike our lines, and that the proximity of those lines, of those trees, the height of them, and how many of them are combine to create this concept called overstrike, which is really the possibility that a tree is falling, could potentially fall into our lines. We look at these types of vegetation factors in deciding to make decisions about our transmission system. And we've used that starting last year. And so we are looking to incorporate that similar factor into our distribution lines this year. And that's one of our major improvements. Next slide. We believe that the inclusion of this will really help us have a more accurate depiction of where the risk is and where the risk is not as part of our program. Now, there was a lot of publicity around these factors and some federal court filings and a federal judge that was looking at these matters. So generally, we would not have necessarily come out publicly to talk about those improved factors until we're ready. But because of that, we have had some publicity around the inclusion of this overstrike potential. So currently, we are operating with our same criteria from last year, and what that really is looking at, as you look on this graph on the left, is looking at those scenarios where on the left side, on the y-axis, you have outage-producing winds, and on the x-axis, heading to the right, you have fire potential index, right? The combination of the factors that Melinda just spoke to. And it is really that upper right box where you have windy conditions and a lot of dry fuels that are really the target area for PSPS events. So we have added this overstrike criteria. to our criteria from last year. We are, however, in the process this month and in the next 2 weeks of completing some other improvements to our system that will incorporate this tree overstrike potential, help us look at new ways of looking at outage producing winds. We will also begin including where we have any work tags that are higher risk on our distribution system. Again, something currently we do for the transmission system, but is not yet incorporated. And then we brought in an entity called Techno Silva that is used by many fire agencies, including CAL FIRE, to help understand the consequences of a potential ignition from our assets and what that might be, so that we really have a good sense that we are looking at fires of high consequence on communities and the public and our customers as really when we should be doing public safety power shut off. So that's a lot of sausage making for PG&E with our internal process of how we look at it. The overall outcome of that for Sonoma County is that we would go from just over, we've done a 10-year look back at 10 years of weather data, 11 years now, actually, with 2020 included. And what we see is last year, these criteria would not have changed the number of PSPS events. We had 6 across our system. In Sonoma County, historically, looking back over that 11-year average, we would have had just over 2 PSPS events per year. With these new criteria, the 10-year, 11-year look back will show that we would have PSPS events just under 4 times a year. They would not significantly increase in duration, maybe from about 21 to 22 hours are the typical weather patterns. And the number of customers affected would remain largely the same, increasing just slightly from an average customer impact of about 5,800 customers to about 6,200 customers. What you do see when you add these additional criteria is more smaller PSPS events, but it does not significantly change the large PSPS events. And so looking back historically, the largest event that would have affected Sonoma County, which again would be the weather event in 2019, the October weather event in the last 11 years, is the largest wind event, and that event would not have changed in size and impact. So it really just adds additional smaller events. So with that, I'll hand it back to you, Melinda, and happy to take questions when we're at the appropriate time.
All right, thank you very much, Aaron. Next slide, please. This slide is a review of the community resource centers in Sonoma County. During a public safety power shutoff, PG&E opens community resource centers where community members can access resources. This can include a safe location to meet basic power needs, such as charging medical equipment and electronic devices, other small batteries when available for charging things like phones and other electronic devices, current and up-to-date information about the specific public safety power shutoff event that is happening at that time. These sites can also have water and snacks and other essential items dependent upon the weather and the appropriateness of what's happening in that particular community. On this slide, you can see those locations that are in contract and event ready in Sonoma County for 2021. There are 15 sites that are in contract for Sonoma County. This includes a combination of sites that are both indoor sites and outdoor sites as well. In order to keep our community safe, PG&E will have all community resource centers reflect the appropriate COVID-19 health considerations and follow the state and county health guidelines. Next slide, please. So PG&E has also made a variety of wildfire preparedness tools available online. This includes public safety power shutoff address alerts. For those community members who are not an account holder at a given address and who would like to receive an alert about an upcoming public safety power shutoff, this is a helpful tool, and we encourage everyone to sign up for this if you'd like to know if there will be an upcoming public safety power shutoff event happening at your work, at your child's school or daycare, or at the home of a family member, you can sign up by going to the pge.com/address alerts. For those community members who would like to receive these public safety power shutoff notifications in a language other than English, please visit pge.com/mywildfirealerts. We also have weather and forecasting information. We have a 7-day forecast for public safety power shutoffs at our website, pge.com/weather. For those community members who are not enrolled in the medical baseline program and who have other disabilities for which they need personalized emergency planning support or additional energy needs assessments in order to better prepare for public safety power shutoff, we encourage them to visit disabilitydisasteraccess.org. For those community members who are interested in backup power and learning about safety tips and financing, we do have resources online. And for those customers who are interested in learning more about wildfire risks, emergency planning and preparation, kids activities in English and Spanish, we have the safetyactioncenter.pge.com. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for your time this morning. We appreciate your allowing us to come and provide you with an update of our community wildfire safety program. We will be here to answer any questions from the board. If there are any questions that community members have that we are not able to answer today, or if anyone is watching this recording in the future, we welcome you to call us with any questions. You're welcome to give us a call at 1-866-743-6589, or you can also email us at wildfiresafety@pge.com. Thank you.
So are we intending to take questions now, or are there any further presentation from county staff?
Sorry, Madam Chair, Jeff Duvall from Emergency Management. Melinda or Aaron, for the Community Wildfire Program, the additional slides.
Hi, Jeff. I was under the understanding from Director Godley that he wanted us to have slides in the appendix, but because he wanted us to keep our presentation to less than 10 minutes, that those slides were just in the appendix for informational, or if someone wanted us to refer to them, he asked us not. My understanding was we needed to stay to 10 minutes, so that's why those are in the appendix and not in the main presentation.
No problem. I do apologize to that and to the board. We'll go ahead. This information is here in the appendix for your review and for the public's review, and we'll go ahead and move to the next section.
Thanks, Jeff. And I just wanted to check in with Melinda and Aaron. In the interest of your time, would you prefer us to go ahead and ask our questions on your presentation now? Okay, great. CEO Bratton is recommending that we go through the entire presentation and then ask questions at the end. Does that sound good? Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, Jeff, back over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask from County Council, Petra, to speak towards regulatory and advocacy efforts that have been ongoing. Petra.
Yes, thank you so much. Good morning, members of the board and County Administrator. The County of Sonoma has been participating in a number of proceedings at the Public Utilities Commission related to issues on wildfire resiliency and safety. De-energization is certainly one of those very important proceedings that we're participating in. And in an effort to really enhance our advocacy and our efforts, the county has partnered with other local agencies and governments in our neighboring counties and cities to advocate for the needs of our community and for local governments during these public power shutoff events. And we have retained the services of attorney Megan Samochi, very well-respected and experienced attorney at the Public Utilities Commission in everything utility-related and regulatory matters. And Megan has been really a strong advocate for us and help us move the goals of the county and our community forward towards a more safe and resilient future. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Megan to provide an update on the current power shutoff proceedings and the county's advocacy efforts. Megan?
Thank you, Petra, and good morning, supervisors. Good morning, County Administrator. I'm very happy to be here this morning. It's been 2 years since my last in-person update to the board about the county's advocacy efforts at the CPUC relating to de-energization and wildfires. As Petra said, the county has been very active at the CPUC. Our local government coalition has also grown from 4 members to 11, 8 counties and 3 cities, and they range in geographical scope from cities down in Ventura County up to Mendocino County. So we are representing a very large swath of PG&E service territory in the county. And I'll be just touching on a few of our highlights and notable achievements. I believe you have a handout with an expanded slide deck that contains a broader range of the proceedings and the issues that we've been advocating on at the CPUC. But in terms of the CPUC's proceeding to craft the guidelines and the rules that govern de-energization, since we last had an update, the commission has gone through 2 subsequent phases to refine the requirements for how PG&E and the other utilities go about shutting the power off. And in response to our coalition's advocacy, both in direct response to the CPUC's rules and also as part of the de-energization season feedback process where we submit reports in response to PG&E's events. The CPUC has, in both phases, issued really broad changes to the requirements that improve PG&E's direct work with local governments, and particularly with emergency responders, offices of emergency management. Really improved coordination around community resource center planning and resources, and has also really focused on ensuring that access and functional needs customers, medically vulnerable customers, are receiving the communication, the information, and the resources to help them weather these events. And I will just note that our coalition's success in these areas in gaining these improvements is due in large part to the feedback and the expertise of Chris Godley, Sonoma County's Director of Emergency Management, and his staff, and also Neil Bregman, who is the emergency manager for the city of Santa Rosa. We really would not be in as strong a position without their contributions. Next slide, please. Also, looking backward, we've also made some very notable achievements in terms of holding PG&E accountable for the 2019 power shutoffs. The CPUC opened 2 investigations, a broad one that looked at all of the large utility shutoffs and a more narrow one that focused on very specific aspects of PG&E's 2019 power shutoffs. Our coalition submitted a significant amount of testimony and supporting documentation in both of those proceedings. And we were a large contributing factor to the commission's determinations that PG&E did not at the time comply with a large number of the then existing regulations or proceed in a rational manner when executing certain aspects of the power shutoffs. And as part of the CPUC's determination, it recently ordered PG&E to pay a $106 million penalty that is offset by $86 million in refunds that PG&E initially provided to customers immediately following the 2019 power shutoffs. So it's a net $20 million additional payment that will be shareholder funded and will be credited to impacted customers. Next slide, please. The CPUC also undertook an extensive proceeding to ensure that the telecommunications networks remain online during de-energization events. Our coalition was not heavily involved in this proceeding, although the county did provide feedback on the importance of these requirements. And as of today, the wireless networks are required to provide sufficient backup power to ensure that their systems can provide basic minimum coverage. And then the wireline providers will have those requirements go live next year. The commission did it in 2 phases. So next slide, please. And then in terms of next steps, in the de-energization rulemaking, the CPUC will next consolidate all of the various regulations into a single document and may issue additional changes to the regulations based on how the de-energization season goes. And to that end, we will also be providing feedback to the CPUC and to PG&E on its 2021 de-energization events. And with that, I will be happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Petra and Megan. Now I'd like to ask Director Caroline Judy to speak on behalf of County Emergency Power Projects. Director Judy.
Good morning, supervisors, and through the chair. Hopefully you can hear me. In response to the number of PSPS events and also in our effort to be more resilient with our infrastructure, our county-owned facilities, General Services has been managing 13 emergency power projects over the past year. Each project requires that we perform a load analysis to accurately size the generator to the appropriate power needs of each facility. Gone are the days when emergency generators basically powered exit lights and a few circuits. Now we look at generators to take the entire load of a building, and so that we can continue our continuity of operations and provide services at that facility. We have found that with many of our projects, we also need to upgrade transfer switches and the electrical service itself to the buildings, and this adds to the expense of the generator projects. Go ahead, next slide, please. Our veterans building generators are now completed for Sonoma and Santa Rosa. We are complete with our work at the Petaluma Veterans Building, but we are still waiting on BACMed to issue the permit to operate that particular generator. The Information Services Data Center has 2 generator projects in process. Both are 300 kW and one is funded by FEMA. We are waiting for that project to complete, and then we will finish the second generator project. TPW has a 750 kW generator at the airport, which is currently in plan check, and the generator itself has been ordered. The lead time on that generator, a very large one, is 6 months. The Santa Rosa Rhodes Yard, Forestville Yard, and Annapolis Yard, those generators are, design work is complete. CRA, the Register of Voters, has requested a mobile standby generator. That's a plug-in generator. That's also in process. And just finally to touch on health services, I think I'm a slide back one still, Jeff, but the animal services that, thank you, that generator was a 100 kW generator put into service and installed in the summer of 2020. Okay. So yeah, next slide now, thank you. So the 2 TPW Rhodes Yard projects have been submitted to FEMA for funding, and then the remaining 5 projects that are listed here are do not have complete funding or have not yet received any funding in order to progress. The the heavy fleet project was requested in the capital improvement plan. That's a 150 kW generator, cost estimated at around $1 million, largely due to electrical service improvements that will be needed associated with that generator. The Sheriff's Office generator has been partially funded. We do have a funding gap in that project due to a number of things. We will be coming forward to your board to address that funding shortfall. The Sonoma County Fairgrounds has requested a generator to assist with the resiliency of Grace Pavilion for its use during disasters. And then similarly for Cloverdale, the Citrus Fair requested that we provide a generator for the Cloverdale Veterans Building for overflow mass care and sheltering in North County. And City of Sebastopol requested that we provide a generator at the Sebastopol Veterans Building. And that is the conclusion of the projects I think I'm updating you on. I can also provide additional information on the expenditures. Just briefly, we have currently about $2.5 million in generator projects that are underway with a little over $1.5 million currently expended. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Director Judy. Madam Chair, members of the board, again, Jeff Duvall, Deputy Director, Emergency Management. Just briefly on the changes to the 2021 PSPS Annex before you. Today's annex replaces the one that we brought aboard in August of 2019. This plan is a supporting plan to the county's emergency operations plan, and that plan is also currently under review, right? And that will be bringing to your board at a further date for presentation and review and adoption. In today's plan for the 2021 PSPS Annex, it's a modest revision, incorporating new vocabulary that we've incorporated over the last 2 years as we've gone through de-energization events, and also bringing it into alignment with PG&E's procedures and also some of their EOC procedures and timelines. As you heard today from our partners at PG&E, our plan today also takes into consideration the tree overstrike criteria, and most importantly, incorporates lessons learned from our events in 2019 and 2020. Some of the key elements is an overview of the PSPS plan program within our annex, history of power shutoff events within Sonoma County, and assessment for potential impacts has been expanded upon in this plan. Response procedures, stakeholder and agency roles and responsibilities, and public information tools. Just briefly, I wanted to go over the different phases, response phases, as we as a county respond to de-energization events. Right now, we're currently in phase 1, which is our increased readiness, elevated seasonal, which started for us on May 1st. As we get notified from PG&E that we're going into a watch period, this could be up to 48 hours. And within that watch period, PG&E is pushing information from their meteorology team, from their WSOC, from their public safety specialists down to local public affairs and out to the community through many different routes, through the public information, through their social media, websites, their phone calls, voice messages, and texts. They're also pushing information to the Governor's Office of Emergency Services and also to us into our cities through the PG&E Secure Portal, along with making phone calls and texts and emails from their public safety specialists. At the same time, we're also pushing that information out from here to our operational area partners in jurisdictions. As this starts to ramp up and we're getting closer to a de-energization event, we'll enter phase 3, a warning phase, which is just before the event. And again, move into de-energization, which can last hours to several days. As we go into stage 4 there, the outage phase, a little more communication going on between PG&E and their partners at the state and us. And at the same time, we're pushing information out to our operational area partners and back up to the Governor's Office of Emergency Services and back up to the PG&E and EOC of our situational awareness, any concurrent responses that we may be running, resource coordination, continuity operations, and making sure that public information is up to date and consistent with PG&E messaging. As the red flag event is passed and PG&E starts the restoration period, we enter our last phase, phase 5, which is restoration, which can be a few hours to a few days for PG&E to patrol the lines. And at the same time, from an emergency operations standpoint, reaching out to our stakeholders, finding out if there's any damages, any unmet needs, and reporting and responding to those as needed. With that, that concludes staff's report today for you, pending any questions from the board. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for an excellent presentation. I'll bring it back to the board for questions now. Who would like to jump in? Supervisor Rabbit?
No, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it. It's timely. Interesting that we're looking at twice as many PSPS occurrences this upcoming year. And looking through the PG&E PowerPoint, and I see some reference to investments made. But I'm wondering again, is there a what has PG&E done in Sonoma County to minimize the PSPS and invest in delivering the product essentially to their customers? And can you describe those investments? I see that there's system hardening on 180 circuit miles, but is there what is being done with the transmission lines? Because that seems to be an issue, certainly in the north end of the county. Out, and then has PG&E looked at in all the generators that we seem to be putting around the county? Has PG&E looked at providing any backup to the substations where they can provide uninterrupted power in the event of the PSPS, or is it strictly all kind of thrown back on the individuals to prepare?
Through the chair, thank you, Supervisor Rabbit, for your comment. I'll turn it over to my partners at PG&E for comment on that.
Melinda, would you like to go ahead, or would you like to start and hand it to me?
Yeah, I would like to start. Thank you very much. And thank you so much, Supervisor Rabbit, for your questions about what's been done in Sonoma County. And apologies, we were asked to keep our presentation brief, but we have provided at City Council presentations this year, we have provided updates specific to system hardening in certain areas that have had repeated safety power shutoff impacts. So as an example, we've installed a number of sectionalizing devices in the Sonoma Valley. We recently provided a presentation to Sonoma City Council about a couple of sectionalizing devices that had been installed that are mitigating impacts very near to kind of the downtown areas for the city of Sonoma. We've also been working on undergrounding some critical circuits that impact East Santa Rosa and that portion of Sonoma Valley that includes the Oakmont area. So we have started work in East Santa Rosa on undergrounding some of that to mitigate the impacts for East Santa Rosa. We have some additional undergrounding work that is for now scheduled to begin next year to continue that work in Sonoma Valley to mitigate impacts for the eastern part of the Oakmont community. Regarding substations, we also have a temporary generation engineered for the substation in Cloverdale. Throughout PG&E's territory, there will be 10 substations that have been engineered to receive temporary generation. So we've looked at where the weather patterns have persisted consistently and where it's safe to have a community that can still be energized by a substation if the weather conditions permit. I'm happy to provide some additional information about kind of looking at specific community by community impacts, but that's just kind of a brief synopsis. So I hope that starts to answer your question. And I can also defer to my colleague, Aaron Johnson and Dave Hoshkis if needed. Thank you.
Other questions, Supervisor Rabbit?
No, it's good to hear that there's investments going forward. I think we all look forward to the day where the investments pay off to the extent that you don't have to cut power off. I mean, it's your product that you're delivering in a way that is obviously beneficial to the company by keeping it overhead. And, I'm not sure what else to say beyond that. I like electricity. I like turning the switch on and having a light. But the way that we get it there has really kind of been the lowest common denominator. And I think we've learned through the last half decade or more that that's probably not the way that we need to go for in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rabbit. Supervisor Gorin?
I just turned myself off. Thank you so much for the presentation, all of you. Obviously, PSPS is very important and impactful, especially for Sonoma Valley, but countywide. The impacts on businesses, those folks on durable medical equipment, the county and PG&E setting up resource centers to cope with the number of power shutoffs that we've had, especially during heat events. is costly for you, PG&E, and certainly is impactful for the community and the county. Thank you also for your conversations with me to help me understand the actions that you are taking to strengthen the grid and introduce segmentation around the Rinca Valley substation and some of the substations in the future. I live a house away from the transmission line, and yes, I see those lines every morning when I wake up. And there are many people who are installing solar panels and battery backup systems to compensate not only for the fires, but for the power shutdowns. And we see them popping up in Oakmont almost daily. And of course, you know, because you've been working with the Oakmont community on their resilience project of installing solar panels on the common facilities and encouraging neighbors to install solar panels and battery backup systems community-wide. Their goal is to create a microgrid for the entire community of about 4,500 people. So I think that is the direction that we hope to go. We want to minimize and we really want to thank you for your work on minimizing potential for fires. I hear the helicopters going back and forth almost daily, especially before and after wind events. We don't want fires to happen, but we really don't want power shutdowns to continue to happen. It's difficult for you and it's difficult for the community. So I think that's our goal. And I think that's the point of the presentation, to let us know what it is that you're doing to minimize the power shutdowns. And I appreciate all of the information and the work you do in collaborating with the Community Department of Emergency Management and Caroline Judy, our General Services Department. So let's keep it on. I guess the question that I have still remains. Many people thank you for your work in undergrounding the lines, especially around the Rinca Valley substation. And so at what point can we expect undergrounding of more utility lines throughout Sonoma County?
And through the chair of the board, thank you for the question, Supervisor, and I'll refer it back over to our partners at PG&E.
Thank you very much. And actually, I was wondering if my colleague, Mr. Johnson, might be willing to help me with this particular question.
Sure.
Froze.
Aaron, it looks like you might have a glitch there in the office, but
hopefully
hopefully
bigger poles, the wider spread of the lines, you still have the possibility of needing to shut off the power. So as we've been building out our 3-year plan for those hardening projects, we're increasing the percentage of projects that we're doing for undergrounding. And as we've got about close to 800 miles in that plan right now, with more to come. And about 30% of those projects are going to be underground. So where PSPS is very much a possibility, we want to increase the amount of undergrounding we're doing so that, again, as Melinda spoke to, and as you suggested, that PSPS goes away. We're really excited about the project that we're doing down in Oakmont on the east side of Santa Rosa. There are close to 11,000 customers that would significantly decrease the likelihood of a PSPS event by completing some targeted undergrounding in that community, which is much of which is already undergrounded. But certain key legs of lines that get into that community and feed power to it are not. So we're starting by looking at those low-hanging fruit, if you will, where there's the potential to do smaller projects that can unlock communities that are already undergrounded and complete them all the way to a source, so that they are not facing the possibility of PSPS unless we have a very large event that affects the transmission system. So I hear the feedback loud and clear, more undergrounding, and that's certainly something that we're starting to do.
Thank you, Aaron. You froze during the first part of your comments. And so let me follow up. You were talking about undergrounding 800 miles of lines. Is that California wide, or is that in Sonoma County?
Yeah, I don't have the count. So we have 800 miles in our 3-year work plan. We're targeting about 1,200 miles. We're still engineering that out. But about 30% of those lines will be underground, not the entirety. Much higher percent. Some will still be overhead hardening where undergrounding is not possible due to terrain, generally terrain is what it dictates that for us. I don't have the specific number for the projects in Sonoma County, but we can certainly, Melinda can follow up and we'll get you that number.
And when you do map out what lines are going to be undergrounded, please work with the supervisors so that we can work with the neighbors to avoid traffic impacts and distractions. I know Harville Road has been somewhat impacted, and guess what? I now need to repave another road, I guess. So much.
No, and we appreciate that support. And just I want to say that the partnership and support has been excellent. And I'll just interject here to Megan Samoji's earlier conversation. I really want to thank the County of Sonoma for being a strong partner in California regulatory processes to help us build community-specific programs where the state has often looked for a one-size-fits-all solution in proposing regulations around PSPS. There have been some targeted areas where we have wanted to develop local solutions rather than a one-size-fits-all solution, and you all have been fabulous partners in advocating for that kind of local flexibility, and we just really appreciate that partnership in those state proceedings. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Supervisor Corsi?
Thank you, Chair Hopkins, and thank you all for the presentation. If I'm understanding correctly, it sounds like we should expect more frequent power shutoffs, but in smaller geographic areas. Unfortunately, what happens when this happens, at least historically, is the media, and I'm talking everything from the daily newspaper to Bay Area television to social media, makes this sound like everybody's lights are going out. And so I'm wondering what the protocol plan is for targeting communication to let the people know who are going to be affected that this is coming. And I know you've got an opt-in program for alerts, but is there anything more proactive that is planned to alert people that they specifically are going to be affected?
Through the chair, thank you, Supervisor, for the question. And for that, I will refer to Melinda or Aaron at PG&E for their communication outreach plan.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Corsi, for the question. That is an excellent question. And yes, currently we are looking at trying to have people sign up through address alerts. Some people are not the account holder. If they are perhaps renting a room in a house, or if they're a master meter resident where they are on a master meter for a larger kind of residential community, they will not be the account holder. So I've been working closely with our community partners. I've been trying to push information out. We have some fabulous district staff here at the county and our partners at the city level too, in addition to our nonprofit partners. We've really been trying to let people know that we really want to make sure that their information is current. So we're only able to send an email or send a text or have a phone call if someone has provided us with their email address or with their phone number or with their cell phone number and let us know if we can email them or text them. So in addition to that, I'm very thankful we have a public safety specialist who is actually coming on board now to work with us in Sonoma County. He will be working very closely with Department of Emergency Management and really making sure that we're getting information as quickly as we can to the Department of Emergency Management so that any additional broader community impact or community outreach that needs to happen can get out to the community. But for those very specific notifications, if my neighbor will be impacted, but not this particular home, for that type of parcel level information, it's really important that we have people let us know how we can contact them. Sorry if my time is up. But yeah, we are definitely trying to get people to sign up as right now. I mean, this is really the time for people to sign up to see if they're eligible for the portable battery program, to sign up for address alerts, to sign up if they want it in a different language. Because you're right, by the time a public safety power shutoff happens, we're in the middle of it. So we're really trying to push as much information as possible out to the community through our local government partners and stakeholders, through our community partners, to make sure that folks are getting those notifications if their home is going to be impacted. The cadence normally is 2 days prior to the event, 1 day prior, and then again just immediately before the event begins. So I hope that answers your question, Supervisor.
Well, it answers the question, but it doesn't necessarily satisfy me that this is all opt-in, and there seems to be opportunities for more proactive notification. I noticed in the plan that for medically vulnerable customers, you have I guess it's a last ditch, go and ring the doorbell. So obviously you have information about some of your customers, maybe not all. But I also wanted to ask, do all of your medically vulnerable customers also have to opt in, or are you out searching for them and getting that information ahead of time?
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry. I'll defer to
Supervisor, thank you very much. On top of the effort that PG&E does with their medical baseline customers, as we get that information from PG&E, especially the map layovers of the event, we work very quickly with our GIS team, our mapping team, and Human Services Department, the IHSS Authority, in-home support services. And they start mapping out within the proposed areas of de-energization PG&E medical baseline customers and also the clients of the IHSS. And then from there, the Human Services Department starts making contacts with those residents and those clients on the IHSS list to let them know that there is a potential de-energization event and make sure that they are starting to follow their plan that they have with IHSS. And then also additionally, there is some follow-up should that person need any additional services from IHSS.
And am I correct in reading that the last resort is to actually go physically to these folks' homes?
Yes, it is, sir. Whether it's PG&E side or for our IHSS customers, if needed, social workers, caseworkers will make those attempts.
Jeff, can I provide one clarification?
Sure, sir.
So Supervisor, one thing I just want to clarify is that all the notifications that our customers receive are they are proactive. They do not have to opt in to notifications like, say, many county emergency alert systems. So all customers who have contact info with us can select, and if they are in the footprint of an event, they do get notifications. The opt-in option is for people that want additional notifications who maybe aren't in our medical baseline program. We've set up a way that you can sign up for that this year, so that if you self-select as being vulnerable, but you don't qualify for our medical baseline program, which is the best proxy we have for our most vulnerable customers, we have another way for customers to sign up to get that additional outreach that Mr. Duvall was speaking of there. Thank you.
Thanks for that clarification.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Gore?
Most of it's been said. I really want to thank the presentation. There's obviously, like our last item, there's a lot left to be written in this. I want to thank Emergency Services for having the first in the state, and I think in the nation, annex into a emergency management plan to plan and respond effectively. It is a partnership. No matter what, I want to thank our folks from PG&E for being embedded into our emergency operations centers, and for what I have seen is out in the community is decreased not only number of outages, but the significance, the numbers. I have seen it, especially representing a large forested district, isolate from the initial announcements of like potentially 50,000 customers, shut down into the the areas where it's actually getting shut down in the places that you would anticipate it probably should, where it affects less than 1,000 customers, and it's up in the hills on Mark West and Pine Mountain, other places like that. The one place that we still have a lot of work to do is just public trust amongst all of us, government and utility partners. And obviously that ties into transparency and accountability. So with that being said, I just want to really thank Megan for leading the charge on the CPUC. We definitely have a long way to go there. The CPUC, as PG&E knows, it's a very esoteric, archaic system. Megan has to get our comments through it and represent us as locals. The big thing for us, to the folks from PG&E, is to make sure that as the big marketing campaigns and other things go out, that there are actual individuals embedded with us who can answer questions, not only to us as electeds, but on the ground. So as we get into wildfire season, I know you have a lot of that through the Emergency Ops Center, but I'd love to have you communicate with either our staffs or for us to reach out to you. People get enraged when we as government send them a note that says, if you have an inquiry, call 1-800-545 or go to www.sonomacounty.org. They get likewise enraged if they call us and we say, why don't you go to the PG&E website? Right? And that's where we become too big box to be able to give people direct input, whether it's even I don't know yet. So that's to say, once again, thank you for the partnership. We've got a hell of a lot to do. But please, also, if you could, maybe to the County of Sonoma and through our Department of Emergency Management, get us out the list of contacts that we can work with as we go into the more heightened area of fire season. I think at this time last year, we were at 60,000 acres. The governor was saying we're already at 250,000 or 300,000 acres. We expect a lot more of this, but we're resilient. So let's just make sure we don't drop the ball. We don't have dropped websites. We don't have dropped calls. We do what's needed. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. And I do have to say, and thank you so much to Petra and Megan for their consistent advocacy and efforts on this issue, that we have come a long way from where we started several years ago with our first PSPS events, where we had no coordination, no collaboration, and we were quite literally locked out of the sort of EOC down in San Francisco. And so I just really appreciate that we have had the opportunity to exchange substantially more information, more real-time updates, more anticipation, and a greater extent of planning as we move into these PSPS events. And I too would like to commend the Department of Emergency Management and Jeff and Chris's leadership on really being the first in the state to tackle this issue and to recognize the impacts to local government. So thank you very much for leading the charge. I do have a few questions, and specifically for PG&E. My understanding is that there is a proposed 20% increase to customers' bills. And I'm just wondering if you could provide some background as to, A, is that accurate? B, what will those additional revenues be utilized for, by PG&E? And then, C, I'm hearing already frustration from residents who are anticipating an increase in bills and a decrease in service as a result of the overstrike rule. So could you provide a little bit of context about potential rate increases?
Thank you, Chair. And again, default to my partners at PG&E for follow-up.
Thank you very much, Chair Hopkins, for that question. That's an excellent question, and you are correct. PG&E has filed a general rate case application. I believe this was filed a few weeks ago. I'm sorry, I don't have the exact date in front of me. This application, it has been received, but it is still making its way through the process. So it's undetermined at this point whether or not what the final increase will be for PG&E's customers. There's definitely a process ahead of us to go through. So I might defer to my colleague Erin Johnson for parts of this, but this rate increase is really looking strategically at investments that PG&E will be making, is currently making, and will continue to make in our system over the coming years. And we definitely understand and appreciate that customers are very sensitive, especially with recent events kind of nationwide as a result of the pandemic and other localized issues. So we're very sensitive to the fact that customers are really trying to sort through, as you said, how to get consistent service while also facing an increase in rates. But I guess the short answer is that PG&E is continuing to make investments in our system. These investments that we've talked about today do have affiliated costs, and we're continuing to look at how best to mitigate the impacts as we look at wildfire risks and how best to mitigate public safety power shutoffs that are resulting from these increased wildfire risks. I'll also defer to my colleague Aaron Johnson if he has additional comments.
I'll just add, I think you articulated it well, Melinda. I think we are facing the fundamental rebuild and redesign of infrastructure across PG service territory. 50% of our service territory is in the high fire threat areas. It's a much smaller percentage of the lines, about a quarter of the lines. It is not unlike the prospect of rebuilding roads throughout the state. And that is ultimately, as we see the fire risk evolving and getting much more severe and more severe weather in the state, we've had to fundamentally look at redesigning, infrastructure that has taken many decades to put in place and has a very long life. And now the standards and what that equipment is expected to do and not do is changing. And we're going to have to reinvest in all of that infrastructure over time. And unfortunately, that will come with a cost associated with it. But we will be looking to do that as cost effectively as we possibly can and make sure that we are at the same time aggressively investing in that infrastructure to change the fundamental design of our system to make it more resilient going forward.
Thank you very much. So, I guess what I know my constituents will ask is, so if I'm going to be paying 20% more, will you actually be undergrounding those lines so that my service, can continue without interruption? And is there sort of a timeline, particularly as it pertains to, I recognize that you were already looking at some strategic investments, particularly in East County, which has been hard hit by the recent PSPS, but given the new overstrike rule, right, the parameters have changed, the geographic boundaries have altered a bit. So are you looking at those long-term investments to address the new overstrike rule?
Can I go directly? I'll take the question. So what we have in place, and I talked about this on the PSPS program, is a risk prioritization model that we're looking at. Where is both the likelihood of ignition, where is it most likely, and where are the consequences the most severe for both wildfire risk on any given day, say on a non-windy day in June or July or August, and also where is the presence of those Diablo winds that drive the PSPS events in the fall. And we are doing investment in projects for both types of risk. They are different, some similarities and overlap, but we're looking at investments in both. So that process, as we begin to do more hardening lines, as I mentioned, the 1,200 lines across our 1,200 miles we'll be doing over the next in our next 3-year work plan is will be prioritized based on that. And as you can certainly see from where fires have been in our state and where the PSPS events in Sonoma County has been certainly one of the most frequently impacted, along with Butte County, in terms of where we have had PSPS events in the presence of those Diablo winds. You can certainly expect that a higher percentage of those projects will be done in Sonoma County. So again, building up that work plan, we're happy to share that with you as we settle on that early this fall with our 3-year work plan of where we'll be doing projects.
Thank you very much for that. Following up on the tree overstrike rule, I did recognize in the staff report that it highlighted that there would be some new areas of West County that would be more likely to expect PSPS events in the future. Are you planning on sending out notifications, and when can we actually anticipate a map? I also recognize that in the staff report, it said that there might be more information forthcoming in August. And you had mentioned, I think, Aaron, a few weeks out, more information. Are we going to expect to see kind of a map of the overstrike zones and, written notifications going out in the mail to potentially impacted customers so they can prepare? I think a lot of people have been on the fence, do I take the plunge and get the battery back up or get the generator, or don't I? And I think that having that notification might allow residents to better prepare.
Yeah, so we are doing both. We've shared with emergency services across our service territory the map of the 30% criteria that we had established earlier this summer. Again, that's going to be not such an absolute marker, but we're going to incorporate that into our risk models to take a more sophisticated look at that so that it's not just a bright line threshold. But once we have incorporated that, we will know where areas are more likely. Again, we're very close to finished with that. And then in the month of August, we will be sending out additional notifications to customers for all of those areas that are likely impacted by PSPS. Again, it's challenging to get to one set of criteria because there are many factors, even where vegetation is very dense and close to our lines. It really depends on a variety of other factors, right? You've got to have the wind, you've got to have the humidity, you've got to have the dry fuel. And it is that combination of factors. So it is not merely the presence of vegetation that will result in more PSPS. We are looking at that factor more closely this year. So I don't want to underemphasize it, but it is also not the only factor that we look at. So we will be giving that notification to customers generally about that likelihood. We're also have just launched a tool on the web that allows customers to go and look at the historical presence of PSPS events in their area for their own planning purposes, so that they will be able to go and look that up and see where there have been events the last several years. Many of them obviously know that because they've experienced them, but if they're new to the area, and then also what the historical prevalence of PSPS is based on our 11-year look back. So we're trying to create tools and transparency to give people as much indication as we can about the events. I will offer the caveat that, again, every year is different and we don't know what the actual weather patterns will be in the fall. So we can provide these historical look backs, but no year is average, right? Some years will be more, some will be less. But we'll do that. We're trying to do the best we can to give people an indicative sense of what is likely based on a historical look back.
Thank you very much for that information. And then this question, I guess, goes to PG&E, but also through our Department of Emergency Management, which is that we have so many different small districts out in West County, school districts, fire districts, water districts, all of which are uniquely impacted by PSPS events and which don't necessarily have the staff resources and capacity that we do at the county to go out and pursue grants. So I'm just wondering what funding opportunities there might be for some of these smaller districts to be able to go and procure grants for things like backup generators. I don't know if there are any resources available through PG&E or if we should be supporting some of that work through FEMA. But I know in particular that when you think about water districts and the critical role that they play in fighting wildfires, it's really urgent that they have their own PSPS annex, quite frankly, and at least their own generators to ensure their continuity of operations during these kinds of events. So just open question in terms of where do we direct these other forms of government to in order to support their efforts to secure funding?
Thank you for the question. We have in the past worked with some of our smaller districts and organizations here in the county as grant opportunities come open. In the past, our experience has been working with them and providing just some guidance of how to go about it, how to write the grant, where to apply, and information to include. That is definitely something that we can seek out in the future of how that comes together as a bigger concept for the entire county or the county operational area.
Great. So basically refer them over to you and you might be able to point them in the right direction. Is that safe?
We will, if anything, we can get them in contact with our grants unit, maybe for some guidance and some information, some examples. And then also at the same time, see if there's any other agencies that are going after similar grants that they can work with. If that's not a grant that we're going after or pursuing at the time.
Great. Thank you so much. And anything to add from PG&E? Are there any resources that you're aware of?
Chair Hopkins, thank you so much for that program, or for that comment, sorry. Regarding a program for backup gen, I will need to look back. I am not currently aware of any recent grant funding opportunities we have had specific to backup gen. However, as Deputy Director Duvall mentioned, we do have a public safety specialist who does work very closely with Department of Emergency Management. And when there are critical facilities identified in an upcoming public safety power shutoff or in planning for these, we have collaborated at the county level with identifying resources for critical facilities where there is going to be an impact, and backup generation might be helpful. So if it's possible and if it's feasible, if the weather will impact that area, if it's safe to do so, we have in the past been able to assist counties on a case-by-case basis with temporary placement. I hope that helps.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And then last thing I promise before we open up to public comment, which is, maybe for a future discussion or just follow up, I continue to receive concerns from constituents regarding vegetation management that takes place from PG&E, excuse me, on their property and then has wood left behind, which they're concerned about the fire hazard. I know we've been through a number of different local reps, but if there's any particular name that we should refer folks over to rather than to Supervisor Gore's point, giving them a 1-800 number, that'd be really wonderful. So I don't know if you could shoot me a quick email afterwards or share some information with us.
Chair Hopkins, thank you very much. And yes, very aware of the escalated concerns from constituents. District staff have been really good about forwarding those as they need to be escalated. I believe I do have our colleague, or possibly have our colleague Dan Kidda, but I'm not sure if he's able to speak. He's on as an attendee, not as a panelist. He is the regional manager for our vegetation management program. If we're not able to hear from him during this exact moment, I'm more than happy to send out that information to you and to your staff, to all the district staff for the county supervisors.
Can Dan please raise his hand in the meeting if he's here? And he should be joining momentarily.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, hi there. As Melinda said, I'm Dan Kidd. I'm the regional manager for vegetation management in the North Coast. And yeah, I certainly appreciate that question. We do get a lot of those questions, and they can be directed at me and our staff to respond to. So we can get some contact information out to the board after following this call.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you participating in the meeting today. So with that, I will go ahead and ask if there are any members of the public here present in the board chambers out in the hall who wish to speak. I'm seeing shaking heads out there in the hallway. Thanks for letting us know. So Marcy, I would head over to you to see if there are any members of the public who wish to participate in public comment via Zoom.
Thank you. If there are any members of the public who would like to comment on this item, number 31 on today's agenda, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad to raise your hand. And there are no hands for comment.
Thank you very much. So with that, I would bring it back to the members of the board seeking a motion on this item.
Move to accept the item. I don't think there's and associated with actions. Okay, thank you. Move to accept the submission and the resolution.
Second, thank you.
Thank you very much. So with that, I would ask Marcy to lead us in a roll call vote on this item.
Supervisor Gorin.
Aye, thank you.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Gore.
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Yes. Thank you very much, everyone. That motion carries unanimously. And again, appreciate all of the work with Department of Emergency Management and General Services and our partners at PG&E. So thank you very much for working with us on this. Now, we do have one more item that we would like to get through before we break for closed session, which is item 31A, which was added to the regular calendar by addendum. And this is the expansion of the Sonoma County Advisory Redistricting Commission and appointment of remaining members of the 2021 Advisory Redistricting Commission. So I do believe that we have Crystal Carey-Harrow and Yvonne Shu to present this item. And then I will hand it over to Supervisor Rabbit, who has a proposal regarding the final name. So Crystal, would you like to go ahead and begin the presentation? And thanks so much for all of your work on this. I know that it has taken some twists and turns along the way, and I appreciate your responsiveness and continuing to bring forward these staff items. You're on mute. Oh, Crystal, you're on mute.
Gosh.
I feel like we have a pretzel jar of candy, and whoever has that happen to them, like they get a piece of candy or something like that, some kind of mute award. I don't know.
Good afternoon, Chair Hopkins and members of the board. So this is a follow-up discussion from the previous deliberation where the board discussed bringing on additional members to the advisory redistricting commission. We don't have a formal presentation, but just bringing back the actions and a revised resolution for you to potentially appoint the name were suggested from the previous discussion.
Thank you very much, Crystal. So I will bring it back to the board and hand it over to Supervisor Rabbit, who I believe has a proposal.
I appreciate that. And last we spoke, we were going to appoint 5 new members. I was going to offer a name from the South County, and that would be Rocio Isabel Rodriguez, who I believe was on the original list. Wasn't on a list that was sent through staff this week. And so there was a little hiccup where I said there wasn't another candidate, but that's been straightened out. So I would move that we place her nomination forward with the names that were mentioned prior. And if you want a motion for the whole package, I'd be more than happy to do that, or if you want to take discussion.
Is there any discussion? I would entertain a motion and then recognize that before we vote on it, we do need to go to public comment.
Sure. So I would move approval, increasing the ARC size from 15 to 19, appointing the 5 members as noted with the latest one that I mentioned, and to approve the stipend of 58 or 3.
As written.
53.8 from contingency going forward. So that's the motion. Thank you.
Wonderful.
And I second that, and thanks Supervisor Rabbit for that addition.
Fantastic. CEO Bratton?
I would just like to confirm with staff that indeed her name is on the list. Great. Okay.
Wonderful. All good. Anyone out in the hallway seeking to make public comment? Nope. Thank you so much for letting me know. And so with that, I would turn it over to Marcy to accept public comment via Zoom.
Thank you. This is item 31A on today's agenda. Please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad to raise your hand if you would like to comment on this item. And there are no hands raised.
Thank you very much, Marcy. So with that, I will bring it back to the board for a roll call vote. And Marcy, if you wouldn't mind leading us in that vote, unless there are any further comments. Any further comments? All right, I think we're ready for the ayes.
Supervisor Gorin?
Aye, and thank you so much for all of your work on this, Yvonne and Crystal.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi?
Yes.
Supervisor Gore?
Yes.
Chair Hopkins?
Yes. Thank you so much, Crystal and Yvonne. Again, really, really appreciate all of your work. And thank you, Marcy, as well. So with that, we are going to go ahead and accept public comment on our closed session items, which are items 32 through 36C. I do not believe that we have anyone in the hallway waiting to speak on these items. Thanks for confirming that. And Marcy, if there are any members of the public who wish to speak on the closed session calendar today.
Thank you. Again, if anybody would like to comment, you would raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 to raise your hand if you are a phone attendee. And again, there are no hands for comment.
Thank you so much, Marcy. With that, we will adjourn into closed session.
Caveat, given the number of closed sessions, length of the afternoon calendar, my recommendation would be we delay the start of the afternoon calendar to get through the closed session items to 2:45 or 2:30. And we'll just try and jam it in.
Do you think that's enough, or do you think we should go to 3?
2:45 should be able to do it. I'm going to try and get it less than that.
Okay, great. So we anticipate sort of recommencing the open session of the meeting at 2:45. Great. Thank you all. See you then.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We will begin in just one moment. Okay, and before we can begin, we'll just need that screen change. Thank you. And Chair Hopkins, you should be ready to go.
Thank you so much, Marcy. We'll begin by going over to Council Pittman for a report out on closed session.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. So this afternoon, the board met in closed session to consider the items listed as matters 32 through 36C on today's agenda. Item 32, which was a labor item, was withdrawn and was not considered by the board. Item 33, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session with legal counsel to consider anticipated litigation in one land use matter. No reportable action was taken. Direction was given to staff. On item 34, the Board of Supervisors and the Board of Directors of the Sonoma County Water Agency met in closed session with legal counsel to consider existing litigation in the matter of Potter Valley Hydroelectric Project for project number 77. No reportable action was taken. Direction was given to council. On item 35, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session with to have conference with real property negotiators regarding the potential acquisition of the Santa Rosa White House public parking lot site and the Sonoma County Central Library site and the city-owned parking garage. That was taken in conjunction with item 36, which was also a real estate matter regarding the potential acquisition of the Sears site, including the former Sears tire, battery, and auto site at Santa Rosa Plaza. No reportable action was taken on those items. Direction was given to the agency's real property negotiator. Item 36A, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session with legal counsel to consider existing litigation in the matter of California Coastkeeper versus County of Sonoma. No reportable action was taken. Direction was given to legal counsel. On item 36B, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session with the real property negotiators to consider the disposition of the 71.5 acre former county campus site located on Sinead Road. No reportable action was taken at this time. Direction was given to the county's real property negotiator. On item 36C, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session with its real property negotiator to consider the potential acquisition of 16050 Laughlin Road in Guerneville. No reportable action was taken at this time. Direction was given to the county's real property negotiators, and that concludes the report out from closed session.
Thank you very much, Council Pittman. And with that, we will move on to the Inmate Medical and Dental Services Agreement. And I believe that we have Sonoma County Sheriff Mark Essick and Assistant Sheriff Eddie Ingram here to present this afternoon.
Good afternoon, board members, colleagues, and members of the public. I'm here today with Assistant Sheriff Eddie Ingram of the Sheriff's Office to present Sheriff's Office Inmate and Medical Dental Services Agreement to you. And I will begin sharing my screen here for a brief presentation. Are you able to see that okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. The Sheriff's Office is requesting board authorize the chair to execute a new agreement with the California Forensic Medical Group for inmate medical and dental services. Assistant Sheriff Ingram is a subject matter expert in inmate medical, as Assistant Sheriff Ingram oversees our entire detention operations for the Sonoma County Sheriff's Office. So he will be giving the presentation today and I will essentially be his backup. We also have executive staff from the sheriff's office available to answer questions of a fiscal nature should they come up, along with contract questions that should they come up. And we also have WellPath CFMG management staff available attending the meeting. They would need to be promoted to a panelist, but they are also available monitoring remotely and are able to provide additional information or answer questions should you have them. So with that, I think I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Sheriff Ingram, and I will be advancing the slides for him. Are you ready, Assistant Sheriff Ingram?
I am. Good afternoon. Before we get started, I want to talk a little bit about our population. Though your slide shows, or our slide shows, that the population is 720. As of this morning, we're currently housing 731 inmates. Over the past 16 months, our ADP has remained low as a result of several factors and actions that we've taken with our justice partners. Those measures include law enforcement agencies issuing citations in lieu of arrest, the emergency bail schedule, and the suspension of commitments. We expect our ADP to increase over this fiscal year, raising the number of incarcerated inmates to close to pre-pandemic levels. This belief is based on several factors, including the recent increase in bookings, and in April, we resumed commitments. In 2021, from January to June, we saw an average increase of about 30 inmates per month. Since the restrictions were lifted, the pandemic restrictions were lifted in June, we've seen an increase of 60 inmates month over month from June to July. Now about our contract, medical contract. The sheriff contracts with CFMG WellPath for its medical and dental services. Medical and dental services are offered in both facilities, and they receive managed through a managed care system that identifies patient healthcare needs, schedules appropriate treatment, or even non-emergency on-site and off-site medical services. As you may know, a lot of inmates that we receive are in poor health and arrive suffering from long-term ailments such as diabetes or hepatitis. Our behavioral health services contract, our behavioral health services are provided under a different contract. Using the county purchasing guidelines, a request for proposals was sent out in November of 2022 to collect proposals from interested providers. The sheriff's office received one responsive proposal from CFMG WellPath. The results of our negotiations are with them are before you now. CFMG and the Sonoma County Sheriff's Office have been partners since January of 2000, and they've been in the industry for about 37 years. They also service 33 other counties in the state of California. For a little bit about the company, CFMG is the medical provider, and WellPath is the management service, and they provide general accounting, licensing, filing, and regulatory compliance services. The new agreement offers a continuity of services and important enhancements. The new agreement is in compliance with Title 15 standards for local detention facilities and the National Commission on Correctional Healthcare, or NCCHC, standards for health services in the jails. The sheriff's office has been accredited with the California Medical Association Institute for Medical Quality, or IMQ. IMQ no longer offers accreditation, so we are now seeking a new and higher standard of accreditation through NCCHC. It should be noted that during our relationship with CFMG WellPath, the sheriff's office has never failed an audit. With this contract, we have some enhancements. These enhancements include 4.2 FTEs of RN coverage to provide dedicated booking nurse for 24 hours, 7 days a week. 1 FTE of RN coverage at the main adult detention facility to assist with 14-day health assessments. A 0.6 FTE discharge planner to assist with our new medical assisted treatment, or MAT program. And 1 FTE of infection control and compliance coordinator to ensure compliance with public health initiatives. The dedicated booking nurse was recommended by the grand jury in a report in 2019. The dedicated booking nurse and the RN for the 14-day health assessments are required for NCCHC The discharge planner was also recommended in the grand jury report of 2019. And in April of this year, we amended our current agreement to add this position for our new medical assisted treatment program. This agreement would make that position permanent. Additional discharge planners and an expanded medical assisted treatment program are sheriff's office goals for the future. The infection control and compliance coordinator is an important addition that will help us better respond to public health issues and assist with NCC HC accreditation and compliance. The proposed agreement contains similar provisions to our current agreement, which addresses changes in ADP. With our current agreement, due to lower ADP over the last 19 months, the Sheriff's Office received credits of just over $1 million. That breaks down to approximately $264,000 in credits in fiscal year 1920 and $735 in credits in fiscal year 2021. Changes in cost of the proposed agreement are based on CPI, but we've assumed a 3.5 increase each year of the contract for costing purposes. At that point, this concludes my portion of the presentation, and I will turn it back over to Sheriff Essick.
Okay, I'm going to unmute, or I'm going to end my screen share here. And just want to, can you assure me that you now have screen control back? Okay. All right, so that does that does conclude our formal presentation. Obviously, the agenda packet for board members is quite considerable, as this was a lengthy process for the Sheriff's Office to go through this RFP process and negotiate a new contract with CFMG WellPath. But Sheriff's Office staff and WellPath staff are available to answer any questions the board may have at this time.
Thank you very much, Sheriff. I will bring it back to the board for any questions. Supervisor Corsi, followed by Supervisor Rabbit.
Thanks for the presentation. Wanted to talk about the RFP process just a little bit. I think that if I recall, your report said that there were 5 potential providers interested in the RFP, but only one was responsive. Was there any indication from the other interested parties about why they did not submit?
That's a great question, Supervisor. When we initially started the RFP process, we, through the county purchasing agent, submit a mailing list of previous vendors that we are aware that are out there. And we also pair that with Sonoma County purchasing agents' knowledge of vendors that are out there. So we send a number of invitations out across the nation for people to participate in this. We received 5 inquiries of interested parties that were interested in possibly bidding or partaking in the RFP process. Ultimately, we had 2 organizations that submitted proposals. One proposal was determined by the purchasing agent to be a non-responsive, therefore essentially disqualified proposal, which left CFMG WellPath. It would really be speculative on my part to try to examine why we only got one. I will say that this is a very competitive industry. Forensic medical care in jails and prisons in California is expensive. It takes a lot of expertise. You cannot simply take a clinic from a community clinic and then place it into a jail setting. It takes a lot of experience to manage inmate records, inmate health records, and have a computerized system in place. So it is quite a daunting task that requires quite a bit of knowledge, organizational knowledge, and I would say foundational support.
Okay, thank you. I assume that means that you didn't ask why people didn't submit, and that's fine. Just wondered.
there's really no feedback process in that area, Supervisor, for us to inquire why people don't submit proposals.
Thank you. I'm glad to see the addition of, looks like more than 5 RN FTEs in this particular contract. I'm wondering, from your presentation, it sounds like these were recommended by the grand jury 2 years ago. Is there a process for altering the contract and the staffing matrix during the contract, or do you have to wait until a new contract comes up?
Well, certainly we always have the option available to us to increase staffing levels or contractual items in the contract by approaching the vendor. The example of that would be, as Assistant Sheriff Ingram just pointed out, we rolled out our MAT program earlier in the year, which stands for Medically Assisted Treatment. It's an opioid addiction program, and we approached WellPath CFMG with our idea to expand or create this program and our need for a discharge planner. So we were able to add that, essentially reopen the contract and add that position. Of course, it's always dependent upon funding. When WellPath adds resources to their contract, those costs of those resources are directly passed on to the sheriff's office and then ultimately to the county.
Right. The contract does, though, lay out fairly specifically who's on duty and what type of credentials are on duty on all shifts. We've been approached, or at least I've been approached by the union representing some of the employees of WellPath, who claimed there are frequent occasions when RNs who are identified to be on duty by the contract are not on duty, and their work is being done by LVNs out of their scope. Do you know if this in fact is true, the allegations that the union has made?
Well, Supervisor, I'm not able to substantiate those allegations. I received them last night at 4 p.m., probably as you did. So at this late hour, I was not able to substantiate those allegations. I can tell you and the public that we do have a robust review process. We review the staffing levels of CFMG WellPath a month. We have accountability benchmarks. That is one of Assistant Sheriff Ingram's primary responsibilities in running the detention division, is to hold our contractees accountable. But I would also note that WellPath is no different than any employer in Sonoma County right now, including the sheriff's office. We've all faced challenges with recruitment of employees, retention of employees. We live in one of the most expensive real estate housing markets in America. Our cost of living here is extremely high. And I would say, just to contrast, the sheriff's office and our own staffing of the jail and patrol divisions faces very similar challenges. And it's always a struggle to find qualified people and to retain them. My experience with CFMG WellPath is that they are very engaged. They are looking to be a leader in the market. They have not become a leader in the market in California, representing 34 of the 58 counties for medical health in detention facilities, by not addressing those kinds of concerns. I see Assistant Sheriff Ingram has a comment as well.
Sure, Assistant Sheriff.
Yes, what I would also add is that as a part of the audits that the Sheriff's Office is subjected to previously with IMQ and BSCC, part of those audits are to determine that we have the appropriate staff doing the appropriate work. And as I mentioned in my proposal, the Sheriff's Office and CFMG have never failed an audit.
Are those audits based on self-reporting by the provider, or how are those audits conducted?
So previously they were conducted in person. We haven't had one since IMQ is no longer doing them, and BSCC during the pandemic, they have not been in the facility recently.
But they are third-party entities, Supervisor. They're not conducted by Sheriff's Office employees, and they're not conducted by WellPath employees. They are an independent accrediting agency.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering if they're, if it's somebody going through the records on a day-by-day basis and WellPath saying, yes, we had full staff or not, something like that.
Well, our detention staff would know that, Supervisor. I mean, because we run our operation 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If we did not have adequate staffing levels for our medical personnel, Assistant Sheriff Ingram and our operations staff at MADF and NCDF would be the first to know that. We have an on-site contract manager who manages the contract with WellPath and the Sheriff's Office, and we have weekly, if not daily, meetings with our contract manager. So those things would be brought up.
Okay, I'm just going to go back to my first question then about whether, if it's true, whether they sometimes do not have the contracted staff on site. I know you said you only heard this yesterday. I heard it first from you probably 2 months ago. But if you have people on site every day, have they verified this, or has it been brought to your attention that the staffing matrix is not being met at any time?
Supervisor, I received copies of those letters too, and specifically what they're speaking about are LVNs doing RN work. There are no LVNs doing RN level work. The LVNs are working up to their level of expertise and not in the RN realm. There may be, if we have 2 RNs and 1 RN is off or sick, there may be an LVN who does a portion of the RN work up to their level of expertise at the LVN level, but they do not complete RN level work.
Thank you for that answer. Are RNs required to be in place to supervise the work of LVNs, or can that be independent?
It would depend on the work that the RN was doing. And I'm not a medical expert, but I do know that there are some things that LVNs cannot do that RNs can do. And for example, an LVN would have no problem taking a blood pressure, and an RN could do that as well. But we would not need an RN to take blood pressure. An LVN could do that in the scope of their duties.
Okay, thank you for that, Assistant Sheriff. That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Rabbit, and then Supervisor Gorin.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you, Assistant Sheriff Ingram, for having a discussion a little while ago regarding some of these issues. And I'm just curious, I was going to follow up. My question really had to do with the RFP and the one response. And I realize you probably answered it in your explanation. I forget which entity, or maybe both, have 33 out of the 58 counties contracts already. I was just curious if there's any lessons learned about, why we didn't have more responses of the RFP, because usually you think the more you get to bite, the more competitive we will be going forward. And I don't know if you've had any conversations with your colleagues from throughout the state, or is this a common occurrence for this type of service within the correctional facilities at the county level?
Supervisor, and sort of going through this process and learning about medical providers in the correctional realm, and from the people who initially expressed interest, it appeared to me, and I don't know if this is true, why those other companies didn't put it in the bid. It seems to me that medical correctional companies sort of have a territory, so to speak. So you may have one company that dominates in the Midwest, one company that dominates in the East, and a company that dominates in the West. For California, it appears that CFMG WellPath is the major player in California, having 34, including us, of the counties in the state of California. So that's just how I see it. I know a lot of the people we talked to prior to the RFP process would say, we have, X amount of jails in the Midwest, Illinois, Wisconsin, Michigan. We don't have any facilities, west of the Rockies. And this is something that we may look at getting into. So I'm not 100% certain that is the reason, but I think it may play a factor in the reason why we only received one bid. It seems as if these companies are very geographical in nature.
I appreciate that. And again, I just thought I would ask and see what we can do as we go forward. I know we're not due for another RFP on this particular service for quite a while, but I'm sure there's other things that will come up, and always trying to learn a lesson or two as we go. So thank you very much for that. I'll turn it back to the chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Abbott. Supervisor Gorin?
Thank you so much, Sheriff Essick and Assistant Sheriff Ingram. Really appreciate your information and the work that you have done on sending this contract out for bid. Like my colleague, Supervisor Corsi, I've been in communications with some of the employees at the jail and expressing some concerns because they have essentially been working out of their license and out of compliance with their licenses, covering the duties of a vacant RN position. And so my question really is, can we look at inserting compliance into the contract with regular reporting requirements and perhaps explanations about why RN positions are vacant and how they intend to handle the responsibilities of an RN, not by substituting an LVN, but bringing in substitute RNs. I'm concerned about the employees that are being required to perform duties that are out of their licenses.
Thank you, Supervisor. So WellPath does have a core of per diem employees, RN and LVN. And to my knowledge, those employees are being used when there is a need for example, an RN. In addition to that, I am aware that the WellPath employees, LVNs, RNs, are working overtime as well. When it comes to inserting something into the contract, our contract expires in 11 days. And I don't know if that particular item could be negotiated with WellPath or back to the board on time before our contract expires. What I can say is that we do have regular meetings with our WellPath partners, and if this is occurring, we can determine if this is occurring or not, and we can hold WellPath to their contract. As it is occurring, as my knowledge is that occasionally, if an RN is sick or is not here for some other reason not here, there are other RNs on staff on the premises, and the LVN fills in at LVN level work, and the RN who is on duty does any RN duties that need to be done for that particular patient.
Thank you. Let me ask the question, can the board consider, and obviously we could consider an extension of the current contract while we explore additional reporting requirements and mitigations for those positions that may fall vacant? And yes, that happens frequently in the best of the organizations, but we also are losing people because they are working out of compliance with their licenses. And that concerns me as well. So maybe this is something that the board should consider, short-term extension while we more fully contemplate how to build in protections for our inmates and certainly for our employees, those employees.
Pardon me, Supervisor. As Assistant Sheriff Ingram was speaking, I was looking at the contract, and I realize that you all have very busy agendas and packets in front of you, but on page 5 of the contract, under item number 6, it covers audits and evaluations. And I won't read the whole thing to you verbatim, but I will cherry pick a couple items out here. And I think in reading these to you, Supervisor Gorin, they should really put your concerns to rest. The county retains the right to audit all of the contractor's records relative to the performance of the contract services and to make unannounced site inspections at any time to evaluate contract performance and compliance with NCCHC standards and Title 15 guidelines. So we do have a pretty robust audit and evaluation section in the contract that already exists. So I think that should, I would just direct your attention to that.
And Sheriff, I would add that I don't know if we are actually losing employees because they feel that are working out of their classification. As I said, the WellPath has a very robust per diem program and several number of employees who were here and went to work at other places, but continue to stay on as per diem employees. And currently, there are only 6 vacancies in our medical and for our medical providers on the CFMG medical contract. So there are only 6 vacancies. So with 6 vacancies and a robust per diem staff, including RNs, I'm skeptical that some of these anecdotal statements it can in fact be verified.
Well, I've talked personally with 2 employees who've left their positions, so it's not anecdotal. They aren't comfortable with the conditions of employment that they were experiencing. And Sheriff Essick, I appreciate your bringing my attention to the contract. Is that language in the current contract?
Yes, it is.
So I guess I'm curious as to why we have situations where people are working out of compliance, where we have unfilled vacancies and employees feel unsafe. If we have the mechanisms for reporting and taking the mitigations that we could be taking, and we still have unsafe conditions, it worries me.
Well, Supervisor, I would say that's an unsettled position in that we don't believe employees are working out of classification. We believe that there are adequate safeguards in place. And as to vacancies, as I spoke to earlier, all employers in Sonoma County, including other hospitals and other medical facilities in the county, are experiencing the same thing that we are, that we have turnover. It's a tough job market to get qualified people. There's competitive pay issues all around. And many hospitals and health facilities use per diem employees, essentially part-time employees, to fill vacancies. Is it the perfect world that I would like? No, of course not. I'd love to have it fully staffed with full-time employees, but I'd also like the sheriff's office fully staffed 100%. And that's just not a reality in our job market. And so I think that the mechanisms are in place that you're looking for.
Okay, I'll cease my questions now, but I may come back and revisit. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Supervisor Gore?
It's been said. I want to thank you for the responses and the questions. Interested in moving forward.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. I do have a couple of questions, Sheriff. One is regarding the handling of grievances. I saw this cited on pages 19 and I believe 28, and it appears to be essentially handled by the contractor with tracking and reporting to the number and handling of inmate grievances. And I'm just wondering how that process would escalate if an inmate or an inmate's family feels that they are not being provided with adequate medical care. How do they then file a grievance that goes beyond the purview of the contractor, which we are already paying to provide those services? And I also would like a follow-up question, which is, what do you see the role of IOLERO in this work? And is there an ability for IOLERO to have some oversight over this contract to ensure the adequate provision of medical and dental services in the main adult detention facility? Thanks.
Well, you read my mind with your follow-up question there. So in addition to the grievance process that is in place by the contractor, the sheriff's office is mandated by BSCC and Title 15 requirement have a parallel grievance process, and we do have one in place. And then a third process that's in place is that Director Navarro from IOLERO has partnered with the sheriff's office to place inmate information handbooks in the facilities, explaining to inmates in both English and Spanish on how they can file grievances, how they can file complaints, and that ILARO is available. So there really are 3 different mechanisms in place there.
Thank you very much. A follow-up question. I also have spoken with employees, and it's hard to overstate the distress that some of them expressed to me. Very emotional, very stressed out about the realities of their job and feeling as though they were understaffed and overwhelmed in their workplace. And I'm just wondering if there is a process in place for those employees to file complaints or to raise concerns that would essentially protect them from potential retribution from management, or some were afraid to come forward or to even speak without, they wanted to speak anonymously to me because they were afraid of retaliatory behavior.
Well, I think that's also a great question, and that is something that's in process right now. So the employees of WellPath CFMG that work at the Sonoma County facility have voted to unionize. So there is a unionization process going on right now. WellPath is, to all the reports that I've had, WellPath is engaged with the employees that voted to unionize, and they are working on creating a contract right now, a labor contract. It's not quite as simple as the labor contracts that we use in the county, because all of our labor contracts are essentially rewrites or extensions of existing contracts. In this particular case, WellPath is starting from scratch with the employees that have unionized here in Sonoma County. So it is quite a process. They've been working on it. As a matter of fact, they had a meeting scheduled today. They are actively engaged in the meet and confer process with their employees. And I think that once the contract is finalized, all those protections that many county employees and other union employees enjoy throughout California, the nation, will be brought to the employees of WellPath. So I think that is being addressed. It may not be as timely as the board would like, or some would like, but it has been in progress for quite some time, and it is working its way through that process.
Thank you, Sheriff. Just a quick follow-up question. Is there an estimate as to when those negotiations might be completed? If, for instance, we wanted to delay this contract in order to potentially codify some of the protections that the employees are seeking?
I'm gonna speculate that is too nebulous to put a time on it at this time, because it is starting from scratch. I would look to Assistant Sheriff Ingram and see if he has any better insight than I do.
I don't know. I know they have, some of the sections have been agreed to, but I know that there are several that have not. So I don't have any way to put an estimate on a timeline of when they would be done with that.
Thank you very much, Assistant Sheriff and Sheriff Essick. I will ask if colleagues have any other further questions before we open it to comment from members of the public. And I'll start off by seeing if there is anyone out there in the halls or in the chambers. Looks like there is one member of the public who wishes to speak on this item, so I would invite them in at this time. Okay, you want to go check, Darren? Thanks. Okay, so yes or no? Yes. Yes, okay, great. Thanks for bearing with us as we move forward with our hybrid protocol. Hello, welcome. Can't quite hear you yet. Hang on, minor technical difficulties here. We're working through it as a team.
Hello? Oh,
yes.
okay, there we go.
Now we've got you. Wonderful. Welcome.
Hi, supervisors. Thanks for letting me speak. We have, so my name's MB Watson. I'm a political organizer with NUHW, the union representing employees of WellPath at Sonoma County Jail. We have a lot of members who wanted to be here today or call in, and they're actually in bargaining with WellPath right now. So I'm here in their stead. I just wanted to refute a couple of a little bit of the information that I heard here today. The workers started organizing to form a union specifically because of the inadequate staffing, and they started organizing before the pandemic. This had been going on for years, this inadequate staffing. So blaming it on the pandemic isn't really addressing the root cause of the issue. They report that the jail really struggles to recruit RNs. And so what they usually end up with is nurses who are fresh out of school and looking for a place to get experience. As soon as they have enough experience to get another job, they leave. Part of this is about pay, but a lot of it is just about stressful working conditions and people feeling very responsible for being part of a system where they can't provide good care. While we're happy that this proposed contract includes more RNs, WellPath has consistently violated the staffing matrix in the current contract, and there has been no mechanism for enforcement. As I think Supervisor Gorin pointed out in her questions, the sort of mechanism that was pointed to for enforcement hasn't been used in the contract currently, and so we don't really have a guarantee going forward that it will be taken advantage of going forward. So this is not the only county in which WellPath is doing this. I think through the questions, it was kind of established that WellPath has a bit of a regional monopoly, the largest healthcare contractor in the country. And other counties have actually come up with ways to hold them accountable.
And so MV, I hate this, but we are over. If you could wrap up with sort of your most salient points, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. So we're just asking the board to approve a short extension while of the current contract, rather than locking the county into another 5 years of endangering inmates. And that's it.
Thank you very much. And thanks for coming down to speak with us today. Thank you. Are there any other members of the public out in the hall? But nope. Thank you very much. So with that, I will hand it over to Marcy to go ahead and take public comment Zoom.
Thank you. For any members of the public who wish to comment on this item, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad to raise your hand. And this is for item number 37 on today's agenda. We do have a couple hands, so I'll ask to have our timer slide up. Thank you so much. And beginning with, let's see here. Sonia, followed by Miguel. If you can please unmute and state your full name before beginning your comment.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Sonia Rifkin. Good afternoon, supervisors. And I work with the Sonoma County Jail Health Co-workers as a labor union researcher for NUHW. I also wanted to comment on a couple of the things the sheriff has shared today, specifically that they're sharing that they've only just learned of the LVN and short staffing issues that the workers have reported. One concern about the way the current contract and the existing contract and the proposed contract addressed auditing, is that if the auditing has been effective, I'm concerned that, if the staffing audits are going in the way they've described, that and WellPath administrators have been made aware of short staffing issues, that the sheriff's office has not been apprised of this and it hasn't been thoroughly audited. Administrators at WellPath have definitely been made aware of the LVN issue, and mental health workers have documented over 4,000 hours that were unstaffed over the last years and brought that to management. Nurses have pressed for more RN hires. So how come the existing auditing and monitoring hasn't allowed that to be raised to the attention of the sheriff's office? These issues indeed predate the pandemic, especially those mental health staffing issues. To be clear, this is not anecdotal. We've submitted to WellPath a list of shifts when LVNs worked as RNs, and in 20% of all the shifts over a 10-week period, an LVN was on duty without an RN there also. So this is certainly not anecdotal. Right of the county to audit well past records, which Sheriff Essex pointed out, requires the county to be proactive when the county's in even less of a position to be aware of the staffing issues that ought to be audited, which is why an extension with time to have clear reporting or audit requirements about staffing specifically is clearly needed to prevent those issues from devolving. Thank you for your time.
And can our next commenter please unmute and state your name?
Hey guys, thank you for allowing us to come to talk to you. My name is Miguel Peña. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. My name is Miguel Peña. I am an LVN. I have been working with WellPath for the last 3 years. And yes, we are losing a lot of RNs all the time because of the lack of competitive pay and competitive benefits, period. And because of them being just like Mary B said, they only stay for 6 months tops and they leave. They say that they will come back as a on call, but they never really come back, And WellPath keeps them on the books as if they truly come to work, often. But that is just like it just affects the factual list of employees that come back, or that are available though. So we are asking for you guys to please give us an extension so we can add some rails, like Ms. Chambers said, to make sure that they live up to the agreement. They haven't been able to live up to the agreement where it says an RN should be replaced or an RN or somebody with a higher license. It doesn't happen like that. On the book, it says fine, but in real time, it doesn't happen like that. And many LVNs that are put to work on the Medic 4 position, they themselves are worried all the time. And many of them said, I don't feel ready for this. Some of them are only trained like 2 times, and then they're thrown on the phone line, and they complain and everything, but they put their license on the line, I hope I was able to explain myself, and thank you for your time, and please support the small community of nurses that we really need your help.
Thank you so much for your comment. Just looking briefly to see if we have any additional hands. And Chair Hopkins, there are no further individuals for comment.
Thank you very much, Marcy. I'll bring it back to the board for deliberations and thoughts. Supervisor Gorin?
Well, I have a final question, I guess. Is there a process that if we approve this contract today, is there a process beyond the union negotiations that we could have regular reporting and conversations if, in fact, we have instances of employees of WellPath reporting that they are working out of license compliance? I am concerned about that. And I don't see that we currently have a mechanism for that. And I'm not sure that there's a mechanism in the new contract. So I guess I'm looking for, what do we do with the reporting requirements and the audit functions, and how do we actually make a change in what is happening?
Well, Supervisor, I can sincerely assure you that that contract language is in place in the current contract and in the future contract that's proposed and before you today. I really don't think that we need to, it's my opinion that we don't need to punch this out for additional time. We can do what's being asked for by members of NUHW and sounds like some board members within the constraints of the existing contract and the proposed contract, and that we have the provision in there to do audits and evaluations. And if the board would like to see those audits and evaluations produced by the Sheriff's Office, we'd be happy to do that for you, to assure you and assure the public that those thresholds and staffing matrices are being met.
Through the chair, if I can't tell if
I have to put on a microphone. Thank you. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. And I'm just as concerned about creating a pathway for employees to connect with you versus board members. Of course, we're always available. And I just want to make sure that the WellPath is in compliance and we are making every best attempt to stay in compliance for the health of our inmates. Thank you.
Supervisor Corsi, followed by Supervisor Moore.
Thank you. Thank you both again. I still am concerned here that these issues have not come to your attention prior to yesterday or today, despite the fact that there are provisions in the contract for you to be investigating and finding these problems as they come up. Now, part of that, I think, is on the union folks. I mean, if they're able to come to us, they should be able to come to you also. And I hope that line of communication is open. But I'm a little bit reluctant to make a decision today that the existing audit procedures and provisions of the contract are adequate, given the fact that none of this up until now. I would propose that we authorize the sheriff and county council to extend the term of the current contract and to come up with some language that requires some actual holding of feet to the fire. Some oversight and accountability that is not only agreed to in the contract, but enforced to make sure that the terms of the contract are honored.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Other comments from members of the board? Supervisor Rabbit?
Well, I would ask the sheriff, well, two things, maybe more than that. Just in terms of the employees, I would imagine working in the jail in any capacity is a difficult and trying job, especially on the healthcare side, and very much appreciate the work that they do. I would also imagine, because of that, and having a wife who's a nurse and understanding healthcare, that, yeah, it's probably a place where people come and grow, and then either they are in for the long run or they're going to go off and work in another capacity. So totally understand that. Appreciate the fact that there will be a new entity that will be looking at working conditions and advocating for their employee, the WellPath employees, and do agree that the sheriff has the tools in place to make sure that we can audit and and keep people hold the businesses that we have contracts with accountable. At the end of the day, that's what we want to do. We're paying WellPath and the other outfit a lot of money, and we want to make sure they deliver on what their promise is. And to the extent that we can audit them on that regard, we should, and do so, as strictly or as often as we need to until we're satisfied that they're actually performing. I will say this, and I said this too when I talked to the employees, as someone who holds a license from the state to operate as an architect, it is something I am very proud of, worked hard for, paid a lot of money for, sweat, tears, and everything else. No one should ever operate outside of their license. And if someone asks you to do that, you turn around and tell that person, see you later. I'm not sacrificing my future because of that. We need to make sure that is continuing going forward. I understand there could be peer pressure from an employer, but the contract between you and the state for your license is between you and the state, not between your employer or anyone else. You operate within the confines of that, and you can't go outside of that. So I just put that out there as well. I guess my question to the sheriff is, in terms of kind of punting today and knowing that the expiration of the current contract is coming due, and I suspect, I'm not sure what this, how far the contracts are, but when they come before us in terms of the negotiations that have taken place, I would imagine WellPath and is it CM? What is the acronym? I always want to say the
CFMG,
but it's what the consequences of that are going forward, because obviously we still want to provide all the healthcare and have to have the healthcare provided within the jail and don't want to go without. I also don't want to be kind of raked over the coals for anything on an interim basis either. And so maybe you could just explain a little bit more on the consequences of a decision like that.
Well, to be frank with you, Supervisor, as we work through this contract negotiation and this board item, we did not add the alternate provision to extend the contract until the very last minute through our discussions with the county administrator and county council. We are kind of, this is the culmination of a process that's lasted over 10 months. The RFP process, soliciting bids, putting a team together to evaluate the bids, having those evaluated by county council, drawing up a contract with county council. So this has not been, I assure you, and I can assure the members of the public, this has not been something that we just haphazardly put together in a few weeks. This has been almost a year project to get us to where we're at today. So, there could be some consequences, unforeseen and foreseen, if we don't take action today. I can tell you that we have 730 individuals in our custody right now that we have a responsibility to take care of and provide medical services to them 24 hours a day. So this will pose some challenges for us. Our contract expires in 11 days. We would have to immediately engage WellPath through our county council and their attorneys to reopen this contract that's already been negotiated in good faith through county council and WellPath council. So, it will be a process, and it's probably not really appropriate for me to speculate on what could happen, but I think my description is pretty. I think it's pretty indicative of the situation that there could be consequences.
I appreciate that very much, and I will just say that I guess a question to my colleagues: if we're looking to go in that direction, what exact terms are we looking to add beyond what the sheriff read earlier? I agree that the terms that the sheriff read earlier, we just need to make sure that we're enforcing it perhaps more often, and I think we can do that because that is up to the sheriff to do going forward. And I think we want to make sure that we have contract compliance. I don't know what the other terms would be that would add any further confidence that we are getting what we need in this particular case.
Other comments from my colleagues? Supervisor Gore, Supervisor Gorin?
Well, I would feel more comfortable agreeing with the comments made by Supervisor Corsi about taking a little pause to figure out if there's a better way moving forward with this and ensuring compliance with the contract. WellPath has the contract for inmate health and dental, as you said, maybe 33 counties. And so they're a very large organization. And I'm not sure that I have the confidence in them as I would with county employees. And I do believe we used to provide the health services at the jail at one point, but it's hard to go back. And so I'm still looking for a pathway forward to ensure that we have compliance with the contract on staffing.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. And I would actually support that position as well. And with respect to Supervisor Abbott's question, I mean, I would love to see grievance processes for employees to be able to raise their concerns. And I also really appreciated the sheriff's response regarding other alternative complaint processes for the inmates. But I actually think that it should be incumbent upon the contractor to educate inmates about those other grievance processes and then to ensure that that's being implemented. Because I have heard concerns that inmates sometimes feel like they don't have those alternatives necessarily available to them. But I don't know if Supervisor Gore, if you've gotten a chance to chime in yet.
Well, I haven't. I mean, I came in ready to approve this contract. I know that there were some concerns. I appreciate the comments about accountability on the back end. And already being embedded into the contract. But at the same time, if I'm looking around and it seems like there's a desire to hold accountability, this isn't something new. We've done this before with other contracts. We did it with Vesco. at one point when we had questions about from community members about where we were at with negotiating a long 3-year contract. So I'm confident in where we're going, but I want to make sure that the rest of the board is also confident that the provisions are in place. So sounds appropriate to me the way you're talking about it.
Supervisor Corsi and then Supervisor Abbott.
Thanks. Alternative B here is listed as an extension of 6 months. Can the county administrator or county council comment on in addition to the response that the sheriff made about what difficulties might lie in renegotiating a section of the contract to require some regular audits or whatever we want to call them to make sure that the provisions of the contract are followed.
So without having the counsel from my office who had actually dealt with the contract here, in general, our standard contracts have provisions in them that deal with performance and performance metrics. If we do the 6 months extension, we could certainly reach out to the other counties that folks have mentioned previously may or may not have provisions that hold WellPath more accountable. There are a couple issues related to grievance processes for employees who really aren't our employees that we would have to research with Labor Council before we could put that type of protection in the contract. But we could certainly look at, do we have the appropriate controls in the contract? 6 months should be sufficient for us to look at it. We may or may not get agreement with WellPath to alter the agreement, but we can get back to the board sometime within that 6 month period with the process forward.
Supervisor Abbott.
Yeah, that last one was what I reached over and asked the county council on in terms of the grievances. I mean, because these are not our employees; these are the employees of WellPath, and that relationship is between them. And it doesn't go without saying, obviously, that there are negotiations ongoing, right? And this is coming to us today in this particular fashion. I do think that once the negotiations are complete, there'll be more an additional oversight and grievance procedures will hopefully will be built into those contracts between the union group and the companies. And I too was ready to come in, notwithstanding these issues, and approve the contract if there's a pause that's needed to look at the other counties and to see if there's something above and beyond, or checking through with the council that worked on the contract. Fine. I just don't want to pay a premium or pay an additional cost or have the jail go without the services that we're responsible for providing.
Thank you, Supervisor Abbott. So do we have a formal motion? Supervisor Corsi?
I'll move that we go ahead with option B, which is to authorize the sheriff and county council to extend the term of the current inmate medical and dental services agreement for 6 months to allow the detention division to seek an alternative solution. And my preference would be to build in some regular audits and reports to the Board of Supervisors on staffing and whether they are following the terms of the agreement on staffing.
Second.
All right. With that, unless there are any other further comments or questions, I would ask Marcy to go ahead and lead us in a roll call vote on this item, please.
Supervisor Gorin?
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi?
Yes.
Supervisor Gore?
Aye.
Chair Hopkins?
Yes. All right. So that motion carries unanimously. And that will then take us to our next item, which is regarding drones. And I believe that there's been a lot of wonderful work that has gone into this item. Really appreciative of all of the staff who have been engaged on this. Petra, Holly, James, and Paul have all been hard at work on this item. And I think we're actually going to forego the presentation in the interest of brevity, if that's okay with everyone, since we still do have vacation rentals on the agenda. So I would basically ask the board members if there are any questions regarding this item, and we can go ahead and launch with the questions. Oh, and I do see, yes, Assistant Sheriff Noggle there as well.
Yes, Chair Hopkins, I would just say that we were understanding that this may be the case this afternoon. Mr. Pittman had told me that this may be the case, so we were prepared. We're happy to answer any questions. We have spoken to most of the members of the board about this, and I know that there has been some questions that have come at us, so we hopefully have answered most of them, but absolutely all of us are here, all my colleagues are here to answer any questions.
Thank you. So I'm looking to my colleagues to see if there are any questions regarding drones. Supervisor Gorin? Nope. Supervisor Corsi, I see.
I want to ask this question just for the public as much as for myself. This ordinance applies only to drone activity that is interfering with public safety operations. Is that correct?
That is correct. That anything that impedes or interferes with the government's response or operations on an emergency or a public safety event. That is the narrow scope of this ordinance.
So if you own a drone and you're not doing that, interfering, you don't have anything to worry about with this ordinance.
You would definitely not fall under this ordinance.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions from members of the board? Seeing none, I would go ahead and accept a motion for this one, if anyone's willing to make one. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Here, I'm jumping. I'm so much in a rush to get to vacation rentals, which I love so much, that topic. I have forgotten public comment. I appreciate that. So if we can go ahead and see if there are any members of the public that are present in the board chambers on this item. We do have one. Welcome. Thank you very much.
I know I just have 120 seconds. My name is Tom Rennie. I'm a drone operator for the last.
Great. And would you mind stepping forward a little bit? It's a little hard to hear you. I just want to make sure that the microphone and that everyone who's zooming in can also hear you.
So Tom Rennie, a drone
Perfect.
operator for the last 6 years, working from here to Truckee to Los Angeles. So there's a lot of good, as you probably, you guys are nodding your head. So there are some, what I'm trying to is there's some rogue drone operators that are doing this. So this is a serious thing. I didn't see it in the agenda, but on the Press Democrat, they're suggesting $100 fine. We need to treat this as like the wildfire. This is a serious thing. It needs to be like 10,000. It needs to be, we need to treat it like a DUI, like take away their license. I'm licensed, I'm insured, but this is a serious thing, as you guys are all nodding. So just trying to give you, these rogue drone operators are making serious money on social media because they're getting these likes and these comments and these views illegally, but still making money through advertising. So $100 fine is nothing to these people. Still going to do it. So this is a serious thing. Yeah.
Thank you. So you still have a minute if there's anything else you want to add.
Oh, I just, I read it in the Democrat. I saw the $100 fine and I'm like, I have to say something. It needs to be more serious than that. As you guys know, with the wildfires and the CAL FIRE people, they need to bring the manned aircraft down when these guys are flying, and that could jeopardize lives and property and millions of dollars. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you taking the time to come down here after reading the article in the PD, and I really appreciate your perspective as a licensed drone operator who wants to do the right thing and wants to hold the bad apples accountable. So thank you very much for your comments. I appreciate it.
That's it.
Have a great afternoon. Take care. All right. I don't think there are any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item from the chamber. So I would ask Marcy if there's anyone who would like to participate remotely via Zoom.
Thank you. Any of our members of the public in Zoom, if you would like to comment, please raise your hand or press *9 to raise your hand if you're a phone attendee. There are no hands, and that will conclude public comment.
Thank you very much, Marcy. So now I will bring it back because now is the time to accept a motion.
Move to approve the motion as stands, and just leave it to staff and the sheriff's office to let us know if they need to come back to us with any increases in cost at a future date. But I definitely appreciated that kind of comment, but move to approve as stands.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor and a second. And before I move to the roll call vote, I just want to say thank you so much, Director Wick, Assistant Sheriff Noggle, and Holly and Petra and Paul for all of your work on this item. It is really critical. And I definitely am interested in following up on that comment that, if we start to see a lot of these violations and it's not being taken seriously, absolutely let's increase that fine. So I would certainly support that as something to keep an eye on. And with that, I would ask Marcy to go ahead and lead us in a roll call vote on this item, please.
Supervisor Gorin?
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi?
Yes.
Supervisor Gore?
Aye.
Chair Hopkins?
Yes. Thank you all so much. That does conclude item 38, and we will be moving on to item 39, which is the withdrawal of the application requesting amendments to the Pool Creek HOA, a declaration of restrictions. So I will hand it over to Director Wick and Scott Orr, our Deputy Director of Permit Sonoma.
Thank you, Chair. I'll defer to the Deputy Director. Do we need any public hearing on this?
We do not. This item was continued from a few months ago. The application has been withdrawn. So we are requesting approval of the withdrawal being accepted. I believe County Council may be able to touch on this further, but there should be nothing to discuss on the item.
Great.
Thank you.
Council Pittman, would you like to make any clarification? I have this as an informational item only, but do we need to take a vote on this one after accepting public comment?
I don't believe we do. My recollection is we continued it from the last meeting because we were in the process of negotiating with the parties who had submitted the application, and we were able to get them to withdraw it. We are making revisions to take it out of our purview in the future.
Great. So we just basically needed to check this box because we had previously noticed this as it would be continued to this date.
Correct.
Wonderful. So we will go ahead and see if there are any members of the public present who would like to comment on this non-item agenda. Seeing none, I will go ahead and ask Marcy if there are any members of the public who would like to comment via Zoom.
Thank you very much. If any members of the public would like to comment on this item in Zoom, this is number 39. Please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone. And there are no hands for comment.
Thank you, Marcy. So we'll go ahead and bring that back to the board. No formal action is needed. Thank you, staff, for handling that. And
I just wanted to bring up one question because looking over at County Council Pittman and Jennifer Klein, this is the one that came forward. That was the HOA that had cannabis and vacation rentals included into it. Right. We said we weren't going to do that. We were going to move this actually, try and find a way to absolve ourselves from being involved in these issues in the future. So I was just surprised to see it come and switch through a different way. I think it was erroneously put through the MAP Act and all these kind of other things as a way to try and figure it out. So my question is just for us tracking it, are we still working with the HOA? Are they going to pursue this in different ways? Or are we completely removing ourselves from being named? Because what they were saying is that they weren't going to be able to make any changes to their HOA, not even cannabis related or anything, unless we signed on the way it stood.
For the chair, we are looking to be completely removed and not go through a formal permitting process.
Okay, give them the opportunity to do what they need to do. And so I would just say thank you very much. And as this is this information item, we also talked about as this comes with any other HOAs in the future is trying to follow standard suits. So I know that's not a formal policy, but thank you very much.
Great. And so we do have vacation rentals up next, but before we jump into that, we're going to take a brief 10-minute recess for board members to have a little break, and we will reconvene around 4:10. So.
Okay, and we are going to begin the process to resume the meeting. So if we can please have the slides taken down. Thank you. And once again, the US Chambers view will need to unmute. Thank you. I know we kind of have a couple places where we need to unmute. So one of them is on our panelist Zoom view. Thank you. Excellent. And Chair Hopkins, it's back to you.
Thank you so much, Marcy and Darren, for filling that. Now moving on to item 40, which is our vacation rental ordinance update. And I believe that we have Director Wick from Permit Sonoma, as well as Deputy Director Scott Orr, our Comp Planning Manager Brian O, Krista Shaw, and Gary Helfrich.
Thank you, Chair. Before I hand it over to staff, I'd also like to inform the board that we've hired Professor Rob Eiler from Sonoma State in his consulting capacity to help us with evaluating the effects of vacation rentals on Sonoma County's housing supply. So Mr. Eiler is somewhere out there in the ether and is with us until about 4:45 this afternoon. Just to get the board's ideas, any other comments you have as he conducts his study. So with that, I'll hand it over to Mr. O and Mr. Helfrich to make the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Wick, and thank you to Chair Hopkins and members of the board, and especially a big thank you to the community that's out there listening in and participating today. So my name is Brian O, Comprehensive Planning Manager for Permit Sonoma. I will walk the public and the board through a 15-minute presentation. At the conclusion of that, I will turn it over to Gary Helfrich, our project planner lead, to talk over some of the staff recommendations that we have presented in the staff report. So I will share my screen now, if that's okay. Okay. Okay, so a little bit of background. So when we talk about vacation rentals in this capacity, it's we are defining a short-term rental of 30 days or less. We currently have 1,864 active permits that we administer through our vacation rental program. We also have a added capacity through a contract to do a web scrape service. And through that web scrape, we also identify, with clarity, a number of unpermitted rentals that are actively listed in unincorporated Sonoma County up on the internet. And so to date, we've identified 483 additional rentals. And as new unpermitted rentals are identified, we bring them into compliance. If they qualify for a vacation rental permit, we have the opportunity to bring them into compliance and then also ensure that they're in compliance with their TOT as well. And also currently our program is, unregulated essentially in the coastal zone. And so through a similar web scrape effort, we've identified an additional 581 rentals. And so, this gives us a good picture of what's going on, throughout the county. And also, this is sort of, I think, one thing that we heard loud and clear when we were last at the board on this topic, December 15th, 2020, was the need for data to help inform and drive some policy decisions. And so we also work, hand in hand with our county auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector. For the purpose of this presentation, I will use the acronym ACTTC for short. And so, and that's where we work closely with them, as I mentioned, to ensure that the unpermitted rentals are
identified and brought into compliance. Director Wick also mentioned, recently bringing on Professor Eiler from Sonoma State, and this is really to look and provide a fresh set of data to an existing study that we do have that was commissioned by the CDC back in 2015. And this is really to look at the specific question about the impact of vacation rentals potentially on our housing stock. So this is a really critical question that we want to get a better sense of, and so we're looking forward to that discussion later this year and seeing some of those data released. Okay, so existing policies that we have. 2016, the vacation rental ordinance was adopted by the Board of Supervisors. The permit currently is administered through a zoning or use permit. And the standards, so we use our code enforcement officers to enforce based on the performance standards that are codified in the ordinance. And to date, we have 5% of the permitted rentals that have violated conditions based on the list of performance standards. And then we obviously work to bring them into compliance. And then again, no permits in the coastal zone currently. And the main regulatory lever that we do have is the exclusionary overlay zone, X zone for short. And this is essentially a restriction for single family homes to operate a vacation rental in those areas. It's also important to identify some of the temporary measures we have in place. And so since 2017, we have a number of fire perimeter areas with some temporary measures in place in response to aid fire rebuilds in those areas. And then at the December 15th, 2020 board meeting, we also the board implemented a temporary cap in areas of District 1 and District 5. And again, this was a theme that we heard, consistently from this board when we last came, and it was the need for data. So this is a snapshot of a mapping tool that our staff has been working on. The heat maps that you see there are concentration of vacation rentals throughout the county. And this is a dynamic map. So whenever our staff processes an application, it gets entered into this map, and we're able to see in real time where we are seeing new vacation rentals activated, and then also ones that have expired and taken off the market. And so this gives us a really clear picture of those fire perimeter areas. And one of the staff recommendations, which Gary will walk us through at the end of this presentation, is that for the 2017 and 2019 fire perimeter areas, we do have those temporary provisions that will expire at the end of the calendar year. And then we have the 2020 fires that would occur a year later. And then I also mentioned the last time we were here, which was for the urgency ordinance. This limits rentals in the Theodore Lane area of Sonoma Valley, which currently has 13 permits. And then also it limits rentals in parts of the Lower Russian River area and caps that at 299 permits. This is also important just to identify that urgency ordinance is set to expire August 6th of 2022. So next steps, we are looking forward to having this opportunity to hear from the board, to get direction from the board. And we've outlined a number of staff recommendations. I think we also have some new data, and we are looking to extract even more data to help us have an informed community outreach, which would happen shortly after this discussion this afternoon. We also are tentatively set to return to your board October 19 of this year. And really depending on the direction and the discussion that happens today, a possible future date for us to return with an update to the ordinance. And again, just a couple dates to consider and just keep in mind as we open up for discussion is end of this year and then August 6th of 2022 as well. Okay, so in the staff report, we've identified a number of staff recommendations. I will turn this over to Gary, who's been, my right-hand person, just walking through and really understanding some of the impacts that we're hearing from the community and really going through a lot of data. So we're really looking forward to this conversation and really hoping this slide is going to present some of the policy options that the board has in front of them today for discussion. And thank you so much for your time. I'll hand it over to Gary.
Good afternoon, Chair Hopkins, members of the board. Sonoma County is the only jurisdiction in the Bay Area that does not have a business license program. So we're also the only one that does not use a business license program to administer the vacation rental program. And that is an important distinction because we currently regulate using a zoning permit, which is a land use entitlement. And as such, any violations are subject to investigation by code enforcement and the administrative and revocation procedures of Article 92 of the Sonoma County Zoning Code. It's a long process to revoke a zoning permit. The licensing program that staff is recommending could potentially streamline this process by establishing administrative enforcement procedures. And if we put a business license in place, we're anticipating to convert the existing vacation rental zoning permits to business licenses as active permits expire, and any new vacation rental application would be issued a license rather than a zoning permit. And all rentals in the coast that are registered for TOT would be converted to a business license. So that's just important thing to frame up here is staff is recommending a shift from a zoning permit to a business license program and looks to your board for direction on proceeding with establishing a business license program. It's part and parcel with this is working closely with the auditor, controller, tax collector's office. I have a hard time saying that acronym, so I have to say it all out completely. But we have been in close contact with them and are working in partnership to evaluate what it would take to establish a business license program. The other part of program administration is the performance standards. And regardless of a shift to a business license, staff is recommending codifying some new performance standards that permit holders must abide by to maintain their permit. One is to create an automated complaint system. This is similar to the program that is in Marin County, and we've been in contact with the vendor and we'll be meeting with them next week. And it's kind of exciting because their program, their system integrates with Acela, which is our permitting program. So we would actually get kind of a seamless automated solution to complaints and enforcement. We also are recommending that the permit number and complete hotline number be posted at all vacation rental properties at a location visible from a public road. Right now, there's a very time-consuming process that a neighbor would have to go through to find out who to call if there's a problem and how to contact the property manager. Final recommendation on the current standards is that we would like to require that all guests be provided with a rule book explaining Sonoma County's regulations and explaining their responsibilities to be good neighbors to the people living next door to the vacation rental. And Brian did touch into the issue of reducing housing stock. And as he mentioned, we've initialized a study, and hopefully we'll come back to your board later this year with the results of that study. There are tools that we can use that are used in other jurisdictions, and they've been used with varying results. And one is to limit the number of days a home can be rented as a short-term rental, such as you can only rent the home out 180 days of the year. Adopting a separation criteria for vacation rentals. This is a tool that the city of Healdsburg uses. They require 500 feet between vacation rentals. Or implementing a cap vacation rentals based on concentration, or just a county-wide cap that's similar to the initial urgency ordinance. We'd also like to, I think, elaborate on the challenges that we have in the coastal zone. The Coastal Commission considers vacation rentals to be a key component of coastal access, and as such, it is a difficult process to have the Coastal Commission certify land use restrictions on where vacation rentals can be. This is something that we're going to be doing with the local coastal plan update. However, right now, we don't have anything in our local coastal plan that would support a land use based standard for vacation rentals. That is, where they can be and what the concentrations are. However, the commission has been very supportive of a business license that is performance based only. So this would allow us to begin to regulate vacation rentals in the coast, keep track of them, and also have a mechanism to deal with nuisance complaints in the coast, which we currently lack. With regard to the X zone, this is something that staff is recommending that we do some additional research and analysis to completely understand the impacts that might result from expanding the X zone. I mean, as we have seen in the first district, there's been some effects where applying the X zone then forced the vacation rentals into the neighborhood without the X zone, just moving the problem from one place to another. This is fairly complicated, this analysis, and we would hope the board would direct us to look into this further and come back with a comprehensive report on what the effect is of applying the X zone in various parts of the county. And then finally, staff is recommending that we continue to prohibit vacation rentals in the burn areas through a moratorium. As Brian had explained, all the temporary wildfire disaster recovery ordinances are expiring soon. And I think that, or it appears that we didn't really anticipate how long the recovery period would be. So we would ask that the board consider extending the moratoria, or creating a moratorium and extending it in the exclusion zones. And then finally, related to the fire exclusion zones, there's a number of additional performance standards that are land use based that we would like the board to consider. One is an overall restriction of vacation rental use in high fire severity zones and in flood zones and other areas that are prone to natural disaster. The second one is that we require vacation rentals to be evacuated at the evacuation warning levels, and that the property manager is responsible for making sure that all renters have been evacuated and follow the evacuation orders. Then we would also like to prohibit vacation rentals that don't have off-street parking on roadways less than 20 feet wide. Fourth recommendation is require that an evacuation plan be prepared and supplied to guests in the high fire severity areas and in flood zones. And finally, restrict all outdoor fires. It's interesting that our vacation rental standards do allow outdoor fire areas. So staff is scheduled to return to your board on October 19th, 2021 to provide a final report
on the options that we're directed to pursue by the board for vacation rentals. We do look to your board for direction, and at this time, this concludes my presentation on administration and regulation, and happy to answer any questions from the board, and we look forward to your direction.
Thank you very much, Gary. So I will bring it back to the board for questions at this point in time, and then we'll take public comment and shift into deliberation and board direction. Any questions from members of the board? Supervisor Gorin.
I want to thank you all very much for your work on this. It's like Christmas over and over and over again. I've been working on vacation rentals for now 8 years, so it just keeps giving back to us. Gary, a special thank you to you. I appreciate a lot of your recommendations, and bonfires and parking, parting, and your idea of imposing business licenses that could be acted upon, because no doubt about it, these are businesses. They're not just oh, gee, I'd like to rent it out a couple days a year. No, these are businesses in residential areas. So I appreciate and echo and would support a lot of your recommendations going forward, and I appreciate that. You may have unanticipated the length of time for rebuilding. I didn't, because here I am, maybe getting ready to move in almost 4 years later. And there are still a lot of properties that have not started rebuilding because of insurance losses and nervousness about rebuilding in the fire zones. I appreciate the recommendation that you put forward. Let's keep the moratoriums in place until we can work on additional vacation rental exclusion zones. I've been working with neighborhoods, Jane and I had, even before the fires happened. So there are some areas for some expansion and creation for vacation rental exclusion zones. Not a lot. I think we've done a Herculean job in the first district identifying those hot spots. Sorry, no pun intended, for vacation rentals, but there certainly are areas in District 5 that definitely need some analysis on exclusion zones. And I'm anxious to read the report of Professor Eiler about the impact of vacation rentals on housing supply, doing an update of what was done by Walt Keyser some years ago. So I'm not sure I have questions other than, well, you say you're going to bring this back to the board, and what will happen between now and then? Will you be working with the supervisors to identify exclusion zones, expansions, or creation? Will we be working with communities and neighborhoods to identify that? Will we be providing outreach? Help me understand what will be coming back on October 19th.
Through the chair, thank you, Supervisor, for the question. So, for instance, if CAPS is one of the tools we want to pursue, is that a countywide cap? Is it a series of caps over more specific geographic areas? And for instance, if it were the latter, working with the board to determine the geographic bounds of those specific areas, as one example. We'll also have Dr. Eiler's report in hopefully early September. That might prompt him into the audience. And based on the results of that, that may alter or at least clarify and justify some of the measures we're recommending.
Thank you. And I'll just conclude my comments by thank you all of you for your work on this and recognizing the danger of fires to our visitors, because we do not want to lose any other visitors. We want them to be forewarned. We want them to be prepared. And we especially want them to know about evacuation routes appropriate to the response and the location. So I'm not exactly sure how we're going to require this of property owners and managers. So could you give me a hint about how we might be working with the NORBAR or other groups to ensure that owners, managers have done the required checklist of evacuation information and where it's going to be posted and all of that?
Gary or Brian, would you like to take that one?
Yeah, just through the chair. An important outcome to this workshop today is receiving direction from your board on exactly how you want us to proceed. And so that would inform what development we do and what aspects of the options that we've presented to you today. Evacuation plans, we would probably work with fire and emergency services, and those would probably be developed in partnership with the fire agencies. And the standards for review are something that we would develop if so directed by the board.
Great.
Through the chair, just if I could add, a number of those would have to be codified and update the list of performance standards. So that's what, that has the teeth for us to be able to enforce. And typical to any other intake that we do for an application, there would be a checklist. We would have a robust sort of almost like a welcome packet of things that are required. It would be cleanly laid out, and then again we would have the policy update with the performance standards amended to allow us to actually enforce should that be needed.
Thank you so much. And I think I'll work with my staff, but develop a number of items to go on the checklist, not the least of which is requiring defensible space and a lot of the other things that you think about. And it's pretty unclear how to direct evacuation routes, but evacuation zones are essential.
Correct.
Posting, et cetera. So I'll work with you on a number of thoughts that I have that should be part of the performance standards going forward. So thank you again so much.
Thank you. And just to add to that, so we are working with Sonoma County Tourism, with NORBAR, to develop really two sets of protocol. One, what needs to be in development standards, and two, what kind of information needs to be imparted to visitors when they use a vacation rental and may not be aware of the fire sensitive environment in which they're taking their vacation. And rather than have 4 different forms that are posted on the refrigerator, we're trying to get a concise, well-worded list of criteria. And we've had ideas from people like Chair Hopkins that have suggested that they be posted in more prominent places on the property than inside by a door or someplace where it might be obscured. So
great.
that's
And
what we'll be working on.
And if I could get a copy of the draft standards as you go forward, then it would be easier for me to update and add to what you've already developed. But Gary, I do like the fact, not everybody would, but I do like the fact that there would be public posting of the TOT number, permit number in front of the house. I'm not sure where that would be, so that the neighbors have the contact information. And it's dicey about security, but thank you again so much for you do.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Other questions or thoughts? Supervisor Corsi, followed by Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions on your presentation. I appreciate the matrix attachment 4 on rental regulations. One thing that it brings up for me as a question is, how many vacation rentals are in each of these jurisdictions? And I don't know if that's information that you have or if that's available, but it would be interesting to me to kind of see, what other jurisdictions are dealing with proportionally compared to us. Also, I bring that up because I think I shared with some of you a while back information from the State Department of Finance about vacant homes in Bay Area counties. And I'm wondering from that conversation, the question that I didn't get to ask, or maybe I just forgot what the answer is, but are vacation rentals considered vacant homes?
It's through the chair. I can answer Supervisor Corsi's first question easily, because we've been working closely with Marin. There's an awful lot about their program that seems transferable, and their number of vacation rentals is very close to identical to our county. It's just under 2,000 vacation rentals. So that's another reason we thought there's some transferable ideas and concepts there.
That's their permitted number, correct?
Correct.
Because if you include it in the coastal zone, it's just under 3,000 in Sonoma County.
Correct.
Okay.
And through the chair to the second part of the supervisor's question, that's something we can work on with Dr. Eiler in his study.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Mr. Wick, do you know, does the Department of Finance consider vacation rentals or second homes vacant homes?
I don't, but I will be following up with Rob Weiler on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Supervisor Roberts, anything?
I don't really have any questions.
Okay. Supervisor Gore?
Yeah, thank you very much. One of the things that I really appreciated, just like Supervisor Corsi said, being able to see the other jurisdictions. I think I have questions about, in one degree, I totally understand the idea of signage, but I don't want to have places be targeted for negative or whatever identification. Other things are positive if it's done in the right way. But my main question is really also is the jurisdictions that you picked and you reached out to, were there others that didn't respond? I'm just kind of interested. I would think up and down the coast, similar issues. I'm not asking for you to go hammer the phones around Santa Barbara, San Diego, places like that, but I'm just even interested in anecdotally, as you reached out, Contra Costa, Marin responded, our cities did. What was the other process that you went through to kind of see what was out there?
Through the chair, Supervisor Gore's question is, we had limited amount of time to do outreach, and so we did try to contact every jurisdiction in the Bay Area. We reached out to the Coastal Commission for recommendations on counties that had good vacation rental programs, and that was Mendocino, San Luis Obispo, and Ventura. And the only response we got was from Mendocino. With regard to the signs, Marin's program does require a front yard sign that's visible from the street. And I would imagine folks in Marin are fussy about security as we are. They do offer an alternative, though, which is you can, on an annual basis, you send a letter via registered mail to all the homeowners within a certain radius, and then file an affidavit with the vacation rental officer we don't have, proving that everybody got the information. Because the intent there is not so that somebody walking by can just call it in, but that they don't have to go the process that they have to go through in Sonoma County of looking up something on the web, going to another location, getting a property manager that they've got so the letter is another way to do it. And that's certainly something we'd recommend.
Well, thank you. Likewise, since it's Christmas again and again and again, I'm going to wait to open my presents until I get to comment period. I think we all have we've all researched this quite a bit, but it is always interesting, even though we've probably had 15 hearings on this and spent a cumulative 185 hours. People always call in and say, "How dare you address this?" And I've never seen that you were talking about it before. So that's the only thing I would that's interesting. I look forward to hearing from public comment, and obviously super interested in learning more about the business license process and have some opinions on that. Thank you.
I feel like Supervisor Gorin has a very strange definition of Christmas. To me, it's like more like the day after Christmas when the kids are all high on candy canes and kind of grumpy and like crouching at each other, But on that note, and speaking of kind of the long history, I was not on the board when the original ordinance was adopted. So my question is really more in the spirit of the consistency with the general plan. I just literally Googled resident, sort of definition, resident. Definition of a resident is a person who lives somewhere permanently or on a long-term basis. And then when you go to rural residential in the Sonoma County Code, it says the residential zones provide areas for housing and other uses compatible with a residential setting. And it really strikes me that vacation rentals are lodging, not housing, right? And so we're looking at 3,000 units of housing that have been converted into lodging at a time when we have tremendously unaffordable home prices. And so I guess I'm just wondering, what were the conversations at the board back when the original ordinance was adopted with respect to general plan consistency and the intent for rural residential and all of the other residential forms of zoning where we currently find vacation rentals in unincorporated communities? Everyone's jumping to take that question. I can tell everyone loves that one.
None of us were here.
Yeah, well, and I wasn't involved in long-range planning at that point in time.
So no one is willing to defend the work of their predecessor.
Through the chair, I think Supervisor Rabbit is the lone occupant on this issue.
Well, on that note, I guess I look forward to the deliberations after the public comment. One other question that I had, and I was just curious, I really appreciated that heat map that was, very beautifully designed and presented during the presentations. What were the units of concentration, or how was sort of concentration defined with respect to the obvious hotspots that were hovering over Guerneville and some of the parts of East County and Monterey?
Through the chair. So I've tried to, not a great answer for this, but essentially depending on which scale that you're looking at, it is a hotter spot compared to the rest that you're viewing. So as you scroll in to a specific area, so if we were to focus in on Lower Russian River, it changes. So it's sort of all relative to its surroundings. We did have some conversation with our JS staff on this, on how to best define that. There isn't a scientific answer to that. It really is meant to sort of help identify areas where there is a higher concentration. And then through that, then we can locate, okay, these are the areas relative, to other parts of the county that we are seeing a higher concentration. And then we really do need to drill down a little bit deeper into the street level to get a really good sense of the impact.
Thank you. One other question that I have is with respect to, I do see that there are some other counties who require a CUP as opposed to, a zoning permit for vacation rentals. And I'm just wondering what that process is like and sort of what the criteria are that are considered when choosing whether to allow or disallow a vacation rental to move forward.
Through the chair, I think the one we identified was Mendocino County. And the impression I got is that they just wanted to discourage vacation rentals and make the bar relatively high. Of course, it still is not quite up to the standard of Napa County that just bans them completely. But I would assume that their criteria for a use permit is not much different than our criteria. I mean, you have to make findings of consistency. You've got to take it to the Board of Zoning Adjustments, and it can be appealed to the board, and it's an expensive and a long process to get your permit.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Unless there are any other questions from members of the board, I would go Supervisor Rabbit.
Yeah, I do have. It was going to be a comment, but I think it might come across better, or I'm interested to see if it's at all possible. And I do appreciate the conversation. I've always appreciated that going forward. Things were a little different down my way, and I totally recognize that as well. I guess I'm wondering if have you run across any ordinances or any restrictions that scale to the ownership issue? I mean, there's a difference between a small kind of mom and pop local owner than someone who's coming in and buying properties for the express purpose of having vacation rentals. And I'm just wondering if there's a way to treat one with a lighter hand and the other with a little more of a heavier hand going forward. Have you come across anything like that? Or is it? I would imagine it could be feasible in certain areas within a proposed ordinance going forward.
Through the chair, the only one that I encountered in our research was the city of San Francisco. Their ordinance has a number of, I guess, some things that maybe would give county council pause, but so far there haven't been any issues. But for instance, they require you to be a resident of the city and county of San Francisco to get a permit for a vacation rental.
But to the, if I may, through the chair, to the relative difficulty of the process for an individual versus a property management company. Our qualification process for having a vacation rental and people coming in to get certified for that process, we were very sensitive to creating something that would be biased against an individual owner and favoring a more corporate approach. So I think we found when we brought people in for the certification that we had to tweak the program. And I think now it's easy enough to follow for an individual. I mean, a good program should be easy whether you're an individual or a business. And I think we have that in our management system now and are trying to remain cognizant of the need to do that if we want use of the permit to be effective.
All right. Any other questions? Supervisor Gore.
I just wanted to add a little bit of context. When we reviewed this the first time I came before, there was staff I wouldn't say recommendations, but discussion points about an unincorporated potentially just excluding R1, which was an area that we looked at for like Mark West and other areas,
right.
Residential 1. And then there was a second thing, which was a big discussion about use permits. And that was where it was talking, then it was talking about, okay, well, do we only require use permits on, rooms above 6, more than 6 rooms, like a big facility or not? But obviously just for discussion and consideration. I know there's some past data on that as well.
Thank you for that. So with that, I would see if there are any members of the public waiting in the hall outside. Seeing none, I would ask Marcy to go ahead and lead us in public comment via Zoom.
Absolutely. There are hands being raised at this time, but for anybody who would like to comment, please do raise your hand or press *9 on your phone keypad if you're a phone attendee. And Chair Hopkins, we have at least 10 right now, and I'll confirm the time with you, please.
Yes, 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and our first commenter is followed by David, then David. Please unmute and state your name before beginning your comment.
My name is Charles Metz, and I'm with Sonoma County Coalition of Hosts, and we are folks all across the county who run owner-operated short-term rentals, and we overwhelmingly believe what we do benefits employees, workers, visitors, and all citizens of Sonoma County. We'd like to offer the following endorsed and opposed positions, which represent the majority of opinion our members who responded to a survey, which anyone can view on our website, SonomaCountyCoalitionOfHosts.com. We endorse business license permit, automated complaint reporting website. We would be happy to collaborate on a rule book. We feel supervisors should have a choice how short-term rentals are regulated in their district because all districts are different. And we hope current permit holders are grandfathered in. We'd like to offer ideas we have, like we believe a better way to regulate the number of vacation rentals is to limit the number of permits one owner can be issued. This is recommended over a cap and separation criteria. Transference helps preserve investment of current license holders and allow residents to permit alternative eco-friendly forms of housing for long or short-term use. We strongly oppose signage, which would create a vandalism risk for owners and safety and privacy concerns for guests, limiting occupancy by number of days per year. We oppose separation criteria between vacation rental properties, oppose a county-wide cap, exclusion overlay zones or X zones, and limits in fire exclusionary zones. And we look forward to collaborating with the Board of Supervisors and PRND to formulate fair, equitable, and reasonable regulations. Thank you.
Hi, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is David Wabel. I'm the owner of the old Casdero Cabin, Airbnb Plus property. I've operated it for the last 4 years and I have over 200 reviews. So I've been a vacation rental owner in the county for quite some time. And I recently joined the Sonoma County Coalition of Hosts, and I've been working with Charles to formulate our points of view. I would again encourage the public and the board to visit our website at Sonoma County Coalition of Hosts.com and click on regulations. And there you'll find our points of view. As Charles previously stated, we are in favor of regulation. We are mostly a regulated group, and we favor that because we believe that good owners want to come forth and participate in the compliance scheme. So there are many policy proposals that the team has put forth, which we do endorse. But we do strongly oppose signage. We also strongly oppose limiting number of occupancy per day, because when we opened our businesses, which are mostly very small businesses run by individuals, we believed that the operation was based upon occupancy that we could control. So we feel like limiting the number of days in a property would be unfair. And would also probably decrease TOT, because if those owners have to sell those properties, they're likely going to be sold to people who will leave them vacant and not rent them out. And so that's my proposal. And again, I would just encourage you all to visit our website at Sonoma County Coalition of Hosts.com and click on regulations. And then also reach out to the coalition, because we would like to work with the board on an ongoing basis to collaborate on things like rule books and evacuation plans. Thank you very much.
Please unmute and state your name.
Yes, hello. My name is David Applebaum, and I am a 23-year resident of Sonoma. We live across the street from the town line of Sonoma on Leveroni Avenue, and we demand the same protections against short-term occupancies and timeshares that the city of Sonoma provides. Our neighborhood and several others that are right across the town line are been victimized by out-of-town residents buying houses to become full-fledged hotels. Many of the neighbors now, they've become fertile ground for investment by these out-of-town property owners to create property houses, to create party houses. Our neighbor sold their house, which had been an Airbnb. We were able to manage the situation somewhat because they continue to live in the neighborhood. However, the couple they sold it to lives in San Mateo. Not only do they live in San Mateo, but they own 2 houses in town that they use exclusively as hotels, full occupancy throughout the summer, spring, and fall months. This is crazy. The house that they just bought, they registered for their permit July 1st. July 2nd, they had a house full of paying visitors, and the house has been full of visitors ever since. There was no notification to their neighbors. There was no notification to the neighborhood as a whole that they had renewed the permit or that they were even going for a permit. So there were no processes to inform us of what the situation is. And this is getting ridiculous. They are 10 feet away from our house, and the noise levels have been completely out of control. It cannot be the case that you can register and pay for a permit and then the next day begin to host guests. The bottom line is the permits themselves are too cheap. They're too easily given. There is no inspection.
And thank you so much for your comment. That does conclude the time. Our next commenters are Eric, followed by Shayla and Nancy. Please go ahead.
And greetings to the board chair and the other supervisors. I'm struck by problems with just the basic research, quite frankly. You guys are really being dishonest and presenting disinformation to us in order to weigh the options. When you talk about the number of permits, you really need to be reminded that these are permits that are granted with the property that don't expire until the property is sold. To say that they're active actually is very misleading. Only a small percentage of them are active. And if you wanted to deal in facts, you would actually understand what a guest night is. And that's a unit of measurement as to when that property has a guest on site. In most cases, in the permitted properties, the guest nights over the past year range from 0 to less than 50% in the aggregate. There's very few properties that have guests over 50% of the year. There's a number of other things too. When you talk about the wed scrape, I doubt those numbers. We'll get it on a information request. The rentals in the coastal zone, we doubt those numbers. Anyway, it's starting to shape up to where the number of vacation rental permits represents less than 1% of the properties in the county. The percentage of second homes in the county is much higher than that. And quite frankly, within the county, like in Sonoma and Healdsburg, we have jurisdictions we can go to that show that regulations increase the inefficiency of those properties. There's more vacant properties. Yes, they are considered these vacant properties. So yes, there is a doubt about whether these are full-time businesses. These are fractional uses of residential property. And I could go on. The X zones are incredibly flawed as a policy. They're overly broad, and they create these problems like we see in Theodore Lane and outside of the city of Sonoma. And there's many, many other things that we'll get into over the course of the next 3 months. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Our next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
Greetings, I'm Sheila O'Neill. I live in the Shelville area of South Sonoma, and I do have a vacation rental permit. I'm also a mortgage banker in Sonoma Valley. I have a lot of understanding of this issue. I also was a fan of vacation rentals until a few years ago, the people next to me sold, and the people who bought it are running a vacation rental 365 days a year, even when shelter in place was called for Sonoma County during COVID. And I have a couple of comments. Gary has some really good ideas. The business license, fabulous. Get rid of our amateur hotel operators that are absolutely a nuisance. I'd even give up mine. There should be no grandfathering. We should all start with a fresh slate. I do believe in limiting the days so the property can be rented. I do think we need to reduce the maximum occupancy, especially if there's property owners. The house next to me is 10 feet away. They have 4 bedrooms. They're allowed to have 10 adults plus children, and then 16 people in the day. And they can have a minimum rental of 1 day. So what I have is a revolving door party house. Somebody comes in for 1 or 2 or 3 days with a crowd of people. They're so exuberant and happy to be here. They're very loud. By the time they need a nap, they are leaving. The next crew's coming in. There's no enforcement in Sonoma County. Nobody has lost their vacation rental permit. So I do think that we need to have a business license, limit the days it's rented, no grandfathering, reduce the maximum occupancy, and also look at increasing the minimum days for rentals. If we reduce the occupancy and we increase the minimum day rental, we are going to eliminate a lot of the partiers. I do think that there's a bigger nuisance than just 1% of the properties. If that property's next to you, you know what torture it is. Thank you very much. And thank you, Gary and Brian.
The next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
I'm Carl Sherrill.
And Nancy Gardner.
We live on Old Winery Court in Sonoma, and that probably tells you what we're going after. We think you should start with creating a new ordinance with a new title. It should address transient occupancy residential vacation homes. Transient occupancy. and it should cover all kinds of models, whether it be rentals, timeshares, or fractionalized ownership. If it doesn't cover all of those, then some companies will find a way around it and they will evade the regulations and you won't really have any kind of ordinance. That's all I have to say. Change the title, Transient Occupancy Residential Vacation Homes.
Okay, the next commenters are Greg, Vesta, and then Fawn. Please go ahead and unmute.
Hi, first I have a question for the Permit Sonoma team and the board. What criteria needs to be met to lift the temporary ban on new vacation rental permits in burn areas? Is it a certain percentage of homes rebuilt or lots sold, some other metric? The continued extension of the ban without guidance for when or why it will be lifted is a burden on property owners. 4 years may seem like a short amount of time to some, but a long time to others. Second, this is more of a comment and request. I'm not sure why private investment in the tourism-led economy is always framed as the enemy. Many private investors would be more than willing to support affordable housing goals by building on their mostly large parcels, if given the certainty of vacation rental operating license. I'd highly encourage the board to explore how hospitality investors could be leveraged to solve affordable housing goals versus always framed as the enemy to the local community. Thanks.
Hi, please unmute and state your name.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Vesta Copestakes. I really appreciate the business license concept. It is a business, and I think it might change the enforcement issue just by being a business license. I also think that since you have performance standards, I believe that these businesses should meet the performance standards at least once a year, maybe once every 2 supposed to do. Enforcement is the hardest one that we, as a neighborhood, that we have to deal with. The 24/7 call. So I appreciate that Gary has mentioned that there would be a different system for finding the person to call. You don't always want to call Permit Sonoma or the sheriff. You want to call the person who can solve the problem. And that brings me to, I believe that vacation rental managers would be it'd be locally owned companies who are literally live in the area and can respond in the 30 to 60 time that the ordinance asks for. And there are other, like Monterey has a 2% per neighborhood maximum. Whatever the percentage you decide is good. I think it should be by neighborhood. So when mapping gets sophisticated enough to get down into the neighborhoods, you can see how many vacation rentals are in a neighborhood. And where I am in the Russian River, we have canyons and we have hillsides, and we are definitely impacted. So the audio and video accessibility for this to the neighbors is probably the most important thing. And then parking, the change that you were talking about, Gary, I appreciate very much, because it has to be off-street parking. We literally do not have on-street parking. So 20-foot, we don't have 20-foot roads. So thank you very much for the changes that you are proposing.
Hi, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, thank you. This is James, and I live out in West County. And after listening to a number of the public comments, I really realized that there's a difference between what's happening over in Sonoma and Healdsburg, where there may be bridal showers, different parties going on, and what's happening in West County. I feel like West County, I just put in and went through a process that took close to 6 or 7 weeks for my mother-in-law, who's 81, to do a hosted rental, which will fall underneath this. If it became a business license, I'm not sure she could do it. It required 5 forms, 2 drawings, and a septic certificate so that she could rent out her place maybe 1 or 2 nights a month for, to supplement her income. It's a little bit, it seems extreme that she might have to go down the license thing. The other thing that I just wanted to say, and I totally understand everybody's point that are having issues with party houses and such, but if there was to be signs posted outside of Airbnbs in West County, we already have problems with postal theft almost on a basis out here. Go on Nextdoor, you'll see it constantly. If we advertise that places are going to be available or can be targeted when they're not rented, there's going to be a huge uptick in the river, Occidental, and out even towards between those areas. Anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Our next commenters are Linda, Clyde, and then Carolyn. Please state your full name and begin your comment.
Hi, my name is Linda Mansell, and I am a vacation rental owner in the unincorporated area outside of Healdsburg. And I have to agree very much with the last commentator that there seems to be a huge gap between what we experience in my area in terms of vacation rentals and what I hear about in Sonoma. I think it's smaller houses and less giant parties. That said, I do appreciate all the work that the Permit Sonoma is doing to try to dial this in a little bit more. The one issue that I have the most concern with is the idea of signage being required in front of our properties. I feel that we are targeted enough as vacation rental owners, and this is just kind of putting a red flag out there in front of the house for both possible thieves or people messing with the house. We've worked, my fellow owners in my neighborhood and I have worked really hard to become more integrated with our community and just participate more. And this feels like it's just, here's a wedge. Let me help you drive one between you and your neighbors. I also would mention to Gary, take a look at San Diego as one of the vacation rental rules that are changing. They were changed earlier this year. They were looking at 1 permit per person and also limiting LLC ownership of vacation rental permits. Thank you so much for your time.
Please unmute and state your name. Clyde, are you able to unmute?
Wait, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can.
Great, thanks. Okay, my name is Clyde. I live near Glen Ellen. I operated a vacation rental in San Francisco for 2 years. I lived above the rental. I can say that by limiting the minimum nights to a minimum of 4 nights, you pretty much eliminate most of the transient negative impact issues you get from use of the property. You get a completely different type of renter, a completely different type of event. So I would strongly recommend you look at a 3 or 4 night minimum. Not necessarily everywhere. You know, you could figure that out what would be best for the various areas under consideration. I would be in favor of putting something together. You're talking about creating the list of criteria or checklist. If you put that checklist in, if you made it a requirement that it had to be part of the rental contract, and you put the fees or penalties associated with breaking these rules in the contract and make the renter responsible for it, I found that doing those things and actually operating the rental really policed the behavior of the tenant. They police their own behavior because they do not want to be subject to these fees. And so it can be a very effective tool. And that's basically it. Thank you.
Okay, our next commenters are Amelia, Trini, and Donna. And just a reminder that public comment is 1 comment per person.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Amelia Dansica, and I've been an owner in Sonoma County for 4 years of a vacation rental. My home has never, ever had a complaint. All of the neighbors on Adobe Canyon Road know my family. We screen every single family who joins our house. We pay our taxes on time, and we are citizens of Sonoma County. My husband and I both own our own businesses, and our children go to public schools. I feel you are punishing your citizens for having businesses that bring taxes to this county. And it is unfair, and this meeting feels very much like you are punishing us and asking us to leave. We encourage you to build more affordable housing. Our home that we bought has been our life savings, and we love hosting families for them to create not only memories, but also to bring money to the economy of this county. And I am hoping that the laws you put in place are inclusive of all families who live here and support small businesses like all the wineries that support this community. These rules feel constrictive, and I'm even wondering if we should continue our own businesses here besides this vacation rental. Long term, we want to retire in that home, but right now we don't have the money to. We have 3 children, and we want to be able to not only have our businesses in Sonoma County, but also have a place for other people to bring money to this economy. So please, before you keep restricting us, think about all sides, and thank you for listening.
Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Attorney Amador. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So Lisa and I are responsible hosts and business owners in Sonoma County. We have not had any issues with neighbors or visitors for that matter. And I'm hearing this issue in Sonoma, but we have not had any issues. I was impressed with one of the very first speakers. I think Charles was his name, who was the Sonoma Coalition, I think it was, and sort of went down the laundry list of the things that they endorsed. And Lisa and I are also in support of pretty much all of those things. I thought I'd mention a couple of this idea of an automated complaint reporting website. I think that's a great idea, and we think that is as well. But we would encourage the county to require somebody who's complaining to try to resolve the issue with their neighbor first, because that's sort of what happens in real life. If your neighbor is parked in your driveway, you go and talk to your neighbor. So it's possible that since the business license, which is a really good idea, maybe there's a mandated mediation or some sort of a step. I just don't think that the Board of Supervisors in the county want to get involved in people complaining because someone parked their car in front of the neighbor's garage. This idea about a permit number and a complaint hotline signage, the signage does not, for the reasons people already mentioned, but the idea that Gary had mentioned about this idea of sending a letter, I think is an important option, and it should be an option. The letter is a great idea, and most responsible neighbors, I think, already do this. Developing a rule book is a great idea. It should be available online. Folks could check a box, for example, that they reviewed it. The idea of not having fires of vacation rentals is a good idea. People shouldn't be having fires around here, period. Someone mentioned the idea of shifting fees to renters, for example, on noise. Look, if the sheriff shows up, then that fee should get charged directly to that renter. And what else? Limit occupancy on the number of days.
Thank you very much for your comment. That concludes the time. Our next commenters can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Donna Martinez. I'm a resident of Sonoma County. I reside in Windsor, and I own a home second home that I also use as a vacation rental. First off, I want to say that I embrace and agree with the statement of Charles Metz from Sonoma County Coalition of Hosts. I want to mention the piece about the large signs. That's going to be in high conflict with the Sea Ranch Design Committee regulations. I'm not even allowed to show my house number in large numbers, let alone a billboard saying, come rent here. I am concerned, and we'll be discussing this even further, regarding the Model 6.7 rules that have been suggested, and have great concern that they are not completely embraced by all of the residents and owners, whether part-time or full-time, at Sea Ranch. My question regarding that, some of these regulations are, how are you going to align the Sonoma County proper to the regulations that will need to be aligned first with the California Coastal Commission? Some of these seem to be in direct opposition. Checking Zillow just now, there are about 6 homes available for sale. The lowest rent home is $867,000, and it goes up to $4,188,000. I mean, the numbers are too big. I can't even say it. So I'm wondering where you're going to see your low rent housing available there. And I encourage the county to lift up members who are.
Thank you so much for your comment. That concludes the time. Our next commenters are Eliza, Carl, and then Kit. And please unmute and state your full name before beginning your comment.
Hello, this is Liza Graves, and I'm a property manager with a company called Beautiful Places. I want to echo the comment that someone made earlier about limiting the number of day guests. That is something that many of the professional property managers proposed in 2010. And again, in I think it was 2015, 2016 revision of the ordinance. Eliminating the additional day guests will take care of a lot of problems. It'll take care of the noise problem. It'll take care of parking, and it's going to make it much easier for neighbors or the sheriff to understand if there's a true violation. In addition, the current ordinance allows for kind of unlimited number of people on holidays, although my understanding is there aren't usually complaints on holidays. And of course, unlimited children under the age of 2. I think controlling the occupancy of the properties is going to go a long way. I would also remind you, and people may remember that about 7 years ago, there was a rash of burglaries at vacation rental properties. There were people who were figuring out the addresses, and they were going around and breaking into these homes. It's not good for neighbors to have burglaries in their neighborhood, and I would encourage the letter option as the best way to notify neighbors and reduce the security risk, not only to the vacation rental home, but to neighbors as well. And I think there's a lot of great ideas in this proposal. And I look forward, as to many of the Sonoma Coalition of Hosts. I understand that they're involved in many owners and property managers around the county in working together to address these issues. Thank you.
Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Nancy Gardner. My husband took my time by mistake, so I'm taking his.
Sorry about that. It was my inadvertent error.
We really encourage you to include fractionalized ownership models because they are short-term vacation rentals, up to 8 owners or more, and short-term stays of 2 to 14 days. In the meantime, we have a fractionalized ownership company that flagrantly disregards all short-term occupancy laws as well as timeshare regulations. And we just ask you, how long can this be tolerated? We sent a letter in mid-May to the Board of Supervisors. We testified on May 25th under public comment. We had a Zoom meeting with Supervisor Gore's staff, who was excellent, thank you, and a Zoom meeting with Gorin's staff, or Gorin herself, thank you, on June 23rd. And we just would really plead with you that there is an expediency about this, that we can't wait for years. We support what our wonderful Mark and others have done, and we support your suggestions, but we would like to know when we could anticipate some kind of action from the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
All right, our next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
Hi there, this is Chris Barron. My wife and I owned a second home that we had applied to get a vacation rental permit for up on St. Helena Road. During the year that we were getting ready for the permit process, we upgraded the septic and upgraded the electrical panel. And then unfortunately the glass fire occurred and we lost the home. But I just wanted to comment on the idea that the permit process is a wonderful way to both incentivize and to finance some core goals around defensive space, improving septic and electrical infrastructure across the county. The carrot of getting that short-term vacation rental permit possible for us to invest in defensible space and improving the systems on our property that we might not have been able to do otherwise. And so I just encourage the county to really think about that carrot and creating a reasonable policy that really also distinguishes, just to echo some comments that were made earlier today, between the quote unquote unlicensed hotel owners and people who own a property that occasionally want to rent it out to generate some additional income. And I think painting those two groups with the same brush is overly broad and unnecessarily penalizes private property owners. Thank you.
Our next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Monks, and we own a home in Monterey, which is one of the hot spots. It has a lot of occasionals, and I can attest to that. We're on the river, and I'd say in between the town of Monterey and Belle Grande, I would say half the homes there are vacation rentals, more than half. And the river, if anybody who's on the river, noise carries. So when people are screaming and yelling and having fun, and we're trying to sit on our deck and relax, it's really hard. And last weekend, somebody, which is not uncommon, was blaring music all weekend. It just gets to the point where, I'd like to sit outside and enjoy the redwoods and the river, but I just want to go inside because I can't stand the noise. And there's no sense of community when you live where like half the people are vacation rentals and they're in and out. This isn't a home. It's like living in a hotel. So I would really encourage a decrease in vacation rentals in areas on the river, especially in Monterey. Thank you.
Our next commenters are Josh, Carrie, then Tim. Please unmute and state your name.
Hi there, my name is Josh Simmons, and I'm calling in support of the changes to require a business license. Also wanted to specifically support the complaint hotline. I don't know how many folks here have had to address issues when people who are using vacation rentals are being disruptive, but given that they're not neighbors, and there's no sort of long-term relationship there, these people tend not to feel terribly accountable or like there's a need to take requests by their neighbors very seriously. So I just want to speak in support of a complaint hotline that would support that. I also want to speak in support of just adequate funding for enforcement, because that's clearly an issue that needs investment. And then lastly, I would just consider, broadly, what might it look like to impose a vacancy tax when these things are not in use and are housing stock off the market? Thank you very much.
Hi, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Tim Fulkerson. I am a member of the Sea Ranch. I am a former board chair of the Sea Ranch, as well as a co-chair of our short-term rental task force, which was a board-appointed task force that spent over a year researching short-term rentals across communities up and down the state of California. And as a member of the task force, I wanted to just wholeheartedly support all the work that the county is doing around this issue. In particular, I wanted to just acknowledge and appreciate the work that both Gary and Brian have been doing, as well as County Council on this issue, as well as the board of supervisors. And at the Sea Ranch, we, as you know, unanimously at a board level approved our proposed Rule 6.7. And as a community, we stand ready to work with the county to help create rules that would bring reasonable and thoughtful short-term rental rules to the coastal communities along the Sonoma coast. Thank you.
Okay, and just looking briefly to see if we have additional commenters. Seeing none, Chair Hopkins, that concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. And I will bring it back to my colleagues for general comments. I would sort of ask everyone to kind of, make general remarks on their thoughts, particular policies, and then we will actually systematically go through an attachment and we'll pull it up on the screen and we'll ask for sort of thumbs up, thumbs down on a variety of different policy options to be brought back. And of course, this does first go through Planning Commission, BZA, whichever one is the appropriate one for this item. Someone will jump in and help me. Thank you. And before it would come back to us. So with that, I would open it up to comments from members of the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Gorin, since it's your Christmas day, I'd like to let you open the first present here.
Yes, to all of the above. No, I really want to thank staff for working so hard and being creative. I love the business license idea and all of the regulations that Gary has discussed, especially around rule books and evacuation, how to post. I'm less unsure about limiting the number of days for being able to rent out. I may be persuaded or I may not. I'm going to be reflective of that. But posting, absolutely. And there was something else I was going to say. And keeping the fire moratorium, at least for a short amount of time while we work through some of the exclusion zones and expanding the exclusion zones or capping the number of permits by district or by the county. So I'm anxious to hear from my colleagues.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Supervisor Gore?
Yeah, a couple things I want to add in as we transition kind of into what we want the Planning Commission to kind of take up, which is I think what you're talking about when you reference that, right? So like we're kind of workshopping it, then it goes back. So I just want everybody on the also who's calling in to understand that they'll have a chance to go to the Planning Commission and also come back to us. I think the number one is that there was a lot of discussion about hosted coalition of hosts. I think it was Charles who called in first. And I want to remind folks that we need to look at those as really separate policy issues. Hosted rental, just like a farm stay, requires you stay on property, requires you actually host somebody onto your property. That's different from a business license for something that's used all year long. I'm not saying, I'm not denigrating one or the other. I'm just saying hosted rentals was an issue for a long time ago. So I would really like us to make sure that we separate those two. I've been personally very supportive of hosted rentals and people welcoming folks into Sonoma County. And so that's just one thing I wanted to make sure that was there. The other thing that I think is really needed with the hosted rentals discussion is as I was looking at Charles's story on his website online, and it talked about how the reason he got into hosted rentals is because somebody said you should get into being a bed and breakfast. And so the one thing I would ask of staff, not right now, but to go through the Planning Commission and then to us, is really to set up one of these charts that says, okay, very clearly, in LIA, for example, we do not allow vacation rentals anymore, land-intensive agriculture, but we do allow farm stays, right? The only reason I say that is that it really gives people an opportunity who are interested in this conversation to see the difference between those three things. And I think even though they might be legislated differently, I would love to see them come forward in October so we could at least have them for reference as we make decisions on what are vacation rentals. Here's exactly what we're seeing in terms of farm stays, and here's what we're seeing in terms of bed and breakfasts, right? The other thing I would just say is the discussion around Supervisor Hopkins, as you mentioned, areas zoned residential and the idea of lodging and residential. I think first and foremost, I want to just give staff that a thumbs up in terms of looking at a business license for what's out there. But number two is also, is there a trigger that we hit in certain areas for a use permit? Obviously, we all know that use permits are, in some extent, where dreams go to die, because you basically get to wait and do basically a full-blown CEQA analysis or neg deck for every single application, take years to do. But I think it has to be discussed, the difference between ministerial and conditional, and are there ways that we have options or whatever that really means. So the other side is with respect to signs. I think there's a way that we could look at something that is, what are we trying to get to the intent with signage without creating a bad situation on the ground. None of us want the law of unintended consequences and a hash of vacation rentals to be isolated, singled out, and gone after. But at the same time, I think there's great notification opportunities that we have out there. The other thing that talked about limiting the number of day guests. I mean, these are very, once again, I think I like that Liza brought that up. I think what we're talking about is for those that exist in our communities, continuing to make sure that they're community minded. But then on the other side, I just want to let folks know that I am interested in having a discussion. And this is kind of to the Supervisor Hopkins when we go through it, is do we approach a cap in certain areas, and then in other areas, what are we going after? What is the goal? So as much as we talk about down to details, I do like the idea of when you guys go into the Planning Commission and then come back to us, is really having this explicit in terms of where we're at with different zoning areas. So unincorporated Sonoma County, LIA, here's our policy, right? And for these reasons, RRD, here's where we're at. Resource and rural development, which is really the hillsides, right? So we're seeing a lot of vacation rentals and high propensity and high value areas since they can't do it in land intensive agriculture. We're seeing those purchased more in resource and rural development areas, right? That's more the hillsides. It's bigger houses. You have the ability to, they don't have conflicts. But once again, as we'll see in the report, there is a connection between housing and lodging that we allow in residentially zoned neighborhoods, or even areas that are LIA and LEA and RRD, that it says you have the right to put these many residences, but they're not residences, they're lodging. So I think there is a question that we need to consider in the Planning Commission. I'd love for them to look at, as much as it scares people, is with a cap. We have to talk about it, and we have to talk about where we're at, because the housing, even if you look at the general plan build outs that we have here, everybody wants us to build more housing. This board has done probably more than any entity to create housing options on the ground, but there's really not much in the unincorporated area, and rightfully so. So protecting what's there and doing it right is an important thing. So I think with respect to the cap on the others, I'm definitely open to the discussion about the number of nights. I think that there could be a number of nights that are allowed and available to folks who are full-time residents. This is the interesting thing, is you have this conversation. I'll sit down with stakeholders and they'll say, no, you can't take away the ability for owners to rent out their stinking house for 20 days or 30 days to supplement their income. And then we have a conversation about, well, do we want to limit the number of nights? And some of those same people come back to me and say, no, you can't limit that for business purposes or for the value of the property. And I say, well, you're arguing both sides right now to me, right? If you really want a policy that allows somebody to make supplemental income who is a resident of this community, that's one thing. If you also want to set up a policy with and once again, I'm not denigrating it, but saying that allows for business licenses or use permits for an appropriate area of commercial use, then we have to decide that too. So a couple things just to throw at you, and appreciate the time. Obviously, here we go.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. Over to my left, Supervisor Corsi.
Thanks. I'm struck each time this issue comes up. I'm struck by the dichotomy of experience between, folks who are impacted by some of these rentals and folks who are renting. And, it seems like they live in different worlds sometimes. And I'm not saying I don't believe them. I believe these folks. But there are obviously some bad actors out there. They don't come in and talk about their guests. People talk about their good guests, and I believe that they have them, that they manage their properties just fine. But unfortunately, regulations, the way that we work as government is regulations are made for the bad actors, and they're clearly out there. I am very much in favor of the business license here. I don't see this as a punishment to anyone. I have to get a business license to run a business out of my house in the city of Santa Rosa. I don't take that as a slap in the face. I take it as a regulation of the land use. These are certainly businesses, and it makes sense. As you can see, all these other jurisdictions that we have on this matrix use business license. We're the outlier here. So I'm in favor of that. The automated complaint system, I think, could help a lot in this area. A sign in the yard. If you don't want to put up a sign, an annual letter to your neighbors, I think, is something that could be done as long as folks know how to make that complaint. And if those complaints have some teeth behind, whether, if there's no impact on your business license, if complaints are piling up all the time, then complaints don't matter. But if there are teeth behind it, they do. I'm less sure about trying to figure out what limits are. I'm looking forward to getting this report from Bob Eiler, Rob Eiler. It's the thing that I'm not sure it captures, and I looked at the scope, and I'm not sure I saw this, is what's the impact on neighborhoods that can't be measured in home prices, and that type of thing. What is the impact of not having a neighbor who's there all the time, who you know, who's not part of the neighborhood association, who doesn't show up at the annual 4th of July kids parade, those type of things. There are impacts that I don't think can be measured, that we ought to be taking a look at. But I don't know how to really express how to get to that. So I'll stop there and look forward to further conversation about this, but definitely on business license and automated complaints.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Corsi. Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And thank you again for all the work, this never ending saga of vacation rental, trying to get our hands around it. Kind of going down the list, I do think that the business license will enable us to be much more nimble, be able for us to crack down in a quicker fashion. And to Supervisor Corsi's point, I think that usually regulations are applied because of the lowest common denominator. It doesn't always have to be that way. If you really have an enforcement arm that can crack down really quickly, you could actually raise the bar, let those who slip under it have 0 strikes and be out of business, and then move forward with some more rational thinking going forward. I think the automated complaint, I think that's fine. The rule book's a great idea. I think reducing the nights available, I think, makes vacation rental ownership financially unfeasible for some. I think there's unintended consequences there. I'm not sure if that's necessarily achieving perhaps less of an impact anyway. The signage piece, I think we need to be more subtle. I think there are unintended consequences of putting a big sign out that, hey, I'm empty a big percentage of the time. But I do think that in the notification, as was mentioned, even annual letter or whatever it may be, to neighbors, surrounding area, whatever that radius needs to be, I think is a good thing to go. Some of the other things are really, certainly the hosted rentals, I don't think are even to me, not even a problem in the farm stays. They should be encouraged, not discouraged. The limitation of day guests is, really going to be contingent upon the property more than anything else. And I don't know how we do that, but I'm not opposed to looking into that. And I'm not sure if I missed anything, but I do appreciate the work. I think the business license is going to be the biggest impact, and hopefully that can make the biggest positive impact out there to really make sure that everyone is working going forward. Happy to hear the good stories, and really make sure that we identify what are those problems that we're trying to solve, and how can we do that within the tools that we have. And I think we get an extra tool in the toolbox with the business license, and again, being more nimble. So thanks.
Thank you very much, everyone, for your thoughtful comments. And I also actually want to start by thanking our Lower Russian River Municipal Advisory Council, who put together a wonderful report through an ad hoc on vacation rentals. And I have asked my district director to make sure that all board members and district offices have copies of that report and that it's part of the public record, because it really goes through thoughtfully and considers some of these policy options. I'm only 38 years old and I've only lived in Sonoma County for about 15 years, but I already feel like an old timer. I feel like out in West County, I sort of think of, we used to have community. We used to have a high school, high school. We used to have more families. And increasingly, we really feel like we are at a tipping point where we are starting to lose our sense of community identity because of the sheer concentration of vacation rentals in certain neighborhoods. While I tremendously appreciate the economic impacts of, transient occupancy of our sort of vacation culture in West County, it's a huge driver of our economy. I have to say that I would trade more families for less TOT in a heartbeat. Because we are really losing workforce housing. People are increasingly being priced out. We're increasingly seeing, the sort of most affordable homes being snapped up for $100,000 or $200,000 over asking price, all cash offers. The home is flipped, and sometimes a long-term tenant is displaced and is really struggling to find anywhere else to call their home. And, I just keep going back to the general plan consistency on this and, the definition of a resident as a person who's somewhere permanently or on a long-term basis. And in our code saying the residential zones provide areas for housing and other uses that are compatible with a residential setting. And so I really strongly believe that, vacation rentals need to fit into our residential zone, not the other way around. It really needs to be, in my opinion, housing first, lodging second. And we really need to focus on that neighborhood compatibility. It's tough. And I really appreciate Supervisor Corsi bringing it up. How do you calculate those intangible losses? How do you calculate fewer people at the, quilt raffle for the fire department or fewer kids enrolling in your schools? But unfortunately, that is what we're seeing, is that we're seeing just less of a deep-seated commitment to a community. And even some of the true old timers, which I am not, say, yes, West County has always been a vacation haven, but it was a lot of second homeowners who spent their entire summers here, not a new face going through the door every single night. I actually really appreciated the commenter who suggested something like a 4-night minimum stay, because that honestly is a bigger commitment than a new person every single night. Those kinds of things might get at some of the impacts. And I really do think that we need to figure out a way of clearly identifying vacation rentals for the community. I'm an example. I've got a vacation rental somewhere in my neighborhood. I don't know exactly where it is because we got a lot of trees and a lot of little weird driveways that go up. And so I'd kind of have to stalk them when they're being too loud in order to figure out where they are. And then even if I figured out where they are, how do I actually figure out who to call? There was someone who suggested, well, you should work this out, not with government, but with your neighbors. But here's the problem. They're not my neighbors. They're new people. They're not neighbors, right? They are visitors. And again, lodging is very fundamentally different from housing. I would like to second Supervisor Gore's comment about I view hosted rentals as a completely different thing. There are a lot of folks who really rely on that income in order to be able to afford their mortgage, and they have the immediate oversight of actually living on site. I think that the challenge becomes when you have folks who don't live on site. And then there are unfortunately that bad actor, person who's coming in and staying at the vacation rental. And then the neighboring property owners like me have no idea, aside from calling code enforcement, which then doesn't necessarily come out within the 2-hour time frame that they're keeping you up at 11 o'clock at night with their booming bass, right? It's a very, very tricky issue. I do support some kind of notification. I think that signage with an option to instead pay to notify your neighbors on an annual basis is completely reasonable. If you don't want the sign, send a letter to your neighbors to let them know, give them a little magnet that they can put on their fridge so they know who to call if there's a problem. I also think it would actually be great to have a map online where you could actually search for vacation rentals in your neighborhood. So if you start to hear something, you might be able to then identify, is it this house? Okay, if so, it's a vacation rental. And then maybe even if you click it, hey, there comes the property manager's phone number so that you can actually find that information in real time. I am interested in looking at something like a CUP, particularly in the areas of concentration. I don't think that that's necessarily the automatic path, but it might be a path in some of these areas that are already at that tipping point. It really resonated with me, the person who called in and said, this isn't like a home, it's like living in a hotel. And I hear that a lot from West County residents who feel like something that previously they knew all their neighbors, and now there's just new folks kind of coming through every week. I also heard a request from a member of the public regarding a possibility of a vacancy tax. That's actually illegal per Prop 13. I've had that investigated about 3 ways from Tuesday and even talked to state legislators about that. And it just doesn't seem to be feasible at this point in time. Let's see, any other things that I didn't get to? Oh, there was some concern about folks who were afraid of their vacation rental being taken away. I don't think we're having any conversations right now about taking away anybody's vacation rental that is currently operating. We're talking about the future and how to create a balance that is more symbiotic and that still maintains a sense of community identity in some of our incorporated areas. So I want folks to, understand that we're not, at least that I'm hearing from my colleagues, talking about taking away anyone's vacation rental. So with that, maybe we can go ahead and transition over to attachment 7 so we can get see if we've got majority thumbs up on a number of these items.
Thank you.
And in addition to that, I know that there was an awesome list from Gary at the beginning regarding things like evacuation maps and best practices that I was a thumbs up on all of those things. So maybe we can kind of have you reiterate that list and see if we've got 3 thumbs up for those best practices. I think it was some of the best management practices or best business practices at the end.
Thank you, Chair. Brian, why don't you take us through these options? We'll listen to the board's direction, and then we'll go through the genius bullet points of Mr. Helfrich afterward.
Okay, through the chair. So if folks are following along and zooming in, this is attachment 7, as Chair Hopkins mentioned. It's also aligned with the last section of the board summary, the board report, so you can follow along without us sort of bouncing back and forth. So under number 1, administration of program, the objective here is to streamline administration and efficacy of the program. And so one of the staff recommendations was the shift to a zoning permit to business license. And so I'll just pause there just to get some thoughts from the board.
Can we just do a quick thumbs up on that? I heard support from everybody for that. Yes, so we've got unanimous support on that one.
Excellent.
So next up, it looks like we've got the track complaints and responses.
And so these are the 3 updates to the existing performance standards that through our experience operating and administrating the vacation rental program would enable us to better track complaints, have that connectivity, and to better be more responsive to complaints that come to Permit Sonoma. So I think a lot of the challenges that the public and members of the board have identified can be addressed with any and all of these 3.
And one thing that I would like to say is I know that there was a lot of conversations about a rule book. I kind of I'm guessing that many guests might not sit down and read a rule book. I've seen really effective posters, like up in Tahoe area. And so it might be great to have something that's a little more accessible than a rule book that's a little bit more easy to see. So do we have support for these? I do see that it does require posting the permit number and complaint hotline number in a prominent location. And I believe that Supervisor Rabbit expressed some concern about that. Could that be ameliorated by the option that was described to mail to the neighbors if you don't feel comfortable posting that sign? Okay, so do we have thumbs up on these ones? Supervisor Gorin?
Well, I will say that we currently have on the books an obligation for the manager to outreach to all of the neighbors, and they don't.
Nope.
So if we're going to rely on that, we need to have some mechanism to actually understand that they follow through and even if neighbors receive it, they throw it away or don't open it. There is no way that they can really understand how to contact the manager and or the owner. And often they're ignored anyway. Just saying.
That could potentially be ameliorated by also having some online system to be able to search in your neighborhood area, so that if you didn't have that letter in hand, that you could still find the information. Would that help?
That would be great, but several people said that they were concerned about security risk. If we have something online that designates a property address and a manager, that may also be a security risk. I don't know that there's anything fail safe, but let's give it our best thoughts on how we connect with neighbors.
I hear the board's concern, and that we've got to find something that we can verify and that's effective. So we'll work on that between now and our next trip back to the board.
Great. So the intent is clear, and we will find a way forward that is sort of safe and yet also affords that information to neighbors. All right. Do we have a thumbs up on that intent? Okay, great. I'm seeing unanimous support for that one. Then we can move on to the next page.
And I would just add, I rented a vacation rental in Georgia, and boy, did you had to sign an agreement with a long list of rules and regulations, and pretty firmly they said, you violate any of these rules, including guests, and your security deposit is gone. So it might be one way to move on this, as well as additionally posting a rule book in the house.
Great. So back to you, Brian, on the next one.
Thank you, Chair. So now we'll shift over to the discussion. Lots of comments and thoughts on how to potentially limit. As Gary mentioned at the start of the discussion, these are at the behest of the board. We did take a look at how other jurisdictions limit vacation rentals, and these were some of the options that we felt we could at least explore and at least offer up for discussion today. And so I'll turn it back over to Chair Hopkins to walk through these three.
Thank you. So I think that, we're not going to arrive at what the answer is today, obviously. The question is, are we interested in exploring limitations on vacation rentals? Whether that is, I don't know that we really have enough information to determine whether it's a cap or whether it's a number of days or whether it is a separation criteria. Can I just ask, generally, do we think that we might need to vacation rental concentration? Okay, I've got a thumbs up. Who else?
Yes.
Okay, we have a majority on limiting in some way. Do we want to actually kind of look at those three options, or do we want more work to be done by staff and then to have it go through the planning commission and the stakeholder engagement process to sort of determine what should be most appropriate?
Well, I'm comfortable with moving this out into the community outreach, but I think to Supervisor Corsi's question, he would like to get some information, which we've had before, about the number of vacation rental permits in each of our districts. So he knows how impacted I am. And your vacation rentals, I think, come in second, but you have the coastal areas
which
as well.
Isn't counted. Yeah.
So those are the two hot button areas.
And Supervisor Rabbit, I saw you leaning in.
Yeah, I would just add that, I don't want it to be arbitrary. I want us to solve for a known problem. And, so that's really the driving force. I think concentration is something that is a issue that we could solve through, there's probably 10 or 12 different ways that you can count on densities within an area. You know, kind of a separation criteria doesn't necessarily, I don't think, achieve the same thing, depending on the size of the property, the distance between the homes, all that kind of stuff. So as long as we have it not come across as just arbitrary, but really this is trying to solve this problem within the neighborhood.
I agree with that. And I do recall at a prior meeting or briefing, but I mean, Gary's done an amazing job of analyzing the data, and that was utilized to justify the sort of temporary cap in West County. And so we could probably bring that data back forward. And I know that there also are concentration regulations in some other counties. I believe that's been utilized in some of the local coastal plans of other counties. And so it would be interesting to look at those as potential models as well. So we would like to have some sort of data-driven stakeholder engagement limitation, but we are not determining sort of what that is or how that is affected at this point in time. Does that summarize it? Okay. Okay. And then that takes us to the next one, which we've got X zones and the fire exclusionary zones. So I will look to my colleagues who have the fire exclusionary zones to just sort of see how you are on that.
I don't want them to extend as long as it takes everybody to rebuild, because that will take a number of years. But we do need to come up with solutions for those areas that were really impacted before the fires, and looking at expanding or creating exclusion zones going forward, or some mechanism to really understand the impacts of those areas that they experienced during the night of the fires.
Through the chair, if I may,
Yeah.
just to follow up on that, could it be based upon the number of homes rebuilt within any fire zone as a percentage, and then some date after, so that you're not allowing speculators to come in and rebuild homes for the express purpose of vacation rentals, but you're giving people a chance, but not limiting it entirely? I'm fine. You know, you guys know that area more than I. I do think that I'm fine with keeping it to the deadlines, and then I'm fine if you want to extend it to something where there's hey, once you reach 50%, 2/3 of the homes rebuilt within that area or then it could change again.
Mm-hmm.
Supervisor Gore?
I think that's a valid point. I would love to see the planning commission deal with it and it come back to us, and we still have time before the end of the year to decide. It's at the end of this year that the first two would go. So it'd be great to have some data associated with that, see what the rebuild is in certain areas, and be able to have a policy call. So I don't need to prescribe that.
Great. Supervisor Warren, anything to add?
No, I said previously what is important to me. There are a couple of areas in the fire zone that I've been working with since before the fire, so I'd like to figure out how I continue working with them to limit the impact that they were experiencing before and potentially now.
Great. And then it looks like our last item on this table is the X zones, which I will just start off by saying it has not worked at all in West County. It puts the burden on the neighbors. It is very cumbersome and expensive and does not work for socioeconomically disadvantaged areas. I know that you have a number in your district, Supervisor Gorin, but that you've also experienced similar frustrations. It doesn't seem like that's been a very effective policy for us.
Well, I think we want property owners to have the assurity of what conditions their property operates under, so that they could contemplate selling or not, or renting or not. But also the neighborhoods need some assurity to figure out what to expect. The uncertainty that we've been experiencing over the last couple of years is driving everybody a little insane.
Yeah. And I assume that we're not really talking about, of course, we're maintaining the existing ones, but in terms of new ones, it just hasn't felt like it's been a very effective policy. And this is almost where I would be interested in having the conversation around the CUP. If there are known areas of concentration, or if there are, maybe it's R1, maybe a particular zoning, do we then look at a potential CUP process where the burden of proof is on proving that you're not going to have a negative impact on the community? Any thoughts on that?
Well, I agree with you that as we have it on the books now, it's not working because of all the things that we've said and that's noted through here. But what I do like about it is that it really lets the community decide what they want. instead of one or two people maybe driving the bus. And I like the idea that you're, having to outreach and get, consensus within the community of what restrictions they want to bring forward, rather than having, again, a minority drive something going forward. I agree it doesn't work as now, but if there's a way that we can kind of still have that engagement, I think that would be a good thing.
So should we leave that as sort of direction to staff to work on some kind of an alternative that would allow a decision-making process to come from the community, but perhaps not be so burdensome in terms of expense?
I appreciate the fact that it is burdensome to permit Sonoma staff because of advertising and all of the community outreach that's involved. And I fully expect that some of the residents who have been working with for years will come forward and want the exclusion zone because they've been working on that. And I've sort of been promising them an opportunity to create that.
If I may, Chair, so we hear the board's intent, and I think the linkage or possible alternative of a conditional use permit is something we can explore further and come back to the board.
Great. Thank you. Supervisor Gore?
I just, I want to reiterate this point about what you guys can do to educate us and educate the community and the planning commission as you go through this. So we've talked to, I talked about, this idea of other visitor serving uses and what are complementary, what are we legislating, what are we not? So we have, so we're doing vacation rentals. I'm not asking you to legislate all of them right now, but once again, bed and breakfasts, just even mentioning them during the process so you can analyze them next to each other. Ag uses, farm stays, and timeshares is another thing that we have to consider going forward. So just requesting that be embedded into the process, because we might be able to decide on some stuff now, but then we might want to look at other visitor serving uses that we want to bring up 6 months later or something too.
I really appreciate that, Supervisor Gore. And I do think that it's important to look at holistically. And again, starting with the general plan, right? What are the intents of, farm stays and LIA versus, what is the intent of an R1 designation or an AR or an RR property? And just trying to ensure that we are complying with the intent of the neighborhoods that were designed in the general plan. So I believe that brings us to a conclusion on this table of policy options. And then I think that we have the magic Gary Helfrich ideas to discuss.
Yes, let me just switch. And for readers at home, this is the staff report on page 9. And so these are 5 potential up for discussion as ways to put some additional performance standards in the fire exclusionary zones, or also could open it up should the board want to discuss that as well.
So do we have support for these items, which I think are really designed at educating guests about known risks in terms of flood and fire? I certainly support restricting the outdoor fires. I do think that that's a really critical issue that I do hear from neighbors about on a regular basis. And I also really do support the idea of educating people in simple ways. So mandatory postings that folks can see on doors when they enter the facility, or, in a kitchen or something where it's easy for the guests to see and it's, they're kind of forced to confront it. Do you have thumbs up on this? Yeah, Supervisor Corsi has a question, and then Supervisor Gorin.
Just a question. What does it mean to restrict time of use? The first item, can you explain that? I'm not following it.
Just through the chair, the intention there is in certain areas, this would especially apply to flood zones in Guerneville, which are kind of predictable events that we could potentially say that the rental is allowed to happen except during flood season. Similarly, we could say the same. Now, it's hard to say it about fire season because fire season is growing so much that maybe that'll just be an X zone if we go there. But the idea is where we have natural disasters that happen on a seasonal basis, that we could restrict vacation rentals to fall outside of those time periods.
Hmm.
I'm wondering if we maybe want to combine that with the next one, when storms are predicted, people, can't be there. Instead of saying a certain time of year, because every year is different, and some years are very easy to predict that there's not going to be a flood for the next couple of weeks.
Correct.
One Supervisor Warren, and then I'll go.
No, go ahead.
Okay, this was following up on that point, which is that we've had some conversations about how do we provide direct alerting to certain stakeholders, and when an emergency event is underway. So I think it's impossible right now to predict when fire season will be. It could be June, it could be November. And so it doesn't really make sense to ban a huge chunk of, and similarly with floods. I mean, last winter, right? Beautiful all winter long, too beautiful because we needed more rain. So I would almost look at, is there a way to alert all of the property managers of an impending flood? Because we do typically have, advanced warning of that happening, or in the event of a fire, so that they have some way of communicating directly to the person who's staying there, right? I mean, usually if you say a vacation rental, oftentimes you get text messages, right, from the property manager with codes or whatever. And so it might, I would almost prefer a tighter relationship between the Department of Emergency Management and then the property managers, who are then tasked with alerting their guests of an impending danger or canceling the reservation in the event of a flood, right? If it's supposed to be, the river's supposed to be at 36 feet, and you're in downtown Guerneville, I mean, you shouldn't be staying there if you're a visitor, in my opinion. But that would happen sort of at the last minute.
Thank you, Chair. I think that's a good point. And on the enforcement side, I always try to think about what are the practical implications for code enforcement. How would we practically do that with the first criterion? So I like your idea more about more information and coordination than regulation.
I saw Supervisor Gorin and then Supervisor Rabbit leaning in.
It is so difficult for property owners to rent out their homes as vacation rentals, trying to anticipate the disasters that we've experienced, whether it's power shutdowns or fires or smoke or floods. It is, and COVID, they've been trying to figure out when they can not rent, when they can rent. I don't know how we get around that. Certainly a warning, perhaps, from the perspective of every vacation rental owner, just a note saying we frequently experience power shutdowns or fires or floods during certain times. We may have to cancel your reservation in a very fast way, just to give the property or the renters and the owners that ability to work together for rapid evacuations or cancellations. But I also don't want to lose sight of the fact that we should be considering fire-safe roads, road widths, and defensible space, requiring the owners to move forward and create defensible space in the house. And you'd mentioned, Director Wick, that this is part of the development code, but I also think it's the responsibility of vacation rental owners moving forward. They need to make their homes as safe as possible.
Yeah.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin. Supervisor Rabbit?
Well, I like your idea. I remember renting an Airbnb in Johnstown, Pennsylvania some years back, and then, that fell flat. It's getting late. I don't think it's high tourist season when the torrential rains are coming down in the Russian River Valley, but I do think that there might be a way that we could have that tighter relationship, especially with fire dangers and flood dangers and whatnot. I was going to ask on the last bullet point regarding restricting outdoor fires. Certainly open flame. I was wondering on the barbecue facilities. I mean, I'd be okay with that if there was a rash of fire started by errant vacation rental tenants, but I'm not sure if that's necessarily the case. I get the point, but I think we just need to be realistic about putting guidelines, but not maybe prohibiting what would be normal activities for being at a home.
Other comments from my colleagues on this one? All right, seeing none, just want to check in, Director Wick. Was that direction pretty clear from the board? Clear as mud?
And my only distinction here would be that the third criterion prohibiting on-street parking, that's really more of a development standard well, it's kind of a development standard and a operational requirement. So yeah, I think we've got very good direction from the board on all these major points, honestly, the policy options and here on the 5 criteria. So thank you.
One last question that I don't think has come up yet, which is, are folks interested in some kind of a minimum stay in terms of the number of nights? So, I mean, it could be as small as 2, it could be 3, it could be 4, it could be greater. Is there interest in looking at a minimum stay? I do think that a 1-night stay does not create a healthy culture of, I mean, I do think that slightly longer term stays, you tend to get folks who are more invested in the area. They're spending time, they're visiting, they're, supporting the local businesses and shops. And it's not just sort of a 1-night through pass.
I would like to explore this, but I've had occasion to rent a house for 1 night because I was in transit from one place to another. And so I think it's important to consider it. And I agree with the analysis and the suggestions of some of the folks that we get more serious visitors rather than party houses. But it's important to think this through.
So let's explore it as an option, not make a determination, engage with stakeholders. Yeah. Does that seem reasonable? Okay, great. Well, thank you so much. Is there anything else from the supervisors before we wrap this up? Not seeing anything. I just want to say thank you so much to staff. Especially, it's been a very marathon day for many of you. So thank you for sticking with us to the bitter end. And thank you to my colleagues, as always, for your insightful and thoughtful comments.
Chair, if I may, just for the public say, so next steps. So we'll, again, finishing the study with Dr. Eiler, starting public ops, coming back to the board for in October, and then moving with a draft ordinance to the Planning Commission, and with an anticipation of coming back to the board around February of 2022 with an ordinance for your consideration.
Thank you for that. And I think it is really important for the members of the public to know that, we heard your comments today, and there will be ample opportunities to continue to engage in this process. This was really just the first touch point for policy direction. I also just want to say thank you to everyone for your thoughtful and personal and civil comments. I think it was a really robust conversation, and I think it's wonderful when, it wasn't a conversation about demonizing, right? It's not that vacation rentals are inherently evil or neighbors are inherently evil or inherently good. We really just need to talk about those cumulative impacts and thoughtful policies to really mitigate the impacts to communities and neighborhoods while facilitating an important economic driver, certainly in my neck of the woods out in West County. So thank you all, and I look forward to the next conversation.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, I think I'm going to hold, since given the late hour, our board member report outs to our next meeting on July 27th. We can catch up at that point, which would bring us about 2 hours belatedly to public comment on matters not listed on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board, and on board member reports, which we didn't hold. So with that, I will look out into the hallway to see if there are any members of the public there. Seeing none, thank you so much for letting us know. I will go ahead and ask Marcy to accept public comment. And I would like to limit it to 90 seconds, given the lateness of the hour.
Thank you, Chair Hopkins. For our members of the public, please raise your hand in the Zoom app if you'd like to make a comment on this section of today's agenda. And if you're a phone attendee, you raise your hand by pressing *9. And I'll begin. We do see that we have a number of hands raised. So for our first individual, you're a phone attendee. Please unmute and state your name when prompted.
This is Mary Morrison, and I really appreciate your being considerate of the public time by taking your time on your last hour. Cleaning our dirty American government. Since 9/11, 373 of our bound by oath of office elected public servants in the 107th Congress authorized one man to use the armed forces of the United States as he determines to be necessary under Martial Law 107243. These 373 traitors lied to we the people who pay them in favor of Communist China's top foreign agent, Willie Brown, who is the top intended 9/11 benefactor and the Wizard of Deception. We can end 10 Congress treasonously hiding the above by holding accountable 8 times documented traitor President Joe Basement Bumbler Biden, who is one of the 373 documented 9/11 traitors who treasonously authorized that the president and the Congress have co-equal war power, which is not in pursuance of our precious constitutions, in order to continue concealing the truth about 9/11 and to keep Chinese time bomb President Biden in the office of president for his pedophiles in government, also known as PIG, P-I-G, pals. Then execute the traitor president for his democracy-killing treason, hopefully by public hanging, to deter future treason. Immediately, we must close our southern border that PIG, pedo President Biden unconstitutionally...
Thank you. That concludes the time. Our next commenter, please unmute when prompted.
Where am I starting? Rob McGilly, the 9/11 Truth Campaign. Immediately, we must close our southern border that PIG, pedo President Biden unconstitutionally opened. Naturalization is Congress's job, as he, Willie Brown, and his top operative Kamala determines to be necessary under public betraying martial law 107243 to serve all the levels of government organized crime, especially government-sponsored child trafficking by the United States, detaining 22,000 immigrant children at the border with thousands unaccounted for, no good reason. It all must be for the big pedophiles in government, pals of pedophile President Joe. Forcing justice. This is the 9/11 Truth Campaign's 4th attempt to get justice in our county of Sonoma, California, for our petition for redresses of grievances, namely petitions for extraordinary relief since December 11th, 2020. We hereby request our County of Sonoma Sheriff's Department to perform a welfare check on Sonoma County Presiding Judge Bradford J. DeMayo on the grounds that he is committing treason by refusing to perform his sworn duty under oath to provide for 16 9/11 Truth campaigners and our petitions for redress of our grievances and inalienable constitutionally protected rights.
Thank you. That
Due
does
process
conclude
of
the time.
constitution-
Our next commenter, if you can please unmute when prompted.
Okay, this is Roseanne Schneider continuing with this document. And where were we? DeMayo on the grounds that he is committing treason by refusing to perform his sworn duty under oath to provide for 16 9/11 Truth campaigners and our petitions for redress of grievances, our inalienable constitutionally protected rights to due process of constitutional law by simply assigning a superior court case number to our petition, which honors our rights to petition government for redress of grievances as secured in our ignored Section 3 in our Constitution for our state of California. 2, here is a 7 months unconstitutionally, judicially stalled petition for redress of our grievances, namely petition for extraordinary relief in the nature of prohibition, prohibiting Joe Biden from holding any office under the USA in violation of State of California Constitution, Article 1, Section 1, guaranteed right as people to enjoy, quote, all people are by nature free and independent and have inalienable rights. Among these are enjoying and defending life and liberty, acquiring, possessing, and protecting property, and pursuing and
Thank you.
obtaining
That does conclude the
safety,
time. Next commenter, please unmute.
Number 3, this is Rich Hannon, 9/11 Truth Campaign. Sonoma County Presiding Judge Bradford J. DeMayo is denying us 16 informed petitioners in the 9/11 Truth Campaign of our constitutionally secured rights to protect and defend our democracy from made in China wildfires and 613,086 COVID-19 murders caused by communist China, silencing our democracy by taking away our right to enjoying and defending life, liberty, and acquiring, possessing, and protecting property, and pursuing and obtaining safety, happiness, and privacy, giving aid and comfort to the border trespassers and government organized crime, especially government-sponsored child trafficking at the border. Therefore, his dishonorable DeMayo is ripe for arrest, trial for treason, and a death penalty. Number 4, our judicially stalled court case. Superior Court of California, County of Sonoma. John Jankel, those 1 through 15, inclusive campaign petitioners for Alex Padilla, Secretary of State, responded. Case number we tried to file December 11th and December 18th, 2020. No due process of law for 9/11 Truth Campaign, thanks to a lying attorney and judicial misconduct. Petition for a short relief in nature of prohibition, prohibiting Trader Joe Biden from holding any office under the U.S. authority, CC Article 6, Section 10, 14th Amendment.
Comment. That concludes the time. And if our next commenter can please unmute and state your name.
Daniel. Superior Court, Daniel from 9/11 Truth Campaign, number 5. Superior courts are publicly accessible 1/3 of governments. It is every American's constitutionally secured right to petition the government for redress of grievance under our ignored First Amendment to our Constitution for our United States of America. If you have an attorney to represent you in court, you cannot exercise your Constitution-secured inalienable rights. Because of an attorney-client privilege, an attorney can serve and receive money from a client who wants to harm you. You only hire an attorney if you're guilty of a crime. Then if you pay enough money, your attorney can be bought off by your judge. Can buy off your judge. That's it. 6, the First Amendment rules, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, and abridging the freedom of speech or the press, or the right for the peoples peaceably to assemble and petition the government for redress of grievances. Number 7, we the people have the First Amendment right to petition the government for redress of grievances. Our constitutionally secured rights are supreme and paramount to all federal or state law, rule, or regulation, including any invalid court-ordered vexatious litigant ruling,
Thank you.
according to the
That
U.S.
does conclude the
Constitution.
time. And I'm looking briefly to see if we have any additional hands. And seeing none, I think that will conclude public comment.
Thank you very much, Marcy. So that will take us then to the adjournment of the meeting, and I do not see any adjournments for today. The next special meeting will be held on July 27th, 2021, and the next regular meeting will be on August 17th. So with that, we'll go ahead and call it a day. Thank you so much, everyone, for your time.